Timeline. There were 1280 years in the Warring Clans period. After 23 years, the Sage of Six Paths passed away, and this war began. Thus, in 1303 Konoha was established. The majority of people didn't like Naruto as a child. They believed he was a bomb that was about to go off, but in this instance, a huge nine-tailed fox would destroy their village instead of an explosion. The only people who cared for him were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Kakashi Hatake. Those who were aware of his parentage or who trusted the Yondaime didn't think he was a ticking bomb and would mostly ignore him. In addition to Minato's passing, Kakashi felt depressed and guilty about the deaths of his teammates, and he thought that everyone he was close to died. Because Naruto resembled Minato, Jiraiya felt a great deal of sadness when he saw him and left as well. Due to Hiruzen's strict time constraints as the Hokage, Naruto was frequently ignored. Danzo's use of his root foundation to disseminate the information that Naruto as the Jinchuriki did not improve Naruto's circumstances. Because he wasn't getting good treatment at the orphanage, Naruto left at the age of 3 with the help of the Hokage. Naruto was mistreated by the majority of them there, did not receive enough food, and was not taught how to read. Thus, up until the age of 4, he had a caregiver who taught him the skills necessary to live independently. On January 8, 1362 AD, Konoha. 12 p.m. So from what I saw from the academy students, I am supposed to meditate and try finding the warmth in my body, Naruto said to himself. To find out what they discovered at the Ninja Academy, Naruto spied on them. As an inquisitive youngster, he wanted to experience what it was like to be a ninja, just like his hero, the Yondaime Hokage. He made the decision to enter the academy covertly and observe what they had discovered. The first lesson the academy teachers taught the new students, emphasizing its significance, was that ninjas must be deceptive above all else. Occasionally, Naruto enters these classes covertly to avoid detection. This time, he was fortunate to learn how to unlock a chakra. The civilian students at the academy unlocked their chakra at around age 6 because they lacked the necessary resources and, even if they did, their parents wanted their kids to have a good time before enrolling in the academy. In contrast, the majority of clan children and ninja children unlocked their chakra at around age 4. Given that some students at the academy were trying for hours on end, he was aware that it would take some time. Naruto attempted to pull on the slight warmth he felt on his stomach after about 30 minutes of trying. He opened his eyes abruptly to find himself in a dark place. He strolled around the area before arriving at a vast location. Something was being held back by enormous bars of metal. A little yellow light seemed to illuminate the dark, eerie space. Then all of a sudden a large slitted red eye appeared. Naruto's brows went up. "Hello, Warden," the person said as they went. The eyes of Naruto squinted. Naruto questioned the creature, "You must be the Nine Tails, right? You are really intelligent, aren't you, brat?" The Nine Tails exclaimed, displaying his entire body. "Well, exactly what I anticipated. It makes sense why people dislike me. They mistakenly believe that I am you," Naruto remarked to the Nine Tails. "Yes, the majority of people in your small village are stupid." The Nine Tails grinned as they spoke. "I have learned from our conversations that you are not a mindless entity. Then tell me why you attacked the village." Naruto squinted his eyes and asked. Naruto was young and powerful, but he was also intelligent, so it would be difficult to trick him. The Nine Tails considered what he would say. "I was controlled to attack the village," Nine Tails said in response to Naruto's query. The Nine Tails thought, "I have to watch what I say from now because I can feel his chakra within him." Kurama thought, "I don't sense any malevolence from him, this is unique, even for his descendants. Could he be the one father spoke of? I was forced to attack the village after being removed from my previous container and placed in a Sharingan's Genjutsu." He went on, "Trust me, brat, I've been stuck in this village for the past 50 years, and all I want to do is get out of here." So he is also misunderstood like me, Naruto reflected somewhat dejectedly. "So why don't we become friends?" Naruto inquired. "What, why would I want to be friends with a small human child, hee." With a laugh, the Nine Tails inquired. "Well, people also misinterpret you." Naruto responded, using talk no jutsu. "You are misunderstood by thinking that you are just a weapon or a demon who wants to only kill, just as people think I am you or a bomb." The boy's eyes widened. From his perspective, Naruto may have been a child, but it doesn't disregard his opinions because, despite being shunned and even despised in his own village, he has a more developed perspective on the world than most people. The Nine Tails said, Very well, brat. So, what's your name then? The Nine-Tails' eyes lifted slightly as Naruto asked. Why do you believe I have a name? Curious, the Nine-Tails inquired. Well, the one tail has the name Shukaku, and the three tails have the name Isobu, so I guessed you must have a name as well, replied Naruto. Well, my name is Kurama, the Nine-Tails answered. Naruto is my name. Excitedly, Naruto answered. They both grinned. Is there anything I can do to unlock my chakra, which is why I came here in the first place? Naruto inquired. You unlocked your chakra the moment you entered here, so there is no need to worry, brat, Kurama responded. Oh, that's good. Oh no, how do I get out of my mindscape? Naruto inquired. You can just your will to leave, but I can also expel you from here, Kurama responded. It seemed like hardly any time had passed when Naruto abruptly awoke in the clearing. Hey, brat, Kurama shouted. Naruto let out a yell. Hee hee, Kurama remarked, if you want to talk to me, just think what you want to say. I can speak through your mind. You could have said that earlier, Naruto thought to himself. It wouldn't be funny though, Kurama shot back. Naruto asked Kurama, can you teach me something? Since Kurama had been there for more than a millennium, he must have some knowledge. Well, I can teach you chakra control, Kurama acknowledged. You should learn it at all costs. Kurama stated, I will be teaching you more chakra-intensive chakra control and gradually warming you up to chakra control, which requires more control and less chakra, since you have more chakra than a genin and lack chakra control. Naruto inquired inquisitively, oh, so what are the exercises you are going to make me do? First, you won't be doing it today since you just unlocked your chakra, I will plan out what you will be training in, replied Kurama. All right, Naruto said. January 9th, 8:30 a.m. You won't spend a lot of your biweekly stipends. The majority of it will be saved for something significant in the future. You will be hunting and foraging for food. The majority of the area beyond Training Ground 25 is forested. There, you can catch small animals like rabbits and, if you're lucky, boars, in addition to gathering a variety of fruits and vegetables. It will help you have a good variety of foods, so you can also spend some on milk and eggs. This will make your diet better enough to give you the nutrients you need to get stronger, Kurama said. Naruto appeared to be sound asleep. Brat, wake up, Kurama shouted to himself. Whoa, I was just kidding, Kurama. I will do that all right, Naruto said in an attempt to appease Kurama. We ought to begin your training. You are not physically strong enough to perform the chakra control I have in mind for you just yet. You will have to do stretching, 5 rounds around the training ground, 2 sets of 30 sit-ups, 2 sets of 10 push-ups, Kurama continued, listing every exercise Naruto had to perform. Naruto was quite hunched over as Kurama continued to list the different exercises, giving him a headache. Naruto was perplexed that he had to repeat all those exercises 3 times after finishing them. Before heading to Training Ground 25, Naruto spent 4 hours following instructions. You don't need to go hunting, brat. You will spend some time fishing and collecting more fruits and vegetables because you are still a young child, Kurama stated. Naruto shouted in his head, hey, how many times do I have to say that I am not a brat, you oversized fur ball? With a great deal of assistance from Kurama, Naruto was able to collect the right kind of berries, fruits, and vegetables. He even caught a few fish. Naruto spent a considerable amount of time with the Hokage, who was more than willing to give him some books on the fundamentals of the ninja arts, and he met the Ichirakus. Kurama also helped him learn some of the more complicated theories that he didn't understand because Naruto was still a child. Konoha, Ground 25 for training. February 13th, 8:20 a.m. I think your physical strength has increased. The strain this chakra control demands is manageable for you, Kurama remarked. Is it really that difficult? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Although the chakra control is challenging, you must have sufficient upper and lower body strength to begin. Your body couldn't withstand the strain of that position if you were weak. In addition to improving your chakra control, this exercise will strengthen your upper body, according to Kurama. Oh, so what exactly is the exercise? Inquired Naruto. You'll need to use just your feet and chakra to climb trees. This operates on the idea that applying chakra to your feet in a specific manner can produce both suction and repulsive force. Because it varies from person to person, you will need to enter the precise amount your body needs to do it. However, the more you do it, the better your chakra control will be and the less chakra you'll need, Kurama said. All right, I'll get started right now. Naruto exclaimed in his head. You brat, don't yell. Kurama reprimanded. Even though he was only a little over 4 years old, Naruto already had the same amount of chakra as some genin, so he didn't have good control even though he trained for hours on end on the exercise. Naruto continued to try until he was able to climb the tree for the entire week. February 22nd. At last, I succeeded. From atop a tree, Naruto yelled. You brat, don't yell. Until I think you're prepared for the next chakra control exercise, you still need to practice it. Since you are still much weaker than most people, I want you to resume your physical training for the time being. Kurama stated. After all, you have a certain advantage over others in that aspect. What is it? Naruto's reply was. In addition to being my Jinchuriki, you are a member of the Uzumaki clan, which speeds up your recovery from wounds. This includes the slight rips and aches in your muscles after working out. This makes you a better taijutsu user by enabling you to train for longer periods of time and more effectively, as well as by producing better results. Kurama responded. This combined with your enormous chakra reserves will make you a terrifying opponent to fight. Naruto said. Whoa, you're right, brat. Think of yourself as fortunate to have all these wonderful gifts, Kurama retorted. HM, was Naruto's energetic and fortunate response. March 7th. At 2:23 p.m. It's really difficult to walk in water. Naruto yelled, irritated that he had soaked both himself and his clothes. Naruto yelled at Kurama, why didn't you tell me I would fall into the water like that? Why would I need to mention the obvious, brat? Remember how many times you fell during the tree walking exercise? In response, Kurama shot back. Naruto's thought was, gosh, why didn't I think of that? His silence was a statement. Huff, that's a result of your ignorance. Kurama answered. Naruto shot back at Kurama, saying, I need to find a way to shut you of some of my thoughts. You hope. Kurama smirked in response to Naruto's immaturity. For the remainder of the day, Naruto continued his training. By the end of the day, Kurama was shocked that Naruto had mastered it. He took more than a week to simply climb the tree, so Kurama was shocked and amazed to think, this brat, how could he do this chakra control exercise within one day? His chakra control is growing exponentially. Now, he can walk through the lake with little effort. With some glee, Kurama thought, I suppose this means I can make his training more difficult. Naruto's training was now at a higher level. He trained primarily on the water to continuously practice his chakra control and build up his reserves. He also performed more complex chakra control exercises, such as kunai balancing, chakra burst, which is essentially Hyuga's method of using all of their tenketsu, which enhances one's chakra control by granting access to all of their tenketsu, and many others. October 10th. The apartment of Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, well, it's 7:30 in the morning. Happy birthday, brat. Kurama uttered those words. Thank you, Kurama, Naruto exclaimed. There was a knock on the door, and Naruto recognized Hiruzen Sarutobi's, more formally known as the third Hokage, chakra signature. Hold on, Naruto yelled, hurried to the door, and grinned broadly as he opened it. Happy birthday, Naruto. How are you this lovely morning? The third Hokage said hello. I'm grateful, Grandpa. I'm doing great. What about you? Naruto said hello. Since it's your birthday, is there anything you would like me to buy? I'm doing pretty well, my boy. After observing some of Naruto's early training, which primarily consisted of physical exercises, the third Hokage inquired. I would like to visit Ichiraku for lunch. Naruto joyfully yelled the response. Well, my boy, do you have anything else in mind? We were already going to do that. Hiruzen inquired. Oh, now I know what I want. I want a book to learn how to use it and a good katana to practice with. Naruto enthusiastically replied. After Hiruzen responded, oh, but you are too young to handle a katana, so I will get you a bokken until I deem you ready for a real katana. Naruto's mood initially soured but then improved when he promised to get him a katana when he was ready. I'm grateful, Gramps, Naruto yelled. I have work to do now, so I'll see you later, my boy. Hiruzen said as he left the apartment, meet me at my tower at noon, then we'll go to Ikiraku's for lunch. As time passed, Naruto was able to purchase gravity seals from the same store where he had purchased his bokken. The proprietor treated him like a regular customer rather than ejecting him as other stores do because he didn't care that he was a Jinchuriki. November 23rd, ground 44 for training. Naruto was sweating profusely and running at a fast pace. Naruto thought in a panic, I am tired, but I can't stop now. Else I will die. Suddenly, a massive tiger leapt in front of him, encircling him on both sides. Ah shit, Naruto thought. He was escaping a tiger that had caught up to him and was circling him from a distance. Dang it, it was my last kunai, he thought as he leapt away from one of them that suddenly leapt directly at him. I advised you to always pack extra. Kurama reprimanded Naruto. This isn't the right moment. Naruto yelled in his mindscape. Naruto instinctively clasped his hands and used chakra as the other tiger leapt directly at him, bracing himself for the impact. Suddenly, a massive tree grew and tightly wrapped both tigers to prevent them from escaping. Naruto gasped a little. Phew, that was a close call, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto said, Kurama. You there, which roused Kurama from its daze. Well done. Are you aware of your recent actions? Kurama yelled. Naruto asked, startled, did I just do that? As he acknowledged the tree for the first time. You did, brat, the Mokudin is right there. When I was under Madara's control, the Kekkei Genkei defeated me and, without even trying, subdued the majority of my siblings. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, was the original source of this Kekkei Genkei. He was regarded as the most formidable ninja ever. Kurama yelled. Sheesh, this is a huge deal. Naruto exclaimed in shock. Your training for today is over, get back to training ground 25, Kurama instructed. Naruto hurried to training ground 25 after emerging from the forest of death. Please don't tell anyone else what I'm about to tell you. Kurama uttered those words. What is it about? Asked Naruto. I think you should be aware of this since you possess the Mokudin. There was a brief pause before Kurama responded. You were chosen to be sealed into me not only because you were an Uzumaki but also because the Yondaime was too noble to sacrifice anyone else's child. With a hint of optimism, Naruto said, wait, the fourth Hokage is my father. Yes, Naruto, his final wish was for you to be regarded as a hero. However, because of deceit on the part of the council to control people, they were informed of your status much earlier. Kurama responded. The Hokage has put in place a law to protect you by preventing the younger generation from learning about your status, which could give you the opportunity to make friends. Well, I'll show them they're mistaken. I'll surpass my father as a Hokage. Naruto exclaimed. Kurama grinned at Naruto's resolve. You must be related to the Senju clan since you possess the Mokudin. Tomorrow, I'll get you up at 4 in the morning so you can explore the Senju clan district. Kurama remarked. They probably have a huge library to help you with your situation. Okay, Kurama, thank you, Naruto said, grinning slightly. November 24th, 4:20 a.m. I made it here at last, Naruto thought. I seem to recall that in order to open the gates, you need some blood and chakra. If you fulfill the requirements, you can enter the district, Kurama stated. Naruto did as he was told, making it difficult for the Anbu patrolling that side of the area. Since you have to meet certain requirements in order to enter the compound, no one has been able to enter for more than 5 years. Kurama said, yes, you should place the blood there and expel chakra at that seal. Naruto unlocked the gate and opened it, then slowly closed it so it wouldn't squeak because the seals had kept it in perfect condition for more than half a century. He found the Senju clan library after navigating the area, which appeared to be quite similar to the Uchiha district with all the classical building styles. Naruto, take any seals you come across. Kurama said, use the empty scrolls to copy down the necessary things, such as elemental chakra control exercises, Mokudin jutsu, and some other jutsus that interest you. The majority of the theory behind Fuinjutsu was written by Mito and Tobarama, who were experts in that field. Kurama stressed that even though the theory was dull, it is crucial to learn it because it is the foundation of Fuinjutsu. Naruto also copied down a number of jutsus and some theories on seals and space-time jutsu. Naruto also discovered a lot of taijutsu styles that he could learn, and he was able to copy down a very interesting jutsu, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which can send back both muscle memory and memories of the clone. This can greatly aid Naruto in his training because it allows him to increase the rate at which he is learning. After swiftly copying everything he could, Naruto departed. When Naruto left the Senju district at around 9 in the morning, the Anbu patrol had somewhat decreased around the main population because the Uchiha clan police force was stationed there to protect the area and punish any crimes. As a result, it was somewhat easier to leave the area and return to his apartment without encountering any Anbu. Ground 25 for training. Naruto read to himself, okay, so I am supposed to mold my chakra like this and expel as much chakra as possible. Naruto created roughly 5 shadow clones using the cross-hand seal. After making that many clones, you would have been almost dead at first. Kurama said, you can use many high-class jutsu even though you don't need as much chakra because I taught you chakra control. Yup, was Naruto's prompt response. Kurama simply snorted at his Jinchuriki's irresponsibility. Naruto thought, this jutsu is very easy to use. The only problem is that it requires too much chakra for anyone to use, so it's not worth the chakra use for most. To balance the numbers, he created a second clone and sent them to train in the natures of the water and earth chakras. The hand signs assigned to each element can be used as stepping stones to help a beginner learn the steps to nature manipulation more quickly, but they should not be used after an initial phase as this can impede the rate of training. The absence of hand seals can also make it easier for the body to produce the specific chakra nature with just a thought, making it easier to learn that element's jutsu and to create one's own. Since the clones were unable to assist him with physical training, Naruto had to work out on his own. He went to the top of the lake and began his warm-ups. The Uchiha clan compound, 3:30 p.m. Itachi, the greatest prodigy from the Uchiha clan since Madara Uchiha, arrived at his clan compound at the age of 10 and proudly displayed his Chunin vest. Itachi graduated at the age of 8, which may not have been the youngest person to graduate from the academy, but in peaceful times, it is extremely uncommon for someone to graduate before the age of 10, let alone 8. Itachi's younger sister, Uchiha Satsuki, was regarded as above average, not to her brother's level, but definitely not weak. Although she did not learn the fireball jutsu as quickly as Itachi did, she trained for a full week and impressed her father. Why am I not able to enroll in the academy yet? I have the great fireball jutsu mastered already. Pouting, Satsuki yelled. You're too young to participate. Makoto said softly, you must wait until you are 7 years old, just like everyone else, even though you are only 5. Satsuki merely sighed. Satsuki's mood abruptly changed when Makoto said, don't get too upset, let's go get some tomatoes from the market shall we? I plan on making some tomato salad and onigiri for dinner. Come on, Satsuki shouted joyfully. 4 p.m. Ground 25 for training. Hey boss, take a look. His clones waved the leaves, which looked like rocks and were swollen with water. You ought to attempt that now without the hand seals. Naruto gave them an order. Kurama thought in amazement, what? This brat did this in a day. He is a real prodigy. Normally, this step takes a week to complete. Brat, get rid of them, and start over. Kurama thought to himself, this will make it much faster to master the nature manipulation. Naruto did that in a hurry, lost focus for a moment, and almost fell into the lake as a wave of memories hit him. Ha ha, one by one, you ought to have eliminated them. Kurama let out a laugh. You ought to have informed me. Naruto yelled at Kurama. Returning to solid ground, Naruto experimented with the leaf exercise, turning one leaf into a rock-like substance that was extremely hard and crumbly, and making another leaf swell up as a result of the water he forced into it. Naruto created 6 shadow clones and forced them to perform the exercises again, this time without using hand signals. Due to their strong affinities for the 2 chakra types, the clones struggled but managed to make some progress. Brat, you should go get some chakra paper because you might have other chakra affinities as well. Kurama told him, you can just tell the owner of that store that you're just curious. Naruto let his clones fend for themselves. The Tower of Hokage. The Uchiha clan has rallied some supporters for the coup, but my father and the majority of the elders are against it, Lord Hokage. They have been greatly agitated by the village's mistrust of the clan. Itachi scowled as he said, it's only getting worse every day. That is really worrying. You both keep me updated on all meetings pertaining to this matter, Hiruzen commanded. Indeed, Lord Hokage. Itachi and Shisui both gave salutes. Smith Higurashi. Mom, why are we here? A little miffed that they didn't go to the market to get tomatoes, Satsuki asked. Well, you wanted to begin your ninja training, didn't you? You can get what you need to get it started here, Makoto said, smiling softly. What, really? Satsuki let out a delighted squeal. You can go look around the place, just make sure you don't touch anything sharp, Makoto said. With astonishment in her eyes, Satsuki began to move through the store when she ran into someone. Hey, be careful, with a hint of rage in her voice, Satsuki spoke. You ought to be the one keeping an eye on things, right? After all, it was you who was scurrying about this shop. The person she ran into calmly responded. Even though she knew she was at fault, she refused to change her position. Oh, yes, you ought to be keeping an eye out, too. She shot back. All right, then, we were both at fault. It was a tired Naruto who ran to the markets at top speed to get some vegetables and spices to make his bland diet a little more appetizing. After all that running, he returned to the Higurashi store to do what he had come for. We both weren't concentrating on what was in front of us, the person said. Fine, snorted Satsuki. Naruto thought, geez, are all girls like that? That's how most people are feisty. Anger was a well-known trait of your mother. When he brought up Kushina, Kurama chuckled and remarked, she beat the shit out of your godfather for trying to peep on women in the hot springs. Where were you, Satsuki? Makoto asked Satsuki, I was searching everywhere for you. Hey, Mom. Satsuki grinned and said, I was just looking around the shop to see everything there is here. With a hint of melancholy, Naruto reflected, oh, that's her mother huh? It would be nice if my mom was alive. When Makoto turned to see who her daughter was speaking to, her eyes widened and softened with sadness and pity. He was a perfect replica of Minato Namikaze, the husband of her best friend. Naruto became a little defensive when Makoto looked at him in that way, but he relaxed a little but remained vigilant after noticing the sadness and sympathy in her eyes. Brat, since she is your godmother, she is aware of your parents' identities. In his mind, Kurama said, she is probably guilty for not being able to take you in. Then Naruto understood why she was staring at him with those eyes. He was a little defensive because he didn't like it when people looked at him pityingly. Curiously, Satsuki continued to watch, as if she understood that her mother knew who that boy was. Is he your friend, Satsuki? Makoto smiled and asked. No, we simply ran into each other a while back. We both became sidetracked by everything here, Satsuki remarked somewhat sheepishly. Naruto simply nodded in agreement with Satsuki's explanation. Why would he buy one at such a young age? Makoto frowned as he examined the chakra paper he was holding in his hands. It was specifically used to determine one's chakra affinity. When Naruto noticed that Makoto was examining the chakra paper he was holding, he carefully stuffed it into his pocket, bowed, and proceeded to the counter to make the payment. Well, at your age, chakra paper. For what purpose do you need it? The proprietor inquired. Naruto said, I just wanted to know what my affinity was, it's just to quench my curiosity, attempting to avoid coming across as suspicious. The proprietor nodded and sold Naruto the paper, which cost roughly 200 ryo, a high price considering how hard it is to find and how long it takes to make. Remember that you need to study Fuinjutsu theory, brat. Kurama stated, you must understand all the intricate theories behind your father's and great-grandfather's flying ray Genjutsu if you want to master it. All right. I'll send clones to investigate it, Naruto replied. You can't study with your clones too much. It is extremely detrimental to the brain to process too much information at once. It may become overstressed as a result, potentially leading to the death of some brain cells. The use of shadow clones accomplishes exactly what Kurama stated. At most, you are allowed to use 2 shadow clones for anything study-related. Using clones to train in muscle memory and chakra control requires some brain power, but primarily muscle memory and chakra, which is why using more clones for training is permitted as opposed to just studying. Naruto entered his training area with haste. I believe it's time for you to receive a training ground upgrade, Naruto. Although it may not receive many visitors, ninjas can still enter and exit the village via this route. Thus, it may be monitored, Kurama stated. Naruto questioned, what do you say then? Where should I go to train? Why don't you visit the Senju district? I'm not sure. Some leads may point to a training ground they used covertly during the Warring Clan era, when they were still engaged in combat with the Uchiha. Kurama proposed that because they used to frequently engage in combat close to what is now Konoha, they made their home there. Naruto gave in and said, all right, I'll go check it out. Since he was doing this in broad daylight, Naruto had to get what he wanted fast and leave, so he hurried to the Senju clan in secret. With a mixture of excitement and anxiety, Naruto thought, I forgot to check what my affinities were. When Naruto applied his chakra to the paper, it immediately split in two. One became soaked in water and crinkled, releasing sparks of lightning, while the other turned to dust. Your nearly inhuman affinities for earth and water are much stronger than your 2 minor affinities, which are still fairly strong in and of themselves. It's astounding how quickly those 2 elements react. Kurama exclaimed in surprise and delight. Naruto questioned. So, I should train in all those elements now? No, at least not for a while. Before beginning with your other affinities, you should have a sizable repertoire with the wood release. December 12th. The Tower of the Hokage. What should I get Naruto, I wonder? I think he deserves a real blade after assessing his level of Genjutsu proficiency. With pride in his face, Hiruzen thought, he is a true Uzumaki with the blade. He might not be able to handle something too good, so I shouldn't get it to him. Hiruzen thought to himself, I will get him a katana made with chakra metal, especially for his needs, if he shows that he is skilled enough with the blade. Oh, so much paperwork already. Just as I was considering what to get everyone for the Rinne festival, I noticed that my table was completely covered in paperwork. Hiruzen pondered fiercely. Senju Training Ground. This is the covert training area where Hashirama and his siblings receive ninja arts instruction from their father. It was behind a massive waterfall that Butsuma Senju's father had built. To ensure that only a few people found it, seals were scattered throughout this area. You have to now use the water bullet without any seals. This will improve your control over water, Kurama stated. This approach is more akin to training water and other natural releases in an unofficial manner. This can help shape a particular nature chakra considerably more quickly and effectively. Naruto was sighing with exhaustion. To make jutsu more instinctive for him, he has been focusing on its control elements. Even though he has a lot of chakra, he will be a formidable opponent if he uses it skillfully. Send some chakra to me, Naruto growled. In response, Kurama gave him a portion of his chakra. Since Naruto is still only 5 years old, he can only have restricted access to Kurama's chakra, so this type of chakra transfer is done very sparingly. To continue his exercises, Kurama will, at most, fill Naruto's chakra pool. This is how Naruto managed to stay on top of the water for so long. From now you will be training in lightning release. You may have not mastered your primary nature releases, but the lightning release can help you use the sword of the thunder god more efficiently. You are young, there is no need for you to master everything in one go, you still have many years in you to do it. Kurama stated. After the purified nine-tailed chakra entered his body, Naruto felt considerably better. Naruto practiced lightning release by creating 2 shadow clones. To hone my sword skills, I must acquire a genuine katana. Since the Kiba blades are much too large for me, I can't just use them right away, it will be too difficult. Do you believe I can afford it? Naruto inquired. You can, but did you forget the 3rd Hokage will buy a real katana when you are skilled enough with the bokken? Kurama inquired. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about it. Naruto thought to himself, I should ask him when I meet him next time. Some Naruto clones were engaged in a variety of activities a short distance away. One was climbing a tree, another was reading a book on Fuinjutsu, one was performing the 2nd stage of water manipulation, which involved gathering a large supply of water and shaping it into unusual structures, and one was performing the 2nd stage of stone manipulation, which involved turning loose soil into hardened mud. One was training in the Senju stance, which was taught to young Senjus as a foundational stance to help them in battle and to customize their stance. With his seals on, Naruto himself began to run at his fastest pace. He can run at his maximum speed continuously for about 20 minutes, which is an incredible accomplishment for anyone. The majority of Chunin can only run for approximately 4 minutes at their maximum speed. Few people have the endurance to run at such high speeds. Naruto was just as quick as some of the village's top genin. The Tower of Hokage. We saw what Kumo did just 2 years back. To date, many of our clients think we chickened out, we have to show that we are still the strongest village. Danzo stated. Hiruzen sarcastically shot back, what do you suggest? Start another war. We can't afford another war Danzo, we lack the number of ninjas. There is only so much that our quality ninjas can do. We don't have another yellow flash, we lost 2 of our Sannin, one of which is a traitor. We have enemies everywhere, just one conflict can start the next war. Hiruzen grumbled. Danzo merely scoffed. Danzo mockingly said, so what do you suggest then? Wait, making the word wait seem unnecessary. We should increase our numbers by letting in more of the youth to the academy and lower the standards a bit. This can make sure some of the ones who have good chances of being ninjas become ninjas. This won't dampen the truly skilled students because they will get special training from the instructors to enhance their skills. Hiruzen, attempting to achieve the best possible result. He is aware that there will be a slight increase in ninja deaths, but it is still preferable to a full-scale conflict with other ninja villages. Students who rank in the top 5 percentile of students will receive this extra instruction. The Senju training ground. I believe it's sufficient training for today, Naruto reflected. Kurama remarked, it's already evening. Kurama said, I have another thing to train you in, which caught Naruto's attention. What is it? Naruto inquired. I will be training you to use your chakra to produce fear in others. This is called killing intent. Kurama stated. How should I train for it? What? He inquired. You will first experience it to see how it feels. This can help you know what you have to do. If I constantly flood you with my killing intent, you can build resistance to it. This can stop you from hesitating to do what's necessary or let the enemy use a genjutsu to get through you while your mind is at its weakest. I can only do so much with the seal still locking most of my powers. You will have to work on your genjutsu resistivity yourself. Kurama continued. In order to mentally prepare himself for the pressure Kurama was going to put on him, Naruto entered his head. Are you ready, brat? Inquired Kurama. Was Naruto's determined reply. Kurama unleashed a portion of his chakra on Naruto. Naruto's skin turned pale, his pupils contracted, his eyes widened, and he collapsed onto one knee. Kurama stopped intending to kill, saying, what you are experiencing is just a fraction of my chakra. Only your parents, Hashirama, Madara, and Mito were able to handle my full pressure. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he was going to throw up in his head. Go back and train on it with your shadow clone. You should by the end of this month be able to make any Chunin tremble in fear, Kurama instructed. Naruto returned to reality and gave it a try. Training proceeded as usual. Naruto has come a long way, but he still has a long way to go. He was about to be accepted into the academy because he had just turned 7. The academy's standards have dropped a lot, Kurama said. Of course, we are not at war, unlike during the times my parents were at, replied Naruto. Kurama sneered. The entrance exam was based on a person's mental and physical skills. Go back, Hiruzen gently inquired, so are you prepared for the academy? Yup, Naruto replied with a chirp. Given Naruto's enthusiasm for the academy, Hiruzen inquired inquisitively, so what's your plan for the academy? Well, I will try being the dead last since I don't want others to know what I am fully capable of, replied Naruto. A little perplexed, Hiruzen said, oh, why is that? Didn't you want others to recognize you? I don't want to paint a target on myself yet. I will show my skills once I am a ninja. Being deceptive is the first lesson for a ninja after all, replied Naruto. Hiruzen was shocked by this response because, although Naruto was quite mature for his age, he didn't anticipate it would be to this degree. Very well then, but make sure you don't fail any subjects. Just the bare minimum will do, Hiruzen smiled in response. Fine Gramps. It's time for ramen. Naruto cried out in delight that Hiruzen had accepted his decision. Flashback end. Brat, I feel as if something is wrong now in the village. To be precise, the Uchiha clan has been very suspicious and the village is ostracizing them as well. This might be concerning the fact that I was controlled by Uchiha being spread around the village like a wildfire, Kurama stated with worry. After all, this suspicious behavior from such a strong clan raises serious concerns. What action do you want me to take? Naruto inquired. I feel you are proficient enough with what I have been teaching you. You might not know this, but I can gather nature chakra for you, making it more combat ready. You can use the sage mode used by Hashirama to completely mask your chakra presence. Combined with the chameleon jutsu, you will be able to spy on any target without notice, making you the best infiltrator. The only ones who can find you are the ones with visual powers with the ability to see all your chakra pathways, which only the highest form of Sharingan when activated can do. Most likely no one will be going around flashing that stage of the Sharingan in the village, so you will be safe to spy on them. Kurama spoke quickly. Damn, who should I spy on, though? Satsuki. Naruto retorted, she is only my age, so she probably isn't involved in whatever is going on. From what you have seen and heard, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan has recently got into the Anbu Black Ops. Maybe tailing him in the clan can help you find something out. Kurama replied. Alright, I'll try to follow him around, Naruto said somewhat reluctantly. Before the academy even began, he didn't want to spy on his future classmate. When Naruto got to work, he approached the Uchiha clan to search for the individuals he was searching for. The Uchiha elders, Shisui, Itachi, and Fugaku himself were among his targets. That chakra, that one possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kurama exclaimed, startled and furious. That's Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan. It appears that he also possesses a lot of chakra, Naruto said. You should only follow him where others are, this will ensure that he won't just go around flashing the Mangekyo. But I don't think this will be the correct time to go around him. I say that you should wait until the two Uchihas are around. They might act as double agents, or at the least might be spying on the village. But I don't think that old monkey would have noticed that the Uchiha clan members seem off. This might enforce my theory on at least one of the two Anbu being a double agent. Kurama replied with squinted eyes. Yes, but when do you think those two will arrive? Naruto inquired. They are from the Anbu, but considering what's going on now, they won't be going on missions that last more than a week. So I say they would be out of the village for a week at max, Kurama responded. Naruto let out a sigh. Itachi poked Satsuki in the forehead, and she pouted and exclaimed, "Ah! Big brother. Looks like you got lucky brat, Itachi himself is here," said Kurama. Naruto put on a mask he made himself using a few simple seals to hide his face from his adversaries and targets. After using his chameleon jutsu, Naruto hid. Tobirama created this jutsu specifically to combat the Uchiha, and Jiraiya, who received it from Hiruzen, frequently used it. In order to avoid being detected by chakra sensors, Kurama was already giving Naruto the nature chakra. Naruto spied on Itachi all day long. Itachi was merely training and engaging in typical teenage activities. He spent time with an Izumi Uchiha, went grocery shopping for his mother, trained in the Uchiha training fields, and so on. Itachi was suddenly approached by a crow carrying a brief message. Itachi's eyes became worried as he read it, and he turned to face the Nakano River. Naruto tried to keep up with Itachi as he followed him over there. At last Itachi came to a small cliff. And there was Shisui, covered in blood and missing one eye. Naruto's eyes widened, but he refrained from speaking. Danzo attacked me. He said that my plan to stop the Uchiha coup would not succeed and only his method would be followed. The Hokage doesn't have much leverage over the elders now, Shisui said with a slight grin. Your right eye, Itachi exclaimed worriedly. I know, Danzo took it. You must be the one to kill me, Itachi, you must awaken your Mangekyo. This way you can protect our clan and the village, Shisui gasped. Itachi's worried eyes grew wide. Look, I don't have much time left. One of Danzo's cronies was an Aburame, he has poisoned me. It's already too late for me. Take my left eye, it's much superior compared to the one Danzo managed to take from me. You are the only hope for the village, Itachi, Shisui said, focusing on the summoned shrieking bird. He forced Itachi to fall off the cliff by taking his hands. Shisui! Exclaimed Itachi. Itachi gradually transformed his eyes into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Kurama's words, that brat has the Mangekyo now. Yes, we now understand the situation between the village and the Uchiha. This is really worrying. It appears that Gramps is also aware of the situation, Naruto remarked. You should be very cautious of the Uchihas, they might try to get you to get me. If the Uchiha head says he has the Mangekyo, the clan might push him to use me as a weapon. Kurama was grinning. Naruto scowled too. Before he could see Naruto, Itachi switched off his Mangekyo. After realizing that Itachi had turned off those eyes, Naruto fled as quickly as he could because he had witnessed too much. Because he had to maintain the chameleon jutsu for almost half a day, Naruto was mentally exhausted and under a lot of stress. Both focus and chakra are heavily depleted by the jutsu. It appears that the Uchiha will probably be massacred. Naruto thought, I hope Itachi at least spares the innocent. Kurama sneered. In general, he disliked Uchihas. Tomorrow you will be training on how to use the Sage mode while moving. This was the reason Hashirama was known to be very powerful. A sage who can gather sage chakra while moving, and without any summons. Without me you will still be struggling with the first step, Kurama stated, attempting to change the subject. All right, Naruto said. April 20th. Panicked, Naruto yelled, oh, it's time for me to go to the academy. I only have 10 minutes left to go there. And bolted from the Senju training ground. To avoid raising any suspicions, he traveled around the village a little before arriving there at full speed. I'm on time, Naruto pondered in relief. In his grandfatherly voice, Hiruzen greeted everyone, saying, today marks the beginning of the Academy's year for new young aspiring students to begin their ninja training. Everyone was grinning as they listened to him. The new pupils were ecstatic. In order to avoid drawing too much attention from the parents, Naruto listened to him in a private setting. Is that something I must do? Kurama was questioned by Naruto. Kurama exclaimed, yes, if you don't, kiss your training goodbye. All right, Naruto said. Shortly after Hiruzen finished speaking, the academy teachers yelled at the students in charge. Naruto Uzumaki, exclaimed Iruka Yumino, looks like you got into the class of the clan heirs. That's some good catch we got, Kurama exclaimed. At the end, Naruto said with a hint of melancholy, yes, I can see why I was put in that class. After all, I am a clan heir as well, even though both of my clans are extinct. Iruka led Naruto to his designated class. He looked at his classmates. Most of them weren't particularly noteworthy, but they all knew one another. He and Satsuki are the only exceptions. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, as well as Choji Akamichi and Shikamaru Nara, were very close. The Hyuga clan heiress, Hinata Hyuga, was by herself, trailing Iruka with a shy gaze. Hiba Inuzuka was bragging about his skills, and it appeared that most people were aware of him and his abilities. Satsuki was responding to everyone who spoke to her in a courteous but brief manner. The others weren't worth paying attention to because they didn't appear to be very skilled and weren't the offspring of Konoha's superiors. So, that boy is in my class. In any case, since I am his instructor, I ought to treat him professionally. He is my student first and foremost, Iruka reflected, considering Naruto. They all introduced themselves and shared their goals with me when classes began. The entire class burst out laughing when Naruto yelled that he wanted to be Hokage. 5 p.m. At last, they are releasing us. Naruto pondered in relief. Not much happened there. After demonstrating some ninjutsu and taijutsu moves, Iruka gave the class free rein to do as they pleased. He sat next to Choji and Shikamaru, who were each taking care of their own needs, such as eating and sleeping, and he didn't say much. Iruka wanted to see what kind of people his students were, so he let them do whatever they wanted. He was a little anxious about teaching the majority of the clan heirs because he knew they were in his class. After all, his goal was to make them the best ninjas in the world. Naruto was evaluating and listening to what the other students were discussing because he was utterly bored and didn't find much amusement in what Iruka initially demonstrated. Look at that loser. My dad tells me not to talk to him unless it's necessary because he might spread his stupidity to others, and my mom told me not to be friends with him, were some of the statements made about him. Naruto simply scowled at those remarks, but he was good at hiding it. Since Satsuki was a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, a few of the boys made an effort to talk to her in an attempt to get to know her. However, as the icy Uchiha, she either ignored them or gave a courteous response. Iruka made sure to be extremely discreet while taking notes on them. Shikamaru and Naruto were the only ones who noticed. They were instructed by Iruka and, subsequently, Mizuki, his assistant, on what they were expected to learn in the academy and what they would be doing on a daily basis. Since half of the 42 students in the class were from purely civilian backgrounds, many people had many questions about the topic, so this part took a while. Naruto was aware that some of the students would drop out of the academy due to fear of becoming ninjas or because their parents would not let them continue. Naruto merely took a quick look at the parents picking up their kids. He could hear their conversation. A random woman asked, "Why would they allow someone like him near our kids?" Makoto simply scowled at the situation. When Naruto realized no one was around, he simply ran away, racing full speed to his training ground. Makoto looked at the running Naruto and thought, I know you would be very disappointed in me for not taking care of your son, Kushina. Satsuki simply stared at Makoto inquisitively, wondering why her mother was staring at Naruto with sorrow while the others were staring at him with mistrust and contempt. Senju training facilities. Now, it's time that you finally start learning Mokudin. You have trained your affinities to a suitable level for it, Kurama stated. All right, then. As he opened one of the scrolls containing a simple technique for learning Mokudin manipulation, Naruto pondered. You will need to utilize chakra to grow a tree. The catch is that there must be very little life in the seed, or it must be very old. This makes it difficult, if not impossible, to grow it on its own. However, the seed can be revitalized and made to grow by using Mokudin chakra. However, the seed may explode, burn, inflate with water, or simply dry out even more if a lot of chakra gets inside it. To complete the exercise, he created 6 clones. We will have to keep an eye on Itachi Uchiha as much as possible. We need to know what will happen to keep knowledge on him. There is a Mokudin jutsu called the transmission wood which can let you track one wherever they go. You should learn it right after completing this training, Kurama stated. All right, Kurama, Naruto remarked. He began his training right away. At most, Naruto can use Sage for 20 seconds. Since it isn't useful in combat, he can only use it when Kurama is assisting him. As a result, Naruto's Sage mode training will be discontinued for a few years in order to allow his chakra reserves to increase sufficiently to support it for longer periods of time. Naruto yelled, "Grr, why is this so hard?" with rage. It was now around 9 o'clock in the evening, and he had been doing this exercise since returning from the academy. With the aid of his clones, he was able to produce a tiny sprout during that period. Kurama laughed. "Looks like we found something which is difficult for you to do," he said. "Don't worry, brat, Hashirama was as good as he was in Mokudin because of his Sage mode. If you practice this exercise to a sufficient level, you can multiply its power by tenfold without losing control while using Sage mode." Kurama replied. Naruto gave in and said, "All right," in a sour tone. "Don't get grumpy on me, brat, else I will increase your training tenfold," warned Kurama. "When did I get grumpy?" Naruto shot back, trembling. Kurama simply scoffed at Naruto's immature actions. July 4th. They have school this Saturday, which makes being a senior awful. Naruto grinned as he thought. The fact that he had no classes on Saturday made Naruto happy. "I've finished the damned Mokudin exercise at last." Naruto was relieved that he had finished this training. With 6 clones training non-stop for more than a month, he was able to grow an entire tree using only chakra. He had to focus far too much to accomplish that. To use Mokudin jutsu more quickly and with less chakra, he needs to practice it more so that he can do it instinctively. Now it's time that you start learning that jutsu. We have to keep tabs on the Uchihas after all," Kurama replied. The seals are boar and snake. I have to mold chakra like this into a seed," Naruto murmured. "We can input the range and how long the seed lasts depending on the chakra used," Naruto reasoned. This means perfecting my control over this jutsu can prolong the time the jutsu lasts by huge margins," Naruto thought to himself. Kurama exulted. This means more training." "Ah, man," groaned Naruto. He spent the entire day honing that jutsu. Once he mastered the jutsu, he sent a clone that was designed to watch Itachi and plant the tracking seed on him at the appropriate moment. Since Itachi was a light sleeper, the clone found it difficult, but it was accomplished. July 5th. Naruto shouted, "Wood style! Wooden pillar jutsu!" and several pillars sprouted from the ground. "Ah, this was easy!" exclaimed Naruto. As Kurama put it, this was easy because it's just a C-rank jutsu. Naruto merely scoffed. Kurama questioned, "So what was that Uchiha brat doing?" He must ask Naruto what's happening outside because he is unable to recall the memories of Naruto's clones. Naruto explained, "Well, he was learning how to use the Tsukiyomi, the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan." That's the Genjutsu which lets the user take the one affected into their mindscape and torture or pass on intel to an enemy or ally," Kurama replied. 1 second in the outside world can be equal to 3 days in that jutsu. It puts a lot of strain on the user. But there is a next stage, which lets the user nullify most of the bad effects and even decrease the amount of chakra used for that specific jutsu. There are many more benefits like a much higher chakra reserve too for that stage, but for one to achieve that stage, he or she has to take the Mangekyo Sharingan of one of their direct family, like their siblings, grandparents, parents, children. This stage of the Sharingan was achieved by only one, and that was Madara Uchiha. This made him one of the most revered ninja besides Hashirama Senju, Kurama said. Naruto muttered, "Whoa, that's dark," with a somewhat dejected expression because it meant that one of the founders had even gone so far as to use a pair of their own direct kinzais to gain power. "Well, since we are on that topic, you should learn high-level Genjutsu since it will let you know the intricacies behind Genjutsu. This can help you handle against a Genjutsu like Tsukiyomi, or even counter it, which will make the Sharingan completely voided against us. This can help you counter the Uchiha who caused your parents' deaths," Kurama stated. When Naruto learned of his parents' passing, he clenched his hands. Naruto said, but what should I start on?" "Well, from what I remembered from the Senju library, The Bringer of Darkness jutsu could be a good jutsu, although it's a high-level jutsu that takes a lot of time to use. It was made by Tobirama, specifically to counter the Uchiha's Sharingan. It can completely blind one where they can't even see their own hands or body. This jutsu is also a tough one to break out of, so your enemies will be sitting ducks for you, Kurama replied. Naruto thought, wow, my old man was very keen on countering the Uchihas. Of course, at the time of his birth, the Senju and Uchiha were eternal enemies. They were the two strongest clans in the entire world and had been rivals ever since the time of my birth. The reason why Senjus are not around the village is mainly because they are either dead or have very diluted Senju blood like you, replied Kurama. Naruto thoughtfully replied, this is why we produce a lot of ninjas with huge potential every year. They have the blood of the Senju. Ding ding ding, you got it right, brat. Nearly half of the Jonin are descendants of Senjus, said Kurama. Damn. Then, Naruto thought, I have a lot of relatives. Kurama retorted, yes, but even they don't know who their relatives are. Some don't even know they are descendants of the Senjus since Senjus were targeted during the ninja wars. Oh, Naruto whispered. Naruto went back to training. August 9th, AD 1366. Konoha, headquarters of Root. You have to do this by the end of this week. This should be dealt with as soon as possible. If you choose to side with the opposition, then the village will take care of the traitorous clan no matter the cost. You must know what is the cost of your choices, Danzo said with a firm tone. Itachi responded sternly, I accept under the condition that Satsuki gets to live, because Satsuki was the person he cared about the most and he didn't want her to be involved in this because she was innocent. Danzo stated calmly, very well then, you have time till Saturday, no later, as though he were discussing the weather rather than eradicating a whole clan. Whoa, that was accepted by Itachi. He would most likely be the greatest candidate to be the fifth Hokage if the Uchihas weren't repulsive, Naruto thought. Since his clone couldn't sustain Sage Mode for very long, it had disintegrated, indicating that Naruto himself needed to attend this crucial meeting. Never thought such a time like this would come. How the mighty has fallen, Kurama replied. Naruto gave a nod of approval. Itachi hurried off, and Naruto did the same, building a clone to watch over the Uchiha clan and alert them if something untoward occurred. I don't have a good idea about what Danzo is about to do after Itachi's mission. Most likely he will try getting all the Sharingan of the fallen. Kurama thought to himself. What? Why would he require an additional Sharingan? He already has Shisui's Mangekyo, doesn't he? What? Naruto asked. What I think Danzo is trying to achieve is immortality. The Sharingan, no matter what stage, can give you complete immunity for nearly a minute. Might increase if you have enough chakra or if it's the eternal Mangekyo, but it's just a theory that can explain the reason why the masked Uchiha is Madara since he had only one Sharingan when he fought your father. Back to the topic, the jutsu that gives you that kind of immortality is Izanagi. If you time it perfectly by coding the correct instructions to it, then it will execute a powerful genjutsu which will make you revert to how you were back when you first used the Izanagi. The only way for you to counter it is to kill that person thrice or kill them so fast that they won't be able to activate the jutsu. But if you had a Sharingan of your own, you can use its counter, but you sadly lack both the Sharingan and the knowledge of how to use it. Kurama spoke. It's just too good, Naruto answered. The Uchihas used it to counter any traps placed by the enemy by reviving the dead Uchiha who have fallen for the traps. Kurama went on. But being the power-hungry fools they were, they all used Izanagi to become the leader of the clan, but one used Izanami and stopped the bloodshed. Since then, those two jutsus were forbidden. A jutsu forbidden even by the Uchihas, Kurama said, chuckling at his final joke. Ironically, the Uchihas, who would stop at nothing to gain power, would ban a jutsu that could turn the tide of war. This only served to highlight their partial awareness of their own vulnerability. What should I do, then, when Itachi destroys his clan? With a serious expression, Naruto inquired. Well, I want you to be collecting all those eyes. We don't want them to fall into the wrong hands, do we? Replied Kurama. How are we going to accomplish that? We don't have the resources to do it, after all, Naruto remarked. Kurama replied, naming the herbs. It's quite easy. Just collect these herbs, and make a solution out of it. With that, you can store all of them in a time-based storage scroll. It can stop the eyes from degrading, Kurama said. Kurama's deadpan reply, these herbs might be in the Senju clan district since your clan is known for its medical arts, made Naruto look foolish. Naruto and his clones worked all night to create the Sharingan's herbal remedies. He estimated that 320 of the 834 Uchihas had the Sharingan. You should be careful of the female Uchiha, she has the potential to awaken the Mangekyo. If she managed to possess her brother's eyes, she would be the second coming of Madara, Kurama stated with a serious expression. I should try stopping her from going too far into the darkness, I will keep an eye on her for now, said Naruto. Good, now it's time for you to sleep, it's already midnight now, Kurama said, attempting to put Naruto to sleep. Fine, Naruto said, he had used the solution to create about 400 of those containers. He most likely had 2 days to finish this. Naruto felt that there was a problem with the water he was about to drink before bed. Kurama even attested to it. Naruto used his knowledge to analyze it. It's probably water that has been tainted by something. Naruto pondered, probably the Foundation or Itachi's doing. Kurama agreed with Naruto's theory, saying, yeah, that's plausible. Most Uchihas with the Sharingan are about Jonin level. He may be around a Kage in strength, but there is no way that Itachi could take them all out without external help. Naruto thought, there is no way that Itachi can kill a whole clan, let alone a founding one. Well, you should drink the water from the Senju training grounds instead of this one. Kurama stated, the quality of the water there is better than the one you get. Since most of them were neutral toward him, Naruto lived near the outskirts of the village, close to the Uchiha clan compound. This arrangement was made for his protection, but now that the Uchihas were at odds with the village, it became the exact opposite of what they wanted. After that, Naruto simply went to sleep because he needed to get water from the Senju district in order to drink it tomorrow, so he had to get up early. As Naruto grew drowsy, he thought, I will make sure to seal some water so I don't have to go fetch water every time I need it. August 11th, 9:17 a.m. We shall move tonight, Itachi declared. All right, I'll help you as agreed. I'll assist you in destroying the Uchiha clan because I have another objective, and I want you to keep your eyes closed for that, a deep voice answered. So I am not to use my Sharingan against whatever you are planning, Itachi answered. Yes, and I promise not to murder your younger sister. The man replied, I have no use for a child without the Sharingan. Naruto had a chance to examine him closely and, based on Kurama's description, he was able to make a reasonable guess as to who he might be. Do you believe that's meant to reassure me, Madara? Itachi spoke in a monotone. If you need refuge, you can join my organization, the masked Uchiha who turned out to be Madara said. Your company? Itachi asked. The Akatsuki, replied the purported Madara. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought, so he is the Uchiha who ripped you out of my mom. Looks like you will have to watch out for him, he might be after the Sharingan eyes as well, warned Kurama. With some concern, Naruto reflected, it just got a whole lot trickier. Itachi and the masked Uchiha both vanished. Kurama said gravely, it looks like it's going to happen tonight, so you'll need to get ready. Naruto simply nodded in agreement and hurried to his apartment to gather some supplies in case he had to fight 2 S-rank ninjas. He will use Kurama's chakra to retreat if necessary. Konoha, district of Uchiha, 9 p.m. It appears that Itachi used a poison that only takes effect after a few days, Naruto thought, noting that the majority of Uchiha were ill as a result of the contaminated water. This is what's like being a ninja, preparing ahead for everything keeps you alive, Kurama stated. As Naruto slowly put on his mask, he thought, well, I have been watching the Anbu patrols, and from what I've heard, Danzo changed it so no Anbu will be here for the next 3 hours max. The mask was blank, but it had seals to make it Byakugan and Sharingan proof. Naruto counted, well, let's see, I have about 20 gravity seals, 30 flash bombs, and 30 paper bombs. He had to use them carefully because it had to be extremely covert that someone other than Itachi was present. 10:23 p.m. Itachi was brutal and displayed some emotion when he killed his lover by putting her in Tsukiyomi, but he persisted despite Naruto's desire to throw up after seeing the entire massacre. Naruto proceeded to gather the Sharingan right away. Based on his observations, Madara would likely be in the vicinity of the police force, where the majority possess the Sharingan. He had dispatched a few clones there to let him know whether Madara was awakening or where he was. He had gathered 342 Sharingan before the clone assigned to watch Madara dispelled the line for him to run for, and he remained hidden until Madara had left the area. Oh no, I misjudged Danzo, it appears that he had already gathered the Sharingan here. Madara remarked angrily, he has about 408 Sharingan, Naruto's eyes widened. He was extremely fortunate not to be noticed by either party, as he had not anticipated Root's presence. Danzo's here too, looks like he got 66 Sharingan. Naruto thought, a little alarmed. Danzo can only have so many Sharingans on him at once, so don't worry, brat. Only if he keeps running away will he be bothersome to kill, Kurama attempted to reassure him. This meant that, excluding the ones they had prior to the massacre, Naruto had 342 Sharingan, Danzo had 66 Sharingan, and Madara had 228 Sharingan. 11:23 p.m. Naruto checked Satsuki's condition and said, "Whoa, do you think we should help her? You should try using one of the Genjutsu tags you have with you, it can cut back on the psychological effects of the Tsukiyomi to a certain extent," Kurama stated. Naruto thought in amazement, damn, my old man is good against the Uchihas. His great-grandfather's inventions had repeatedly solved many of his problems. She won't be significantly impacted because we erased the majority of the memories of the Genjutsu, negating the psychological harm caused by the Tsukiyomi. The Anbu may come here at any moment, so you should leave now. Kurama stated in a rushed tone that Naruto needed to flee immediately because the Anbu might soon become involved. There is so much that Hiruzen can do to delay the Anbu from going behind Itachi's ass. Bypassing the Foundation Anbu, who was perplexed as to why there were so many Uchihas without eyes, Naruto ran like there was no tomorrow. However, I still believe that I should have completed the task more quickly because there are simply too many Sharingan on both sides to ignore. In a practical sense, they have achieved their objectives. They won't perish 66 times. More than they would ever require. When Naruto arrived at his apartment, he became enraged. All I did was prevent them from doing anything. They still have enough Sharingan to pursue their goals. We have two near immortals to battle. You told me the counters are almost unachievable. Once one eye is used up, they can simply program those eyes to activate Izanagi right away. And I have the most Sharingan here, completely useless. Without the sound seals, the loud noise he was making would have awakened everyone in his neighborhood, Naruto said angrily. You won't be fighting them anytime soon, so don't worry, brat. To discover its weaknesses, you try experimenting with those eyes. Tobirama never had the chance to discover the contents of the Sharingan. You can defeat the Uchihas at a level greater than your ancestors if you are aware of this, Kurama remarked, soothing Naruto a little. He believes that Madara Uchiha is the greatest danger to Konoha and himself, so he will benefit greatly from understanding the basics of the Sharingan. By thwarting the Sharingan's ability to predict, he can significantly reduce the Sharingan user's energy. Naruto is already op, so I won't give him a Sharingan. The date was April 12, 1371, 8:30 a.m., Konoha Academy. Hey, fool, I'll be sitting next to Satsuki, so move your ass. Since Kiba was the second strongest taijutsu practitioner after Satsuki, most people just forfeit. However, when he fights friends like Choji and Shino, he does go easy on them. Kiba said this to a random civilian student, who obediently left. Even though he is a skilled taijutsu practitioner, his poor academic performance has kept him in the lower half of the class in terms of overall rankings. Iruka walked into their class. Slow down, I'll be taking attendance. Iruka gave the order, but no one seemed to hear, so he tried again. Sit down now and shut the hell up. Iruka used his unique big head jutsu to yell. Iruka began by taking attendance, but when he called out Naruto's name, nobody responded. Oh no, he's running late again, Iruka whispered. Just 10 minutes ago, Naruto, who had just finished painting the Hokage mountain with vivid neon paint, thought with delight, such idiots the Anbu are. He then began to flee in order to avoid being discovered. Ha 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 ha, after seeing your father's face, the old monkey will have a priceless expression. Kurama grinned broadly. I know right, Naruto grinned in response. Hokage, Lord, the Hokage mountain has been desecrated by Naruto. With panic, one Chunin said. Hiruzen's brow went up. To see what Naruto did, he climbed to the roof. The first Hokage's face was made to appear more bizarre and humorous, with blood dripping from his nose and an odd, almost perverse smile spreading across his face as he blushed brightly. The second Hokage's face had changed even more strangely, with Sharingan in place of his pupils where his usual expression was one of stern calculation. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, also had his face altered, with blood dripping from his nose and an exaggerated grin on the old Hokage's face. The most startling change, however, was to the face of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. His hair was painted a bright, almost neon yellow, making him appear even more vibrant than usual, and, like the others, he had a blush and blood dripping from his nose. The whisker-like marks on his cheeks were exactly the same as Naruto's, confirming the obvious connection. Hee. Naruto seems to have exceeded his own expectations, Hiruzen remarked, smiling as he examined each monument closely, and then it dawned on him. When he saw the fourth face in the mountain, the marking on the fourth Hokage's face was identical to Naruto's, and his eyes grew as big as dinner plates. Hiruzen thought in shock, wait, does he know of his connection to Minato? I have to get that mess cleaned up right away so the village can move around. Hiruzen gave the order. Additionally, it is crucial that Naruto remain unharmed in my office once the academy concludes. One of Hiruzen's Anbu was ordered. At the moment, hi, Sensei Iruka, Naruto greeted Iruka with a wave. Grr, you're running late, Iruka yelled. Naruto said, sorry about that, and moved to his usual spot in the last row. Iruka just marked him present. Everyone is tense right now because the graduation test is about to begin. Well, based on my total score, I need to score roughly average in order to pass as the dead last and not fail as the dead last, Naruto reasoned. Naruto thought, somewhat dejectedly, I guess scoring well in everything will be the only way I pass. It appears that he failed to take into consideration the change they made for academics when he was a final year student. This is mostly the council's fault, they wanted more civilians to join the forces. Kurama replied. Although he didn't have to be the best, Naruto could be if he so desired, so he wasn't overly concerned. Students were given test sheets to complete by Iruka and Mizuki. Everyone began to respond, and Mizuki tried not to smile when he gave Naruto his paper. He knew that Naruto would fail because he couldn't physically create a clone. Even if he got a perfect score on the remaining tests, his incapacity to perform the clone jutsu and his remaining grades would disqualify him from being a genin. 12:30 p.m. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka yelled. Mizuki's eyes gleamed evilly. Without using any hand signals, Naruto executed the transformation jutsu, transforming into a blonde, nude woman who resembled him if he had been a girl. They were both propelled by the blood that poured from them. After that, Naruto swiftly moved to a chair close to where they had fallen. Naruto, Iruka yelled angrily. Jutsu cloning. There appeared 3 identical clones, Naruto remarked. Iruka's irate face changed to one of surprise and then joy. After being taken aback, Mizuki became enraged. He did a good job of hiding it, but Naruto could sense his hatred. Naruto, congratulations on your graduation. Iruka spoke proudly. Iruka smiled. I will treat you to some Ichirakus tonight at 8 p.m., don't be late, she said. Naruto nodded and grinned. Naruto walked out of the classroom and into the academy, where everyone was joyfully wearing their forehead protectors while with their parents. Mizuki said, Hey Naruto, I have something to say to you, follow me, as she made her way to a remote location. Sensei, what is it? Naruto inquired. You performed fairly well on the final exam, but your class ranking is currently at the bottom due to your poor prior performance. However, obtaining the Scroll of Seals in the Hokage Tower is a secret test that you must pass in order to win Rookie of the Year. Mizuki replied, all you have to do is what's given in the scroll and follow its instructions carefully. Naruto appeared extremely pleased in response. Naruto hurried away, beaming. Mizuki smirked evilly at that. Mizuki thought, that demon doesn't know what's going to get him. At Naruto's residence, Mr. Anbu, is there anything I can do for you? After determining whether the Anbu was from Root or the official one, Naruto asked. The Anbu was rather tall, had brown hair, and had a very fit body and not too thin, but not too muscular. I am here to escort you to the Hokage's office, the Anbu said in a monotonous manner. Naruto's body flickered to the Hokage's office as Anbu touched him. Tower of Hokage. Hey, folks, Naruto welcomed the Hokage. Hi Naruto, how was your test performance? Hiruzen asked in a tone reminiscent of a grandfather. He gave the Anbu a covert signal to leave his office. I performed well on the exam. Jovially, Naruto replied. The silencing seal was activated by Hiruzen. Oh, that's good, Hiruzen said, grinning like a father. Am I not here because of the trick I performed with the Hokage mountain? Naruto inquired. That is correct, Hiruzen stated somberly. To be honest, how could people fail to notice how much my father and I looked alike? With just 3 whisker marks on each cheek, I am an exact replica of him, Naruto remarked gravely. Slowly, Hiruzen exhaled smoke from his pipe. I am also aware of the Nine Tails' presence within me. I was able to refresh my knowledge of Jinchuriki because I am somewhat proficient in ninjutsu. With a hint of melancholy, Naruto remarked, I know I am not the Nine Tails itself, but its host, but it's pretty hard when people see me as a ticking time bomb or even as the Nine Tails itself. He huffed out a massive plume of smoke, his age giving out as he listened to Naruto in silence. Hiruzen knew he had made a lot of mistakes with Naruto, so the least he could do was. The least I can do is give you some of Minato's and Kushina's inheritance, but please do keep quiet about your relation towards them still, you will have to be Chunin if you want to inherit their names, Hiruzen stated. But why don't you give it your all? Naruto inquired. It's because it will raise suspicions among the populace who are keeping track on your parents' accounts, but don't worry, you will get it once you reveal your parentage, Hiruzen stated. That will be very beneficial to me. I can say that I am about Chunin in strength because I have watched a lot of ninjas and have somewhat imitated their training. I even picked up the shadow clone jutsu by watching someone practice it. I do not have enough theoretical understanding of the majority of what I have learned, but I believe that will change once I begin moving up the ranks, Naruto retorted. The fact that Naruto was already that strong without assistance means that he has a lot of potential left to be exploited. Hiruzen was planning on a different team for him, specifically a tracking squad because of his excellent stealth skills, but based on what he could infer from what Naruto gave out, he is best suited for an assault team. This also worked out well because Kakashi did want Minato's son to join his team. Hiruzen didn't sense any lies from him, and he had seen Naruto's abilities in Genjutsu, so it wasn't all that surprising. So, who do you anticipate joining your team? Hiruzen inquired, somewhat interested in what Naruto would think. I believe that a heavy assault squad made up of Sakura Haruno and Satsuki Uchiha would be my best fit. One is the best support type because she has the best chakra control, and the other is a valuable ninjutsu and genjutsu expert because she has the ability to awaken the Sharingan. I have a lot of chakra reserves, so I can use a lot of jutsu at once without any problems. Even though the team's dynamics may be off, if we are at least on the same page, which we are, then we should make a great team, Naruto replied. Well, Hiruzen thought, just the team I thought of. Very well then, I will take that into consideration, Hiruzen answered. Naruto grinned. Oh, I forgot to mention that Mizuki wants me to steal the seal scroll as a test. Naruto handed the scroll with instructions on it and remarked, he even gave me this. The best course of action for me is to finish this assignment. However, it would be greatly appreciated if you could send an Anbu as support, Naruto stated. Mizuki is one of the strongest Chunin they have in the village, so it can put pressure on Naruto to use more of his arsenal. Hiruzen thought about the information and advice Naruto had given him and decided that sending an Anbu with Naruto would be a good idea because his life wouldn't be in much danger. Alright, so I'll send the Anbu code named Nico, who will be your superior on this mission. The ranking will be determined by the mission's outcome. Since the difficulty is so low, it's currently a low-risk B-rank mission, Hiruzen stated. I'm grateful, Gramps. I promise not to let you down. Naruto gave an enthusiastic response. Naruto, good luck. Take this. This blank scroll resembles the actual scroll of seals. It's used to lure traitors away, Hiruzen stated solemnly. Naruto accepted it and simply bided his time. 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. Mizuki had informed the entire village of what he had done, and the Hokage had confirmed it, so everything was going according to plan. Naruto waited for Mizuki for about an hour, but just as Iruka was about to chastise Naruto for his misdeeds, Mizuki appeared and demanded the scroll. Naruto, give me the scroll. Mizuki gave an order. When Naruto saw Mizuki, his eyes went cold. You are under arrest at the Hokage's command. Naruto looked at Mizuki and yelled. Iruka didn't know what to do because he knew Naruto wouldn't commit such a crime immediately after becoming a ninja, but he also didn't want to think Mizuki was a traitor. Mizuki was demanding the scroll, and here was Naruto attempting to arrest Mizuki on the Hokage's orders. Mizuki simply gave an evil laugh. Come on, Iruka, why would you ever consider taking that monster's side? Mizuki asked, grinning evilly. Iruka's eyes grew wide. Iruka thought, oh no, I can't let him break martial law. You are the Nina Tails, which is why everyone despises you. Mizuki remarked while glaring at Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto was close to Mizuki and ready to cut him in half. Being the sly man that he is, Mizuki leapt away, startled by Naruto's speed. Mizuki thought, this speed is not a fluke. This monster has been hiding its true self. He rummaged through his ninja belt and, sure enough, he found what he was looking for, an experimental drug created by Orochimaru to temporarily increase one's strength. Since Mizuki was unaware of the drug's experimental component, he swallowed it whole, greatly increasing his strength. Concerned, Nico rushed to Naruto's aid, but she was ejected when Naruto barely avoided Mizuki's claws. With a hint of panic, Naruto thought, looks like he turned into some sort of beast. He could sense that Mizuki was producing at least 5 times as much chakra as before, and he didn't want to show off more than anything Chunin level, but it seemed like he had to employ more of his tricks. Nico was a little alarmed because she hadn't anticipated Mizuki's speed. That was close, she thought. After baiting Mizuki in a particular way, Naruto swiftly created a shadow clone and used it to propel himself, only to have it destroyed moments later. Naruto then executed a one-handed run seal, which caused the kanji on the trees to suddenly light up and create a barrier around Mizuki. Mizuki broke through the barrier and charged at the Anbu just as they believed they had won. A few of the blows were deflected by the Anbu, but just as Mizuki was about to deliver a devastating blow to her exposed side, Naruto sliced the fist off clean. Mizuki sobbed in agony. Naruto swiftly grabbed her and leapt away, realizing that this fight would not be as simple as he had previously believed because Mizuki's transformed state could easily make him as strong as a solid Jonin. When Mizuki's fist grew back as if it had never been cut off, Naruto's eyes widened. Well, I see what's happening now. Mizuki is taking a medication that is most likely still in the experimental stage. We would be up against a much stronger opponent who would use it to attack us if it were finished. This implies that Mizuki's transformation may have a time limit. Naruto whispered to the Anbu, it would be best for him if he barely survived. The Anbu gave a nod. We don't know how long this effect would last, but that is a possibility. Until the effects wear off or reinforcements arrive, we must preserve our strength, Nico muttered in response. Or, we defeat him, answered Naruto. He produced what appeared to be a normal-looking blade, but it was made of a unique metal called chakra metal, and because it was made for him in the Iron Country, it was of the highest quality. Nico was surprised to see the sword because, as a Genjutsu master, she is able to determine the quality of most blades simply by looking at them. That blade is most likely composed of grade 1 chakra metal, Nico pondered. What will you do with that? Most likely, you have no idea how to use it. Mizuki grinned as she spoke. Since regeneration most likely depletes his chakra, Naruto reasoned that if he sustained enough deadly wounds, his body would either stop responding to the medication in order to protect itself or, in the worst scenario, his body would use up all of the medication in order to heal him, leaving him dead or in a near-death condition. Naruto barely avoided Mizuki's claw strike, which brought back memories of his time in the Forest of Death. Now comes the difficult part of the battle. He must use his element of surprise to deal the most damage or kill him. Naruto sent some chakra to his eyes, making it a little brighter to look at. It's not a dojutsu, visual prowess. Naruto's research on the Sharingan was being tested, and he discovered that he can use only a fraction of the Sharingan's predictive ability, something that no one could duplicate. He discovered that when he uses Kurama's chakra or Sage chakra, chakra is funneled to his eyes, giving him a watered-down version of the Sharingan's perception, which combines some of the theories behind the Sharingan that someone without the bloodline limit can use. Naruto saw a tiny weak spot in Mizuki's back, specifically, where the right kidney should have been with this little power-up. He slashed through that area and leapt away, causing Mizuki to scream in agony. Mizuki's agonized face swiftly turned irate. He jumped at Naruto at high speed, and Naruto could hardly keep up with Mizuki's barrage of attacks. He was able to inflict minor damage on Mizuki here and there, gradually removing the drug's time limit. When Mizuki had had enough, he used a fireball jutsu that was aimed directly at Naruto. Naruto's gaze expanded. Using a log and the body replacement technique, Naruto attempted to cut Mizuki's head off, but Mizuki barely avoided it and punched Naruto in the stomach in retaliation. Naruto took a slight flight back. Naruto thought, his chakra levels are dropping. This means the drug's effect is waning. After swiftly creating a few shadow clones and encircling Mizuki, Naruto will now play the waiting game. Despite his desire to kill Mizuki and finish his first kill, he must now wait it out because it would be illogical to use all of his intelligence to kill him. Mizuki began to rush at Naruto without thinking after realizing what was happening as well. Mizuki thought, I can't lose to a genin, let alone that monster. I will take him down with me then. Mizuki charged up a B-ranked fire jutsu called Fire Fist, which enveloped his hands in flames as he ran at the main Naruto. This jutsu requires a lot of chakra, but it requires less control. As soon as Mizuki approached, Naruto's danger senses activated, causing him to instinctively lace his katana with wind chakra, pierce Mizuki's heart, and avoid the fire fist jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened. He had no intention of killing Mizuki. Instead, he wanted to find out how Mizuki obtained the medication he was using, investigate it, and try to lessen its negative effects. However, the idea now appears to be nullified. Nico put a comforting arm on Naruto's shoulder as he felt guilty because, after all, this was his first kill. Iruka's eyes grew wide as he witnessed the final member of his class murder Mizuki, a drug user who was more powerful than an Anbu. Although he was saddened by his close friend's betrayal, he was relieved that Naruto had won the battle with only minor wounds. Abruptly, the Hokage materialized in his powerful Hokage robes. Hiruzen exhaled smoke. "That was more than what you said, Naruto. You are just as fast and strong as most Jonin," he remarked. "I had little idea what I was capable of. I tried to understate my strength a little because I never had the chance to test them out." "Come on, it's better than overestimating." Naruto pouted in response. "Ha ha ha, that's indeed true," Hiruzen chuckled softly. He scowled upon seeing Mizuki's lifeless body. Once a beast, he now resembles an 80-year-old who has suffered from severe malnutrition. What could an academy teacher have done if he had been told to kill his students? To think that an academy teacher was a spy. Hiruzen pondered somewhat anxiously. Well, this mission could easily be rated as a low A-ranked mission because things took an unexpected turn. When you are assessed for your promotion to Chunin, this will be taken into account, Hiruzen grinned. Naruto grinned. "Gramps, thank you," Naruto yelled. "All right, Naruto, Nico, return to my office so I can get your mission report." Hiruzen gave the order. "Iruka, stop looking for the forbidden scroll. The threat has passed and the traitor has been captured." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Everyone joined in. The bodies of Hiruzen, Nico, and Naruto flickered into the Hokage office. January 18th. After a long night, Naruto woke up drowsily. His first mission was to capture a traitor, which was a significant achievement because he hasn't passed the main test yet. "Well, is it morning already?" Naruto muttered, perplexed. It seems that Naruto has never been a morning person and never will be. "You can train for an entire week. So start working on the official task and finish it right away," Kurama yelled, rousing Naruto from his slumber. Kurama's yelling just made Naruto sigh. He had grown accustomed to it over time. Naruto completed his morning routine and prepared to receive his ninja identification documents. He is currently wearing the outfit his parents had chosen for him before his birth. Minato and Kushina had already decided what he would wear once he became a genin, and it turned out to be the same kind of blue jumpsuit that Minato wore when he was a genin. Naruto now looks exactly like Minato, but he wore a black jacket with a hood on top to hide his father's likeness. He has no plans to reveal his heritage just yet. In search of his ninja documents, Naruto leapt through the rooftops and made his way to the Hokage Tower. 8:30 a.m. "Uzumaki Naruto," the photographer declared. Naruto casually said, "Here." He walked over to the stool and sat down, grinning slightly at the camera. "And completed," the photographer, who was taken aback by Naruto's new appearance, said as he took the picture out of the camera and handed it to him. Naruto headed to Hiruzen's current location, the official documentation office. Hiruzen laughed and said, "Hello Naruto, it looks like you finally changed your clothes." "All right, I'm a ninja. I have a lot of training ahead of me, so let's finish this process." Naruto grinned broadly as he spoke. Hiruzen merely grinned at Naruto's demeanor. Abruptly, the office door opened, and a small child ran in the direction of the Hokage. "I will become the 5th Hokage," the child yelled before slipping and landing squarely on his face. "Hey, OWW. Did you not trip me?" the child yelled. "Bat, you took off your scarf," Naruto yelled in response. "Why you?" Just as a Jonin hurried to the office, the child said. "Respected grandson," the Jonin bellowed. Grabbing the child by the shirt, Naruto drew him in close to his face. "Hey, put down the honorable 3rd Hokage's grandson." Panicked, the Jonin yelled. "This brat is Gramps' grandson, huh?" Naruto wondered inquisitively. For confirmation, Naruto glanced at the Hokage. "Yes, he is my grandson, Konohamaru," Hiruzen said. "Oh, you did tell me about him when he was born, now that you mentioned," Naruto said. Konohamaru thought, he will respect me like the rest now that he knows the Hokage is my grandfather. Hey, you are aware that the Hokage is my grandfather. Respect me, Konohamaru yelled. Konohamaru, you said the wrong thing, Hiruzen thought exaggeratedly. Oh, whether he is your grandmother doesn't matter to me. Naruto yelled and struck Konohamaru in the head. When Naruto gave Konohamaru a head bonk, the Jonin's eyes grew wide. As Konohamaru collapsed to the ground, he thought, this guy's different. All right, Naruto, this is your identification paper. I also want you to know that I created this jutsu myself. A small gift for Naruto's academy graduation, the Hokage handed him a scroll and said, it's a derivation of the shadow clone jutsu. The Jonin was staring at Naruto's departing form as he waved goodbye. Respected grandson, he is not someone you should be around. He will only obstruct your development, said the Jonin. Ebisu, my grandson left a while back, following Naruto, said Hiruzen. What? Ebisu let out a terrified scream. Hiruzen let out a mental sigh. I hope Naruto teaches my grandson the value of being a ninja, Hiruzen mused. The streets of Konoha, Naruto asked himself, when is he going to stop following me? Kurama remarked, looks like you have your first fan, with a laugh. Naruto frowned in his mind. Hey, jerk, don't follow me, you have terrible stealth skills. Naruto yelled. Ah, dude, you got me, a voice called out from the fence. Naruto said, you are holding that cloth the wrong way, as he palmed his face. Oh my god, Konohamaru made a few strange, embarrassed faces. Oh well, my new instructor is you. Konohamaru cried out. Naruto raised an inquisitive eyebrow. And why should I take you under my tutelage? Naruto inquired. Oh, please, boss. Ebisu is not nearly as good as you. You used that jutsu of yours to knock out the Hokage. Teach me that, please. Konohamaru pleaded. Thinking back, Naruto tried not to laugh. The jutsu Konohamaru was attempting to teach him is the sexy jutsu, which Naruto created to defeat perverts. Well, I'm not able to teach you that. This is prohibited by the Hokage. Only with his consent can I instruct him, Naruto answered. Ah, dude, Konohamaru said with a sad expression. Taking Konohamaru's shoulder, Naruto said, I can teach you something else though, as his body flickered toward a nearby training area. He learned how to tree walk from Naruto. Hiruzen and Ebisu examined Konohamaru's development via the spy orb. Hiruzen laughed. Looks like Naruto has done some good to my grandson, he said. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and said, yes, Lord Hokage, indeed. January 24th, 6:23 p.m. Get up. Kurama let out a roar. WHO is there. Taking a kunai from his seal and scanning his surroundings, Naruto yelled. Naruto yelled at Kurama, why did you wake me up like that when no one is here? You should have dinner and attempt to crack the cursed seal since you are sufficiently healed. Kurama yelled. All right, Naruto said. Since Hiruzen is very old and Orochimaru's path to immortality likely allowed him to retain most of his strength from his prime, or even more, he believed that Orochimaru was likely stronger than the third Hokage. For this reason, if Naruto ever had to battle Orochimaru, he would benefit from a counter to the cursed seal, which would also be helpful if someone in the village had that placed seal on them. Flashback. Naruto, who was 10 years old, was exploring Training Ground 29. Well, Naruto mumbled, I feel like there's some bad chakra underneath here. To get there, Naruto employed an earth release jutsu. This place seems eerie, Naruto thought. This chakra, Kurama thought to himself, I've felt it before when I was inside your mother. After exploring the area, Naruto came across a journal and turned to the final page to see if anything caught his attention. What's that smell like? When Naruto opened a door containing the kanji for Mokudin, he yelled, somewhat disgusted. There, he observed 4 deceased individuals with a white substance in different locations where some important organs should have been. Naruto quickly made small coffins for them to rest in peace with his Mokudin, then covered his nose and read the different books that documented the transplantation procedures and observations. Naruto frowned and thought, so this is Orochimaru's lab. He must have used this to experiment with a safe way to transplant Hashirama cells into someone. Therefore, Danzo's right arm was made by Orochimaru. Does this imply that Danzo has Mokudin as well? This is terrible. With a hint of concern, Naruto thought to himself. Those cells have very little power, so don't worry, brat. Kurama stated, the Sharingan will be powered by the majority of its power. However, this also makes Mokudin available to Orochimaru. We cannot undervalue Orochimaru's intelligence, Naruto retorted. Once more, the cell's power is too weak to be truly powerful. Kurama remarked somewhat frustratedly, at most, he can use it to subdue a weak Jinchuriki, which is completely useless to him since he probably has many other ways to do the same. After leaving the room to look around the base for anything useful, Naruto happened to stumble upon Orochimaru's main office at random. This seal absorbs nature chakra and delivers it to the user in a regulated manner, but this is such a crude way to do it. Why, after all, would he inject the seal with a portion of the soul? When Naruto saw the early version of the seal, which performs the aforementioned effects in a very ineffective way, he asked with a hint of disgust. Orochimaru might be able to take over someone else's body with this seal. Kurama remarked with a hint of disgust, this means this is the path of immortality he is taking, a path where he takes another's body to stay alive longer and possess that body's powers. I must therefore figure out how to combat this. However, given its flaws, this seal is most likely merely a prototype for the ones he may create. Oh no, in the hopes that I have created a counter to the version he uses, this simply means that more work is needed to create as many different versions and counters to them. There are thousands of different versions that could be used, so he had to narrow it down a lot to at least counter it more effectively, Naruto yelled, a little irate. End of the flashback. It's really difficult to create numerous variations of this seal. With a hint of annoyance, Naruto yelled. Perhaps we should try adopting Orochimaru's perspective. Kurama stated, from what the old monkey said, Orochimaru wants to be an immortal to learn all the jutsu possible. Naruto understood what Kurama was talking about. You believe he's attempting to capture Satsuki? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Yes, he can have a lot of opportunities thanks to the Sharingan. He can easily perform any jutsu, analyze any jutsu scroll, and copy any jutsu simply by looking at the hand signs. He most likely attempted to acquire Itachi, but based on what we've heard, both are still at it. This indicates that Orochimaru either fled or made no attempt to attack Itachi, Kurama stated. He appears to be a man who overestimates himself, so it's likely that he attempted to attack Itachi. Naruto thought to himself, this could be the reason Orochimaru left the Akatsuki a few weeks after Itachi joined. Well, we know where Orochimaru might go. This can help us focus our search for the seal's meaning. Whatever Orochimaru creates for that Uchiha girl, we can counter it if we create a seal for the Uchihas, Kurama stated. Well, this really helps to focus my search. Naruto muttered to himself, Orochimaru most likely has access to Danzo's Sharingan, which means he would have probably made a seal similar to ones I could make. Well, until I thoroughly examine Satsuki's chakra, I will have to stop any advancement to the seals, Naruto mused. Kurama wasn't thrilled that Naruto didn't do much today, but he understood that resting was crucial since it could help Naruto manage his stress and keep up with his mental training. Naruto went to his apartment and slept for the remainder of the day. January 26, 6:30 a.m. Naruto was awakened by a loud alarm. Naruto moaned, "You." He simply looked around, mentally preparing for the impending team placements, and even though he had a good idea of which team he would be placed on, it didn't mean he liked it. Sakura was incredibly annoying. She shouted a lot, punched anyone she thought was bothering her, and most importantly, she was Kiba's fangirl, who only cared about her appearance. Despite Kiba's annoying nature, he was from a prestigious clan that was wealthy, powerful, and had some influence over the village. Satsuki is a prideful Uchiha, who is very arrogant, and she has the most fanboys behind her. She is very good at most ninja art, and many girls are envious of her because Kiba likes her, and even more so because she is extremely beautiful without even trying to put in any effort. Did I mention that she was cold, emotionless, and had a huge stick up her ass? After completing his daily tasks and getting ready, Naruto put on his new clothes, which had numerous seals embedded in them, including storage seals, chakra seals, and seals that made them waterproof, somewhat immune to both high and low temperatures, and even a mini chakra barrier jutsu that created a small casing over the clothing that absorbed about half of the incoming damage, to a certain extent, of course. 8:32 a.m. When Naruto was walking through the streets on his way to the academy, no one knew he was him. 12 Jonins are inside the Hokage tower, and Naruto senses their presence. They are probably watching the class, he thought, and Kurama nodded. To avoid drawing attention, he walked slowly into the classroom. Few people noticed him, including Satsuki, Shino, and Shikamaru. The Jonin watching the class were a little taken aback by Naruto's new appearance. Only Asuma and Kakashi were aware of Naruto's altercation with Mizuki because Hiruzen told them both, but they are still unaware that Naruto is aware of his parents' identities. Satsuki blushed a little at Naruto's new appearance because his new attire revealed his height and gains. Shikamaru stared at Naruto intently until he finally had a realization, to which Naruto simply grinned. In light of the fact that Shino is 5 feet 4 inches tall and Naruto was 5 feet 5 inches during a physical examination a month ago, Naruto is most likely the tallest student in the class. Silently, Naruto moved to the final row and took a seat close to Shikamaru. Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome," and returned to sleep. The Nara recognized the change in you during the Genin exams. You probably just confirmed whatever he thinking by your new wardrobe, Kurama said with concern. Naras are too intelligent for their own good, Naruto thought. Sakura and Ino abruptly threw open the door. I am the original Ino pig. Sakura yelled. You had an advantage because of your enormous forehead. Nevertheless, I was still able to enter the classroom before you did. Sakura began to yell back at Ino's smug statement. 8:45 a.m. With irritation, Naruto thought, they're still fighting. When will they stop? The majority of the class turned to face Kiba when he entered the room with his dog barking, and Kiba simply grinned at the attention before scowling when Satsuki turned away after giving him a disinterested glance. Only a handful of the girls who were from clans and had ninja ancestry didn't like Kiba that way because they were serious about their careers, but some of the girls had hearts in their eyes when they looked at him. After Kiba took a seat beside Satsuki, Sakura sat down beside him before anyone else could, glaring at Satsuki for stealing Kiba's attention, but she chose to ignore him. Calm down, class. Iruka gave an order, but nobody followed it. Take a seat and pay attention. Iruka used his big head jutsu to yell. Everyone fell silent and took a quiet seat. I am very proud to say that everyone from my class has graduated. This has only happened a handful of times ever since the founding of the village, Iruka said with pride. Remember the true meaning of being a ninja. The will of fire is the resolve to defend what is valuable. That will is in everyone here, as it was in those who came before you. Our village is still standing today because of the will of fire. Protecting this village and transferring the will of fire to the next generation has cost many of our ninjas their lives. I hope you all take pride in it and give your lives to defend this village. With pride in his voice, Iruka declared, and then he gave a brief talk about how morality during the Great Ninja Wars was greatly influenced by the will of fire. I will be announcing the teams that were assigned to you, Iruka said, looking proudly at the students, hoping that everyone passed their Jonin's test to become actual Genin. Typically, only about half of the class gets a proper team with Jonin senseis, and the other half are sent back to the academy or quit to join normal civilian lives. This is primarily due to the dropping standards for the Genin exams, which seriously hinders the students' ability to impress their soon-to-be Jonin instructor, which could cause them to fail the actual Genin exam. As Iruka continued to announce the teams, Naruto drifted off to sleep, not caring about the teams Iruka was announcing just yet. Only Naruto and Shikamaru heard Iruka's worried tone, but they did not respond. Team 7 consists of Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Satsuki Uchiha with your sensei being Kakashi Hatake, Iruka said. Kiba became enraged. Why is Satsuki on the same team as the loser? Angrily, Kiba uttered. It's because Satsuki is the rookie of the year in Naruto, the dead last, Iruka said with a smile. Envious that Naruto was able to join Satsuki's team, Kiba simply sat down frowning and huffing. When Sakura joined the same team as the two individuals she didn't like, she slammed her head against the table. Because Naruto was unpopular with the rest of the class and occasionally a little annoying, Sakura avoided him and disliked Satsuki out of jealousy. Satsuki questioned why she had been put on such a weak team. She didn't like Sakura's loudness and bravado, and she felt the same way about Naruto. However, since their graduation, Naruto had changed. He appeared quiet, there were no practical jokes following the graduation exam, and it appeared that there probably wouldn't be any. Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame make up Team 8, and Kurine Yuhi is your sensei. Hitai Hibachi, Akura Mitsu, and Anabi Shoru make up Team 9, and Hate Gecko is your sensei. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamaiki make up Team 10, and Asuma Sarutobi is your sense, Iruka went on. Your senseis are on their way here. With pride in his voice, Iruka stated, I hope to work with you as comrades in the future. Given that Kakashi Hatake has a reputation for being late, Naruto simply put his head down and fell asleep. Group 8. A female Jonin declared. Team 8 moved in the direction of their Jonin sensei. It appears that a weaker team receives a weaker sensei. Hibu looked at Naruto with a smug expression. Naruto simply slept, not even acknowledging Kiba's words. Asuma simply laughed at the cards dealt to Kurine, who shook her head somewhat irritably. 12:01 p.m. Hey, a masked Jonin with one eye greeted them. Everyone merely gave him owlish looks. Well, based on my observations, all three of you are boring, Kakashi remarked, drawing criticism from everyone present. Kakashi gave the order, get to the academy's rooftop within 5 minutes for our meeting, and then he flicked off. They traveled there at a respectable pace, all three of them. Seated in front of Kakashi, the three of them awaited his words. Well, how about the three of you introduce yourself? Kakashi uttered those words while awaiting a reply. After the uncomfortable silence, he went on, like your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, goals, like that kind of things. Would you mind introducing yourself, sensei, so we know what to say? Sakura proposed. Well, my name is Kakashi Hatake, and as for my interests, I don't have many particular dislikes. All three had a sweat drop, and Kakashi said, I have many, and as for my goals, I don't have any, giving only his name. Well, Pinky, why don't you go? Kakashi said sharply. Sakura sighed but answered. Sakura dreamily stated, my name is Sakura Haruno, and I enjoy reading in a certain someone. What do you dislike? To help her return to reality, Kakashi asked a question. I don't like Satsuki and Naruto. Sakura remarked with a hint of snobbishness. Oh, I enjoy going shopping and trying to look my best. And marrying a certain person is my dream. When Sakura made the final statement, her eyes were overflowing with emotion. Fangirl, was what everyone thought. Blondie, what about you? Kakashi inquired. Well, the village, ramen, and Grandpa Hokage are my favorites. I don't like fangirls or people who make snap judgments about other people based only on rumors. As for my interests, I like to train and sample all the different flavors of ramen. My objectives are to become the Hokage and bring about world peace. Naruto stated these words with conviction. Kakashi's gaze slightly widened. Without making any facial expressions, Kakashi thought, he has grown uniquely. I should keep an eye on him. With a glance at Satsuki, Kakashi remarked, and now your turn, Sunshine. Satsuki merely frowned. My name is Satsuki Uchiha, and I detest a lot of things and don't like anything in particular. Training is my only pastime. I want to kill a certain person and restart my clan, she said in a somber tone. Sakura thought, geez, I hope she doesn't mean me. Naruto thought, oh, she wants to kill Itachi that bad huh? With a slight narrowing of his right eye, Kakashi thought, just as I thought. Now that we have finished our introductions, I will reveal the real reason we are gathering. I want everyone gathered at Training Ground 7 for survival training tomorrow at 6 in the morning, Kakashi stated. However, Sensei, we have already completed a great deal of survival training at the academy. Sakura grumbled. The three of them felt uneasy as Kakashi began to laugh menacingly. This is your last test to determine whether you are genuinely deserving of being a genin. It is not your typical survival training exercise. Sakura's eyes widened when Kakashi said, only 9 of the 30 students will pass and become genin. Kakashi remarked idly, and don't bother to eat any breakfast since you will be puking it out anyway. After getting off the rail, Kakashi began to move away. Look underneath the underneath, he said, stopping abruptly and giving them a slack look before continuing on his way. The final words spoken by Kakashi caused Naruto's eyes to narrow. 8:23 a.m. Sakura yelled, why are you late? Add Naruto. You should know your opponent, Naruto said. Leaning back on one of the stumps, he took a seat in silence. Sakura simply huffed, unsure of his meaning. 8:58 a.m. A second later, Kakashi appeared exactly where Naruto had turned his head. Kakashi thought, so he has sensing abilities like his parents huh? You are late, Sakura yelled. Naruto had already put earplugs in preparation. However, Satsuki and Kakashi did not, and as a result, their ears ring. To pass my test, you should get these bells, Kakashi said, removing 2 bells. Sakura exclaimed, but sensei, there are only 2 bells. Kakashi laughed. Since only 1/3 of your class can pass, I am allowing only 2 of you the opportunity to succeed, Kakashi stated, emphasizing the word, opportunity. Kakashi said, also, the ones who don't get a bell won't get lunch, which caused two people to complain. You more like requested us not to eat, not ordered us to, Naruto replied. So you were the only one who looked underneath the underneath, Kakashi remarked, grinning. Kakashi stated, you all have until noon to get the bells, and we will start in 3, 2, 1, go, declared Kakashi. Sakura and Satsuki leapt away, but Naruto remained motionless. Kakashi asked, why aren't you hiding? He had some knowledge of Naruto's powers. We both know where those two are, and I already know the true nature of the test, said Naruto. The right eye of Kakashi grew wide. But my team has a flaw, our personalities don't mix well. We won't work well until there is a proper reason for it, Naruto stated somewhat solemnly. Kakashi said, that's not my problem, with a shrug. The council and the Hokage will be behind your ass if you fail us, Naruto grinned. Kakashi gave Naruto a contemplative glance. He was aware that Naruto was telling the truth. I still want to see you try teaming with them. It doesn't hurt to try, does it? Suggested Kakashi. Sure, but first, I need you to test us. Then, when they lose, I will ask to team up with them, said Naruto. Kakashi said, very well then, let's spar, and assumed his taijutsu stance. First lesson, taijutsu, declared Kakashi. Given what had transpired last week, he was aware that he needed to treat Naruto more seriously. He called it, the Senju Speed Fist. Like his father, Naruto is not very good at naming things and assumed his taijutsu pose. They fought each other using only taijutsu. This taijutsu style looks familiar. It resembles Sensei's taijutsu a bit, Kakashi thought to himself. For several minutes, Naruto and Kakashi were engaged in combat. Naruto, I think I should go test your teammates now. You did very well. Lord Hokage had told of your feats against the traitor, Mizuki, said Kakashi. Thanks, Sensei, well see y'all later. Naruto exclaimed as he withdrew to an unknown location. Sakura and Satsuki were astounded. Atop Jonin and Naruto were traveling at such high speeds that they could hardly see the battle. Although they were perplexed by Naruto's retreat, they ignored it. Kakashi whispered, Peas, Sakura, behind you, behind Sakura. Was Sakura's perceptive reply. When she looked back, Kakashi had put her in a genjutsu. Hiba limped over to her and begged for assistance as part of the genjutsu. Hiba suffered numerous injuries in critical areas. Sakura, help me, Kurine-sensei was too strong. Hiba exclaimed as she approached her. Sakura instantly passed out. That disappointed me, Kakashi reflected. After an hour, in a random clearing in Training Ground 7, Kakashi was observed reading Make Out Paradise, Volume 1. This is my opportunity, Satsuki pondered. She fired several shuriken at Kakashi, all of which missed, but one of them cut a trip wire, setting off a trap that sent kunai flying in Kakashi's direction. That's clever, baiting me to dodge to my left so I'll be in the path of her trap, Kakashi thought. To save himself, he quickly replaced it with a nearby log. Since her location was made public, Satsuki fled from her position. After running for 5 minutes, Kakashi was seen reading his book in the direction Satsuki was going. She yelled, I am different from them, while demonstrating a few hand signals. She yelled, fire style, fireball jutsu, and hurled a massive fireball at Kakashi. For that size of jutsu, genins shouldn't have enough chakra, Kakashi thought, a little taken aback. But I can't undervalue her because she is from the Uchiha clan, he thought somewhat gravely. Satsuki was surveying her surroundings. The area where her fireball struck was merely an empty crater. She was aware that a genin's basic C-rank jutsu would not kill a jonin. Where is he? Left, right, behind, up? She pondered. The earth began to tremble, and Kakashi emerged, dragging Satsuki to the ground. Satsuki grimaced at her current situation. In the face of Kakashi, she barely survived. He was more serious about Naruto than she was. Kakashi wisely remarked, the nail which sticks out the farthest will get nailed first. After smelling Naruto out, Kakashi headed over to him. Naruto asked, they didn't do well, did they? Satsuki was alright, but Sakura shouldn't have gotten the 4th highest rank in your class. She only has potential and no real skills, Kakashi stated. The standards have declined. Many have forgotten the first lesson taught in class, which was to conceal one's true abilities until they are needed. Additionally, There is too much emphasis on academic studies, which has elevated the rankings of individuals who excel in theory but lack practical skills, Naruto stated. Kakashi gave that a nod. Now do your part, team up with them, Kakashi commanded. With a nod, Naruto departed to locate his allies. Since Satsuki was more logical than Sakura, Naruto had to locate her first. Yo Satsuki, Naruto said as he walked up to her. She gave him a frown. Get me out of here, I need to get those bells, she said. Naruto crouched beside her buried head and said, first, listen to me out. You know that genin teams consist of 3 genin and 1 jonin, right? Replied Naruto. Then she yelled, get to the point. Chill down. The point is that Kakashi-sensei is trying to pit us against each other. Old man Hokage used this very test to test his students before, and you know that there are 3 Sannin and not just 2, Naruto replied. This test was passed down ever since, and now we have Kakashi-sensei giving us the test. To pass, all we have to show is teamwork, Naruto said. Satsuki considered it. If you want, I can even give you my bell if you don't get it. But the issue we will face is if Sakura will join us, said Naruto. Fine, I agree, get me out, Satsuki said. Now that Naruto is willing to give her his bell if he receives it, she is unable to argue and will be allowed to pass. This raises the likelihood that she will die. After Naruto lifted her off the ground, they headed to Sakura's location. Convincing her that this is a good idea is now the difficult part. It will be more difficult for them to persuade Sakura because she disliked both of them. Yo Sakura, said Naruto. Hey, what are you doing here? You are exposing my position. Sakura yelled. She believed the Genjutsu to be real, which caused her a lot of distress. Kakashi already knows where we were the whole time, and he put you under a Genjutsu which probably made you this worried, Naruto stated. After giving it some thought, Sakura had to concur with him. I know about this test, the 3rd Hokage gave this very test to his team. Kakashi is just trying to pit us against each other. And to prove that I am sure about this, I will give up my bell to both of you in case I am wrong, said Naruto. Sakura accepted it since it would only help her. She and Satsuki benefited more from this arrangement than Naruto did. However, all 3 of them would gain if Naruto was correct. Logically, this increased the overall chance of at least one of them passing, so it was an obvious choice for the 2 soon-to-be kunoichi to accept Naruto's offer. Naruto said, I got a plan. First, the others agreed with the plan and offered some suggestions. They can't argue about the plan since it was very good. 11:03 a.m. Kakashi easily sidestepped Naruto's charge and was about to elbow him, but he had to avoid the 3 kunai that he discovered were coming from Sakura. As he landed, he saw a massive fireball approaching. After all, Naruto joined forces with them, Kakashi thought with a hint of joy. When Naruto threw a bunch of kunai with deadly aim, Kakashi had to dodge right away after using the replacement technique. Kakashi started to retreat but was shocked to see Naruto catching up to him. What? He's getting close to me, Kakashi thought, startled. Naruto had to change his course because 3 of his clones were coming from his right. This continued for 15 minutes, and while Kakashi wasn't exhausted, Naruto was. However, Kakashi later discovered that Naruto was deceiving him. He leapt directly in Satsuki's direction and struck her. But she continued to puff. As Kakashi dodged the hail of kunai that Sakura and Naruto's clones were launching, he thought, Naruto replaced her with one of his clones. Wait, these shuriken and kunai smell like Naruto. Too much Naruto. That implies, then, Kakashi leapt away and directed a massive fireball toward the kunai and shuriken with a single-hand gesture. The weapons scattered into smoke from the chakra. They are transformed clones of Naruto. They weren't clones of the kunai, Kakashi thought with a serious expression on his face. Naruto, that's a great idea. But to get the bells, you'll need to put in more effort, Kakashi remarked. Sensei, what bells? Naruto asked. There were no bells when Kakashi reached into his pocket to check for them. However, Kakashi inquired, Sensei, you discovered it too late. Just before you realized those weapons were my clones, I took those bells. With pride, Naruto said. Kakashi laughed, underestimating Naruto, but using the Sharingan against a genin would be inappropriate. You were correct in your analysis, Naruto, and I agree with your points. But going forward, the 3 of you are a team, and you should do whatever it takes to support your allies, regardless of whether you gain anything or not. Those who disobey the rules are scum in this ninja world, but those who desert their allies are even worse. With seriousness, Kakashi said. Kakashi led his group to the monument in Konoha. These engraved names are the heroes of the leaf, they were all Kia, Kakashi remarked gravely. Naruto declared, I want to be engraved into it. Are you even aware of what Kia is? Sakura shouted. To die defending the leaf is an honor. Until the day I die, I will defend the leaf. The will of fire is that. With fire in his eyes, Naruto exclaimed, that's what it takes to become the Hokage. With pride in his eyes, Kakashi gave Naruto a head pat. Kakashi's proud statement, that's what takes to be a leaf ninja. Sakura cast a slightly ashamed glance down. Satsuki had no feelings. From tomorrow onwards, you three will be doing missions for our village, said Kakashi. After saying, all three of you are dismissed, meet me at the bridge at 10 a.m., don't worry, I will be there on time, Kakashi departed in a body flicker. To return to their homes, the three departed in different directions. Naruto whispered to himself, I want to go out to eat, but I got enough money for this month. He hasn't received his inheritance yet, so he is still broke, and he won't be able to access it until he is either 18 or a Jonin, whichever comes first. Naruto reflected somewhat dejectedly, I should save up because the money I get from missions won't be much. Brat, why don't you sell your seals? We can tell the Hokage of its uses and make a lot of money from the village. Your seals can do many things from tracking one's health to helping in battle. Yours are of high quality as well, so I am sure you can outcompete your competition, Kurama said. In order to produce them in large quantities, I must work on the seals. My seals are currently quite complicated, making it challenging for me to duplicate them. I have to rework my seals so that my clones can make them more easily and that they are difficult for others to copy. This requires a great deal of effort, Naruto told Kurama. Do it. Have you seen the prices of seals lately? They cost a lot for most ninjas that some who can't afford, don't take any seals with them to battle. Kurama exclaimed. Naruto thought, you do make a point. Seals are quite expensive these days, and they are essential for ninjas to have. This will also help you learn how to effectively manage a business. The Senju clan had many businesses in the village which I think is currently run by a few accountants personally chosen by the Hokage. Your parents also made quite a fortune while your father was the Hokage. He used the information and power of the Hokage to do various trading which built up his wealth. Everyone from the higher-ups knows of this and wants to influence or even be the Hokage. The Sarutobi clan accumulated their vast wealth this way. They were once a poor clan allied with the Senju for financial support, Kurama stated. But isn't that against the law? That's insider trading, don't you know? What? Naruto asked. In a way, yes, but the Hokage is surrounded by various legal protections to shield him from any legal issues. Most people don't complain about this, as many believe that the Hokage has done a significant amount for the village. For some, this legal immunity is seen as a reward for his efforts in protecting the community. A reward for his efforts in protecting the village, Kurama stated. Damn, that is far too much authority. Naruto answered. Yes, brat, that's why they just don't give away the post to anyone strong. From what I know, Orochimaru was a candidate, but since Minato was stronger, had good intentions, and also had a good heritage, he won out in the end. Orochimaru was evil, and it was only a matter of time until someone discovered his sinister deeds, Kurama stated. Well, but what are the political requirements to be the Hokage? What? Naruto asked. That one might be tough since a lot of the variables will be out of your hands. But you can tip the scales in your favor if you have a good influence over the village. If revealed, your heritage also supports your standing, Kurama responded. So, I'll have a better chance of becoming the Hokage if I start a business early and have connections with powerful people, Naruto retorted. Good luck. Prepare yourself to create new and improved seals because if you are wealthy, a lot of people will come swarming to you to get a piece. Kurama yelled. With a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, Naruto began working on his project. He intended to sell the following seals. Seals for tracking, prisoners, chakra storage, explosives, paralysis, Biju chakra suppression, food storage. Most foods can be stored for up to a month without spoiling, jutsu, depending on the seal used. It can create a fireball, water bullet, water wall, mud wall, earth spikes, and many more. Requires some chakra from the user, weapon dispensing, barrier, etc. He would need to use a lot of his shadow clones to complete the lengthy list. January 30th, 11 a.m. Sensei, I suggest we spend our weekends purely on missions and the rest of the day's training, said Naruto. Well, why should I take your advice? Kakashi was curious as to why Naruto was bringing this up, so he asked. It's because once we reach a sufficient level, we will be able to handle higher level missions. For someone like me who has no other source of income, this can significantly increase our income, Naruto said. That's good, said Kakashi thoughtfully. All right, I'll put your suggestion into practice once this week is over. Kakashi went on, I've already chosen your missions for this week. They all gave that a nod. In the office of the Hokage, Hiruzen said, Hello Team 7, to them. We are here to take our first mission, Lord Hokage, said Naruto. Hooray! That's excellent. I believe this was the task that Kakashi asked you three to complete, Hiruzen remarked, extracting a scroll from a stack of them. Hiruzen said, your mission is to paint the Yamanaka compound's walls, and gave Kakashi the mission scroll. Sakura and Satsuki were looking astonished. They thought, what, but they are chores. Kakashi thought, well, it appears that Naruto is aware of the types of missions he will be undertaking in advance. 3:23 p.m. After saying, you all did your missions with perfection, you all are dismissed for the day, and your pay will be put into your accounts by 6 p.m., Kakashi flicked off. Naruto also departed in a body flicker, after all, he had work to do. 4:30 p.m. Well, what if, Naruto yelled in his chamber. I can do it with little effort if I use the chakra writing jutsu. Naruto uttered those words. Only those who have mastered the sealing arts up to the 7th level are able to perform the chakra writing jutsu, which has two variations, one in which the user creates a seal on the spot, and the other in which the user writes it on their hands and then uses it repeatedly. This requires a great deal of mastery over the seal that they intend to use. Ha 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 ha, before you realized that, you squandered an entire training day. Kurama let out a laugh. Oh shut it, huffed Naruto in response. To create the security seal, Naruto and his clones began brainstorming. 6:02 p.m. At last, the security seal is now operational. Naruto yelled in triumph. He combined different kinds of security seals and added his own special touch, ensuring that only his chakra could reveal the security seal's full encryption. This is essentially a double-layered seal, with only the outer portion requiring his chakra to reveal the second layer, which would take several months to crack. It's just not worth the effort because Naruto might create better seals in the future, rendering all the effort pointless. I will first discuss this with the elderly man because I have to purchase a lot of paper and scrolls for this. He could be able to assist me, Naruto whispered to himself. He had to ask the Hokage for assistance because he was running low on funds before he could proceed with his plans. 6:20 p.m. Hey, folks, Naruto said hello. Hi, Naruto, why have you come here? Hiruzen inquired. Naruto told Hiruzen, it's quite important, subtly letting him know that he didn't want anyone to know. Hiruzen used a barrier seal to seal the office after giving the Anbu the all-clear to leave. So, what would you like to discuss? With seriousness, Hiruzen inquired. I made these sealing tags, you can check them out, Naruto said, passing them to Hiruzen, who was astounded by them all and was unable to decipher half of what they mean. He was a level 8 seal master, after all. I need the materials to make them, but I intend to sell them. These seals, in my opinion, will be very beneficial to our ninjas. I'll be offering them at a lower price than usual, but I'll raise it after people get used to it, Naruto added. How can I assist you with this? Hiruzen wanted to know what Naruto wanted right now, but he was prepared to promote these superb seals. Please allow me to access the bank accounts of at least one of my parents. Naruto asked. I can oversee the production, and I'll assign D-rank missions to supply these tags. Giving Naruto even one of their accounts was dangerous, Hiruzen thought as he puffed on his pipe. Well, I can provide you with the account's login information, Hiruzen stated, but I won't transfer it to your name. Although he was aware of the danger, creating these seals would benefit the village as a whole and maintain Naruto's independence and debt-free status. Gramps, that works, I really appreciate it. Naruto uttered those words. I also want to sell the tags without revealing my identity. Naruto scowled and said, I don't want people not buying the tags because I made them. That I can do, my child, Hiruzen remarked somewhat dejectedly. Well, since you're already here, would you like to have dinner somewhere? Hiruzen inquired, altering the mood of the space. Yes, then, we're heading to Ichiraku's. With excitement, Naruto yelled. Fine Naruto, smiled Hiruzen in response. February 3rd. 8:14 a.m. Gosh, I've already received over 22,000 orders. Gramps did a great job advertising my seals. With just his first order, Naruto made 80 million ryo in profit, he exclaimed with joy. The Hokage's support can significantly increase a product's sales. If he uses 20 clones, it will take roughly 2 hours. Each seal costs 15 ryo, he only needs to pay for the paper, but since he will be using a lot of chakra to create those seals and clones, he must eat a lot, so the expenses do add up. Ninjas had to be at least level 4 in the sealing arts, which takes years to achieve, in order to make working seals. As a result, there was a high demand for seals but a limited supply. You might wonder why people don't just decide to learn the healing arts. The answer is that one needs a good mentor and skill in that area, which were only available to the majority of Uzumaki and Senju. The Anbu Black Ops use a lot of seal tags, particularly explosive and paralysis tags, so they are constantly in need of them, so he had to supply all the tags to the shop owners and the Anbu headquarters. Even though he is making a lot of money, it is nothing compared to those in the higher ranks of Konoha. Naruto wants to get there alone so he can have some influence over the village before receiving his inheritance, so that if he makes a mistake, he can learn from it without jeopardizing it. March 2nd. I want better missions. I'm sick of these. Naruto pouted. They were tasked with capturing the daimyo's wife's cat, Tora, and it was a fierce pursuit. Kakashi severely restricted Naruto's speed and prohibited the use of shadow clones. Mission: capture Tora. Completed, Kakashi informed the Hokage. Well, what other mission are you going to accept? Hiruzen was guarding the grandson of the Satori district mayor, milking cows on his farm, watching Hibachi Morino's son, and assisting Lady Shiranui with her shopping when everyone exclaimed, "Oh my baby! Return to me," Hiruzen responded, "or catching Tora." To this, when they learned about the most recent mission, Sakura, Satsuki, and Naruto all had horrified expressions in their eyes. I think we're prepared for missions with a higher ranking, Lord Hokage. We've been training for a full month, and we've completed more D-ranked missions than needed to qualify for C-ranked missions, Naruto said. Sakura and Satsuki confirmed this by nodding their heads. Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi to make sure. Giving them a C rank will increase their experience. This can also improve their teamwork, Kakashi reasoned. Hokage, Lord, having only graduated a month ago, they are inexperienced genin, said Iruka. We are still unable to expel them from the village. He went on. They have the strength to deal with any danger they may encounter. A C-ranked mission won't put them in danger, Kakashi retorted. Iruka was about to reply, "Bu," but Hiruzen intervened. Don't worry, Iruka, I am aware of their strength. They can manage a mission with a C rating. Their inexperience is the only thing preventing them from progressing, Hiruzen stated. I have a mission for you that requires you to watch over and accompany a bridge builder until he finishes his project. As Hiruzen handed Kakashi the mission scroll, he said, you will be taking him to the land of waves, where he may encounter threats from thugs and the like. Hiruzen said, bring in Mr. Tazuna here, using the intercom. Tazuna went into the mission office. What? Hiccup, I was expecting actual ninjas, not children. Tazuna yelled. That brat with the bright clothes and pink hair in particular. With that attire, how did someone become a ninja? Tazuna insulted. Sakura became enraged and attempted to charge Tazuna, but Naruto stopped her. It was obvious that he was intoxicated. You were given what you paid for, Naruto answered. Tazuna, don't worry. In an attempt to reassure the client, Hiruzen added, we have one of our best jonin accompany you as well, so there won't be any problems. He couldn't insult Konoha ninjas in front of them, so Tazuna gave in. You had better be prepared to sacrifice everything for me, Tazuna said as she walked out of the office. That doesn't seem right. Hold on, isn't Gato conducting some of his illicit activities in the land of waves? Naruto asked himself. Well, pack up for at least a month's worth of supplies and meet me at the southern gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Kakashi said. With a salute, the team departed. March 3rd, 7:52 a.m. It's nice of you three to be here early, Kakashi remarked, grinning. Naruto thought, looks like he is taking this mission seriously. We ought to be ready for anything that may come up. Tazuna flinched when Kakashi mentioned facing ninjas, and Kakashi and Naruto saw that he was hiding something because people usually don't have that expression out of fear, but rather out of guilt. Things can go south easily since we might face ninjas, so I will be checking that you three are prepared for anything we might face, Kakashi said. Good Satsuki, you got everything that you need to go outside the village, Kakashi said. Sakura, you too, however, I believe you should use less perfume and makeup. Kakashi jokingly said, you are too young for seduction missions. Sakura scowled, but as she glanced at Naruto, who appeared to have made no purchases, she grinned, anticipating a reprimand. Show me what you got, Naruto, Kakashi commanded. Naruto displayed the seals he had etched on his body while a tiny amount of chakra flowed through the locations of the seals. Excellent, Naruto, Kakashi gave him praise. Kakashi pondered in surprise, I have only seen Minato-sensei and Lady Kushina create such a seal, even if it's just a storage scroll. It can probably store a ton or two worth of goods. He really is their son, Kakashi thought, grinning. Kakashi approached his team after signing out at the gates. Kakashi declared, let's head to the land of waves now. They all nodded and started walking. 11:34 a.m. Ah, sighed Naruto, who had just finished a hearty meal. They had resumed their journey after lunch, and the sooner they reached the land of waves, the better. They noticed a tiny puddle in the middle of the road while they were moving. Naruto thought pitifully, a pond in this weather. It hasn't rained in many days and it's a pretty dry climate. Such a bad genjutsu. He had sensed them some time ago, but he hadn't expected them to disguising themselves so pitifully. Kakashi shared Naruto's perspective. Kakashi thought, I'll see whose their target is. The two Rouge Mist ninjas leapt out of the puddle and wrapped Kakashi in spiky chains that were torn into pieces as the group passed it. While the other moved toward Tazuna, the one on the left leapt toward Naruto, the nearest target, and cut his throat. Satsuki awakened the Sharingan after witnessing Naruto's death. You are a bastard, Satsuki screamed and charged at Naruto's assassin. The person who was going to murder Tazuna turned around and saw that the girl who had screamed was going to murder his brother, so he moved in her direction. He was abruptly on the ground after Kakashi kicked him out of the way. Due to someone he believed to be his victim, the other one managed to avoid Satsuki's blow and was on the verge of cutting her throat as well before he crashed through a tree. Kakashi knocked out the Rouge ninja he defeated and tied him up beside his brother, while Naruto swiftly applied a paralysis seal to his opponent and bound him. Looks like you have awakened the Sharingan, congrats, Naruto remarked, glancing at Satsuki. Satsuki was taken aback by what was happening at the moment. While she was glad to have the Sharingan, she was furious that Naruto had staged his death in front of her. Satsuki gave Naruto a hard slap. It hurts. For what purpose was that? Angrily, Naruto yelled. I believed you had passed away. With her Sharingan blazing, Satsuki yelled back. With I had to know who was the target, or Tazuna, Naruto answered. She gave a wise reply. And we now know the solution. Tazuna, why did you lie about the mission? Kakashi asked, glaring at Tazuna. When an S-ranked ninja gives you an angry glare, it can be frightening, so Tazuna shrunk under the glare. What are you referring to? Tazuna asked, which only served to intensify Kakashi's scowl. They targeted you, did you think we didn't notice, said Naruto. All right, yes, a very powerful person is targeting me. Most people are unaware that Gato has seized control of every port in my village and imposed harsh taxes on us. We were forced to live in poverty as a result of the complete collapse of our economy. However, the bridge I am constructing to link us to the mainland is our only hope since it will involve Konoha in Land of Waves, affairs and enable us to finally overthrow Gato's rule. At the end, Tazuna became passionate. However, it still doesn't make up for the fact that my team is in danger from Rouge ninjas because they are inexperienced. And you put us in danger by lying about your mission. Kakashi reprimanded. Please, there is no money left in my country. This is the very least we could hope for from everyone. A mission higher than AC ranked is beyond our means. No one will look after my family if I pass away. My grandson will cry himself to sleep every day, and my daughter will never trust a Konoha ninja. Tazuna begged. At the end, the three genin displayed a deadpan expression. Going through with the mission is now out of my hands. My genin have to all vote if they want to continue with the mission or not, replied Kakashi. I vote for us to go. Naruto cast his vote, saying, we have a chance to turn the Land of Waves into a very good ally. I vote in favor of continuing the mission. I want to face more ninjas to push through my limits, Satsuki grinned. Sakura said, I vote in favor of the mission as well. realizing that this mission would help her advance to Chunin and obtain useful ninja experience, despite the fact that it was far beyond her capabilities. Very well then, you got very lucky that my team is very understanding, Kakashi remarked, glaring slightly at Tazuna. Tazuna smiled sincerely, pleased that he had persuaded them to carry out the mission. Kakashi said, let's get moving, as he turned to face the land of waves. March 5, 4:23 p.m. Thanks to a fisherman who was able to smuggle them into the country, they made their way across the ocean, which took a long time because they had to remain silent so as not to attract the attention of the thugs who were patrolling the country to keep an eye on its borders. At this point, they are roughly halfway to Tazuna's house. Naruto reflected, well, I can sense about 2 chakra signatures, one about the size of a sensei's and another 3 times the size of Satsuki's. Kurama decided to wake up at that moment to observe the events, which were far more fascinating than the previous ones. Naruto hurled a kunai in the direction of a bush. Naruto thought, he used a substitution. Geez, why are you frightening us in that way? Sakura yelled. Stop talking. Naruto pointed to the location of the massive chakra reserve and remarked, we probably have someone as strong as Sensei going up against us. When Naruto told Sakura to stop talking, she became irate. But when Naruto and Kakashi yelled, get down. Kakashi pulled Sakura down with him, while Naruto pulled Tazuna down with him. After receiving the memo, Satsuki also got down. Sakura, Tazuna, and Satsuki were taken aback by the man's statement, Kakashi Hatake, you go by many names, a few being the copycat ninja and the ninja who copied 1,000 jutsus, since they had assumed Kakashi was a very inept and lazy person. Oh Kakashi, how about you give the old bridge builder a hand and walk away as though we never met? After jumping on top of his enormous sword, he continued. Mochi Zabuza in the land of waves, what are you doing? Isn't it a little distant from your homeland? As Naruto looked up at Zabuza, he said. Everybody except Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously. Zabuza remarked, so you know who I am, The Bloody Mist was another name for the village that was concealed in the mist back then. Their genin exams were one of the reasons it was given that name. Every student will be paired with a partner, with whom they will eat, attend the same class, play, train, and so forth. However, in order to graduate from their academy, they will have to murder their partner. It was kill or be killed. But all of that changed in an instant when a person our age, who wasn't even a member of the academy, killed every graduating year member without regret. He earned the moniker, Demon of the Hidden Mist, there. Naruto explained, he demonstrated such amazing skills that he became a ninja without even attending the academy. Zabuza gave an evil laugh. It seemed too excellent. With a hint of madness, Zabuza cried out. When Zabuza spoke, the entire team stiffened. Paler by the moment, Sakura pondered, how could he kill so many people when he was our age? Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist with the fabled blade known as Kubikiribocho, was an S-ranked missing ninja from the village concealed in the mist. He fled his village following an unsuccessful attempt to kill the despotic 4th Mizukage. I am sorry Zabuza, I promised my client that we will protect him till our last breath, replied Kakashi. Are you certain of that? Are you not concerned about what will happen to your genin since you still have them with you? Zabuza made fun of it. Remember that, like you, Kakashi-sensei is an S-ranked ninja. My sensei was personally apprenticed by the 4th Hokage and has copied more than 1,000 jutsus. Don't undervalue us. Having a sensei of his caliber is something you shouldn't ignore, Naruto stated sternly. Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's familiarity with him. Kakashi told Zabuza, you don't have to worry about them, while displaying his Sharingan, which was staring at him fiercely. Surprised and slightly enraged, Satsuki wondered, how does he have the Sharingan? It will be interesting to watch 2 S-ranked ninjas fight to the death for the first time, Naruto thought. You look pretty familiar, huh? The 4th Hokage looks like you. With a hint of surprise, Zabuza said, and Naruto's eyes widened before narrowing. Zabuza was right on the money. Naruto was a miniature Minato who had a good mix of Minato and Kushina traits. Sakura, Satsuki, and Tazuna appeared as though they were about to piss off their pants. Only Naruto and Kakashi appeared unaffected by the massive amount of killing intent directed towards the group of 5. With a hint of panic, Kakashi thought, how did he deduce Naruto's relations with Sensei with just a glance? He glanced at Naruto to gauge his response. He is smirking, he thought, somewhat surprised. Looks like he already knows of his father at least, Kakashi thought. Now that Zabuza said so, Naruto does look like the fourth Hokage. Satsuki thought, but Sakura couldn't think clearly in that situation because she wasn't taught to deal with a lot of killing intent, so she ignored Zabuza's statement that Naruto looked like the fourth Hokage. Kakashi relieved the pressure on his team by flooding the area with his murderous intent to counter Zabuza's. It appears that you have a capable team member, but whatever. I'm going to murder the bridge builder. Zabuza exclaimed, jumping down and retrieving his sword while falling. Zabuza used a special hand seal and yelled, hidden mist jutsu. Despite his ability to use a wind jutsu, Naruto thought, let's see what he can do with the mist on. He wanted to see what Zabuza could accomplish when he gave it his all. He has a strong desire to kill, but not as much as I do, Naruto thought. It's obviously not as much as yours. Since you learned about it from me, you probably have just as much murderous intent as your father and are even more capable of handling it. With a proud puff of his chest, Kurama said. What Kurama said caused Naruto to perspire, but he did have some truth to it. Kurama's intention to kill was just as strong as Madara and Hashirama's. Naruto thought, Zabuza made water clones, and Kakashi-sensei copied it to the dot. The Sharingan is very impressive. Naruto focused more on Kakashi's eye and thought, is that a Mangekyo? How can Kakashi handle the drain of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The Mangekyo Sharingan uses a lot of chakra even when it's deactivated because it gives a higher perception than the typical 3-tomo Sharingan and gives the user a higher chakra reserve to prevent the user from being completely drained. It appears that even a transplanted eye can boost a person's reserves, so it makes sense that Kakashi would have such high reserves while using the transplanted Sharingan, Naruto reflected. The transplanted Sharingan can naturally increase his chakra reserves, but its constant drain will negate its effects, ultimately reducing the amount of chakra available to him, Kurama stated. Kurama's statement is likely the cause of Kakashi's chakra reserve issue, and Naruto mentally nodded at that. As she brought her kunai to her throat, Satsuki thought, this battle between two cage-level ninjas is too much. I can barely even breathe with the amount of killing intent those two are throwing around. Kakashi reassured Satsuki, saying, don't worry, I will protect you three with my life. Naruto thought, Zabuza is going to jump inside our formation, huh? He prepared himself and pulled out his katana. Without making a sound, Naruto cut through the formation as Zabuza was about to jump inside. Kakashi, who could hardly see through the fog, thought, Naruto dispelled one of Zabuza's water clones. Even if it's just a water clone, it holds 1/10 of Zabuza's full power. One of Naruto's clones suggested, Sensei, you should put more chakra into your Sharingan to see better. After following Naruto's advice, Kakashi was taken aback. The mist made it much easier for Kakashi to see. Now the tomo of his Sharingan was spinning. Naruto didn't instruct Kakashi to inject more chakra into his eye because he was aware that simply entering the Mangekyo stage would deplete one's chakra. Sensei, behind you, yelled Satsuki as he spun around. However, Kubikiribocho slashed Kakashi because he was too late to defend himself. When Sakura, Tazuna, and Satsuki saw what had happened to Kakashi, their eyes widened. A clear liquid sprayed from Kakashi's wound. It was water, as it turned out. Just now, Zabuza threw out a water clone. The faces of the three concerned people had changed to ones of relief. Kakashi was the one who pierced Zabuza with a kunai. Zabuza also disintegrated into a blob of water. Zabuza cut the Kakashi in half after it pierced the Zabuza clone. Zabuza was kicked out after Kakashi threw that into a pool of water. That Zabuza also disintegrated into a blob of water after colliding with a tree. The foot of Zabuza collided with Kakashi's abdomen, sending the Kakashi who kicked that Zabuza clone flying. The actual Kakashi was the one who was kicked. All of Kakashi's clones were eliminated, but Zabuza's remains. Naruto thought, let's see what Sensei is going to do. The fact that the two Jonins were racing against one another at high speeds impressed Naruto. As he watched the fight, he thought, but now comes the real fight. Even with her Sharingan activated, Satsuki was unable to see much because she had little to no experience with it and it was underdeveloped, rendering it practically useless in most situations. However, if she is able to witness the fight, she could use stage 1 of the Sharingan's visual abilities to analyze it and learn something. Damn it, it's a mist of chakras, and I can hardly see anything. Satsuki pondered. Naruto thought, it's good that I can see what they are doing. Before Naruto could call himself fast, he still had a few things to do. Zabuza struck Kakashi with a horizontal blade swing. Anticipating this, Kakashi raised his kunai and engaged the Kubikiribocho in direct combat. Zabuza was taken aback by Kakashi's strength. It took a lot of strength to repel the Kubikiribocho with only basic kunai. Kakashi and Zabuza both leapt away from one another. Kakashi was suddenly pushed toward a tree by a clone of Zabuza. With rapid, forceful movements, Zabuza charged forward at full speed. Zabuza swung the Kubikiribocho horizontally, forcing Kakashi to quickly duck as he tried to counter with a punch. Kakashi was forced to duck down as a result, knowing that he would be exposed to a kick. He braced himself, and the enormous lake sent him sprawling. Naruto yelled, "Wind style. Great breakthrough," as he cleared the mist. "My mist was released by that damned brat." With a hint of rage, Zabuza thought. "This water seems too dense." In a panic, Kakashi thought, but it was too late because one of Zabuza's clones showed up and used the water prison jutsu. Since using the real Zabuza for extended periods of time was very taxing, the clone was used to keep the jutsu going. Additionally, he only sent a clone against the genins because he didn't take them seriously. When Sakura and Satsuki noticed their sensei inside the water prison, they became frightened. "Run! Run away with the client! He is out of your league!" yelled Kakashi. "Zabuza's clone can't go too far from the original. Run away," he said. "I have to save it for the final blow. I can't show off that I can use wind blades yet," Naruto reasoned. Naruto thought, "I'll use my clones to divert Zabuza's water clone while I confront the real Zabuza head-on. Sakura, Satsuki, protect Tazuna. I will take care of Zabuza," Naruto said. Sakura asked, "Who made you the leader?" Naruto let out a lot of intent to kill. The eyes of all widened. The quantity that Naruto was releasing was equal to the previous output of Zabuza and Kakashi. Sakura was targeted in part to silence her, but Zabuza was the primary target of the killing intent to demonstrate that he poses a real threat. Sakura and Tazuna felt their spines tingle when Naruto said, "If you have any ideas, please suggest them," in a chilly tone. Zabuza's water clone was swiftly eliminated when a group of Naruto's clones charged at it. Although Naruto was aware that he could match Zabuza and even defeat him if he employed the Sage mode, he was hesitant to use his ace just yet because he didn't want to be perceived as a target. Naruto sprinted at high Jonin speed in the direction of the real Zabuza. Naruto was charging at Zabuza so fast that his eyes widened. Zabuza released the water prison by propelling himself away from Kakashi and Naruto. The words, "Good job Naruto," were praised by Kakashi. Zabuza practiced the water dragon jutsu hand seals. Kakashi began to imitate Zabuza exactly. They created identical-sized water dragons that collided after going through all 44 hand seals. As Zabuza and Kakashi faced off, Zabuza attempted to cut Kakashi with his sword but was stopped by Kakashi's deft use of kunai. Kakashi was able to predict Zabuza's strike location thanks to his Sharingan. Kakashi imitated Zabuza's hand signals as he leapt back. Kakashi exclaimed, "Water style! Great waterfall jutsu!" and Zabuza followed. When Kakashi outperformed Zabuza in the jutsu, Zabuza was shocked and couldn't understand how he did it. "Wind style! Hyper jet!" Naruto exclaimed. He employed a more powerful form of jet stream jutsu. Kakashi's jutsu was strengthened by Naruto's jutsu, giving them the advantage over Zabuza. Zabuza's jutsu fell apart quickly, and the combination jutsu of Naruto and Kakashi quickly approached Zabuza. Unable to avoid it, Zabuza prepared for the blow. Kakashi's kunai pinned Zabuza down after he was flung across a few trees. Zabuza is now severely bruised and bleeding. Zabuza questioned, "Can you see the future?" "Yes," Kakashi said gravely, "and your future is death." He was killed shortly after 3 Senbon struck his neck. "You were correct, Mr. Kakashi. His future was death. Thank you for weakening him for me. I have been tracking for the past 3 months to kill him," declared a mist hunter ninja who leapt in front of Zabuza. "He has a bloodline, huh? He would never be allowed to join the hunter ninja division, much less the mist forces." Naruto pondered. "You were correct, that Brad didn't help us out when your sensei was inside the water prison. That's when Zabuza was most vulnerable since he wouldn't be able to do anything when near invisible Senbon would strike him," Kurama said. To find out if Zabuza was dead, Kakashi felt for his pulse. Kakashi relaxed because Zabuza had no pulse. The masked ninja said, "I shall be leaving," as Zabuza's body flickered away. With his eyes narrowed, Naruto whispered to himself, and Zabuza got away. Chakra exhaustion caused Kakashi to pass out. Sakura yelled, "Sensei!" with concern. Don't worry, he is just unconscious due to chakra depletion. It happens when someone who is not a Uchiha uses the Sharingan too much, Naruto remarked as he created several clones to carry Kakashi. March 6th, at Tazuna's residence. Good morning, sensei, Naruto said to Kakashi. Kakashi said, oh, hello Naruto, how long was I out for? About a day. You suffered from chakra exhaustion, so take it easy, said Naruto. Sakura, Tazuna, and Satsuki heard Kakashi's voice and went into their room. Sakura exclaimed, thank God you're awake, sensei. With joy. Now that sensei is awake, I have something to tell you guys about, Naruto stated. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. What is it? Asked Satsuki. Kakashi thought, well, he probably believes Zabuza is still alive. Naruto's statement, Zabuza escaped, not killed, shocked everyone except Kakashi. Idiot, how is that possible when Kakashi-sensei confirmed that Zabuza died? Sakura yelled. Naruto yelled, and you're supposed to be the smartest in our team. Listen before you shout, to silence Sakura. The places where the Senbon struck were at the neck, at specific pressure points. These pressure points when struck will place the person in a death-like state. Zabuza has a very capable ninja under him. He moved away from the battlefield at around Jonin-level speeds, Naruto stated. You were spot on, Naruto. From all the damage he suffered, we can say he would be back in about 2 to 3 weeks. And it will take about 2 weeks for me to recover from my chakra exhaustion. But for you guys to survive the upcoming fight, I will be training all of you until you guys go unconscious, Kakashi said with a serious expression. And for you to train us, you will have to recover quickly. So rest up, I will send my clone to get breakfast for you up here, said Naruto. The concern his student showed him made Kakashi smile. March 6th, 9:23 a.m. Well, I will be teaching you guys water walking. I was planning on teaching this to whoever makes it to the 3rd round of the Chunin exams since you guys would need it, but I have to get you guys prepared for the upcoming battle we might be facing, Kakashi stated. As displayed in our battle against Zabuza, I already have mastered water walking, so instead, I want you to train me on something that requires your attention, Naruto stated. Fine, I will help you out with whatever is troubling you after I show them the exercise, replied Kakashi. Naruto gave that a nod. This is the next stage to tree walking. This will be harder to do since you will have to fluctuate your chakra due to the flowing nature of the water. This might take a few days to master, Kakashi stated. They began practicing the water walking exercise after nodding. Naruto and Kakashi went to train in a different clearing. Kakashi said, so what do you want my help for? I want to learn the Rasengan. My father only wrote down the materials needed to practice it, but not the actual steps to perform the jutsu. Since you are my father's student, I believe you are my best option for learning how to do the Rasengan, replied Naruto. Kakashi remarked, so you do know of your father? Yes, Gramps has given me some access to my father's archives. I have learned the Flying Thunder God technique to an acceptable level, but I am not experienced enough to use it properly. I still face some challenges due to its complexity. I can only admit that I can use it when I feel that I am strong enough, said Naruto. That's good, and as for me being the only option for you to learn the Rasengan would be false. Your godfather, Jiraiya knows how to use the jutsu better than me so that I can teach you the basic version of it, said Kakashi. That's more than enough, sensei, Naruto grinned. Take out a balloon, I will demonstrate the first exercise, Kakashi instructed. Naruto handed him an empty balloon and followed Kakashi's instructions. Kakashi filled an empty balloon with the water he had inhaled from the atmosphere. As for the exercise, observe, said Kakashi. To see what Kakashi was going to do, Naruto focused some of his senses on him. The water balloon burst with a pop as Kakashi gazed intently. This jutsu elevates chakra control to a whole new level, so perhaps I should rotate my chakra in different directions. Surprised, Naruto thought. That jutsu is just a watered-down version of a Bijudama. That jutsu can help you master the Bijudama once you are ready, Kurama stated. Naruto started to train. To practice the exercise, he created more than 50 clones. 7:17 p.m. Damn, Naruto thought, this exercise took a lot longer than I expected. To avoid giving him a headache, all of the clones were eliminated in groups. Naruto frowned and reflected, it took me about 500 hours of training to complete this step. His training time was multiplied by that amount by the clones. This was meant to be the simplest step to complete. Brat, From what I got to know, your father took 3 years to make this jutsu, and it took Jiraiya over 1 year to learn it. So don't go whining around when you got to complete the first exercise this quick, Kurama said. All right, Naruto thought, let's see what my teammates are doing. Naruto headed for the lake where his teammates were practicing. When he saw Satsuki, who was drenched and had a determined expression, he blushed a little. Naruto thought, looks like both of them trained it to a usable level, but it's still useless in battle. Can't expect them to master it in a day. I am surprised that they got to this level in the first place, Kurama stated. Naruto yelled, let's head back, it's time for dinner. Sakura asked, it's this dark already. What time is it? She was lying close to a tree. Naruto thought to himself, both of them hardly have any chakra left. Naruto said, it's about 7:20, as he glanced at his watch. Before Satsuki could fall into the lake, Naruto leapt and caught her. Since she was in a deeper area of the lake, she wouldn't be able to escape if she sank with her limited stamina and chakra. When Naruto saw Satsuki, she blushed a little. You shouldn't train until you run out of chakra, or you might face chakra exhaustion like Kakashi-sensei. It will only waste your time, Naruto stated. Satsuki gave that a nod. Naruto walked to the beach and placed her beside Sakura. Naruto said, here, and tossed them a scroll. Sakura and Satsuki looked at Naruto inquisitively. After saying, it has some towels for you guys to dry yourselves with, after all, we don't want anyone catching a cold in our first high-class mission. Naruto turned to face the two girls and gave them some privacy. At a covert location, looks like you will have to join the next battle, Haku, Zabuza stated. Because of the injuries he sustained at the hands of Kakashi and Naruto, Zabuza was covered in numerous bandages. Yes, Lord Zabuza, Haku answered. A short man on a cane yelled or asked, how did you fail that mission? I could have handled Kakashi all by myself, but that blonde brat was a wild card that they had. But next time, I will get the bridge builder, Zabuza grumbled. After saying, you better. You missing ninjas are too expensive. Gato stormed off. Because of the murderous intent Zabuza's disciple was expressing, he left as fast as he could. He was certain that if he remained in the hiding place any longer, he would urinate. We should be prepared for anything, Haku. That blonde brat might be stronger than you with the way he fought. So show no mercy, Zabuza said in a serious tone. Yes, Lord Zabuza, Haku answered. At Tazuna's residence. Kakashi inquired, how was your training? He wanted to hear it directly from them, but he had been observing them from time to time. Sakura exclaimed, it's going well, sensei, with delight. Naruto grinned and said, I got the first exercise down, sensei. Satsuki merely gave a nod. When Naruto claimed to have completed the first exercise, Kakashi exclaimed in shock, that fast. It took me about a month to get that down, Kakashi remarked. Sakura questioned, what exercise is he practicing, sensei? However, Naruto responded before Kakashi did. I am learning how to do my father's very own jutsu. It's a peak A rank ninjutsu, having achieved the pinnacle of chakra shaping. Only our sensei and Jiraiya of the 3 Sannin know how to do that jutsu, said Naruto. Kakashi gave Naruto a glare in that direction. Sakura asked, and who is your father, Naruto? I won't say it now. I will reveal it to you two when I feel I am ready to do so. The rest of the world would get to know of my father during the upcoming Chunin exams, if Kakashi-sensei signs us up for it, said Naruto. It's quite sad that Zabuza recognized my father's identity within just a few seconds, while you two have been with me for many years at the academy and still don't know who my father is, Naruto said. No wonder you are this strong. You are the son of a man even my father respected, said Satsuki. Kakashi said, well, it's time for me to patrol the area, so I will be leaving, as soon as he finished his dinner. Yes, but please don't say I am strong just because of my lineage, there are many ninjas who are strong despite who their parents were. Tsukumo Hatake was a candidate for being the 4th Hokage despite being born to a Chunin and a civilian, Naruto replied. Naruto went on to say, it also discredits one's hard work. Satsuki gave that a nod. The way Naruto acted humbled her. Despite being the son of the 4th Hokage, he didn't behave as arrogantly in the village as she did. What happened to Mr. Tsukumo? I mean, he must have been very popular if he was this strong, Sakura asked. In a vital mission, he chose to retreat to save his comrades from their deaths, but in turn that vital mission not being completed caused many deaths later on. The very people he saved despised him. So he chose the honorable way and committed seppuku, Naruto replied with a scowl. It might have been the wrong thing to do, but the hatred targeted at him was much more than anyone in his place would get simply because of his status, Naruto said. That's harsh, cried Sakura. Yes, it was even worse for Kakashi-sensei. He had to live all on his own when he was just 5. Some didn't like Kakashi because he was the son of Tsukumo, but others didn't care much. But Kakashi was able to support himself because he was already a ninja by then, said Naruto. Satsuki's and Sakura's eyes grew wide. They were unaware that Kakashi was a ninja at such a young age. Kakashi was very prodigious from a young age. There is no doubt that Kakashi would still be one of the strongest in our village even without the Sharingan. He was said to be a better user of the Sharingan than some of the Uchihas. But that theory was never put to the test, said Naruto. What? It was claimed that Kakashi-sensei was a more proficient Sharingan user than my clansman. Surprised, Satsuki thought. After eating dinner, they were all ready to head to their rooms. Hey, Naruto, Satsuki muttered. The answer from Naruto was, I want you to train me, stated Satsuki. Well, if you go out on a date with me, then I will teach you, Naruto joked with a sly smile. Sure, Satsuki blushed in response. Naruto's mind came to a halt. He didn't anticipate a, sure, response from her. Ha 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 ha, exclaimed Kurama, laughing. The head of Naruto turned as red as a tomato. With a slight stammer, Naruto managed to ask, when do you want to train? Tomorrow, 9 a.m., said Satsuki. Naruto gave a nod. Satsuki inquired, when is the date? Tomorrow at 2 p.m., for lunch, immediately answered Naruto. He was clueless about what he was expected to do on a date. She said, good night, and hurried to Sakura's room. Naruto muttered to himself, Dammon. Kurama managed to wheeze out, ha 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 ha, I never thought a Senju would ask out a Uchiha. Let alone the Uchiha accepting it. When Kakashi saw the entire situation, he grinned. Kakashi thought, looks like he is a ladies' man just like you were, sensei. Kakashi was already considering ways to assist Naruto when he thought, I should help him out since it appears he has no idea what he is going to do for the date. Kakashi went into his chamber. Sakura, Tsunami, and Satsuki shared a room, while Naruto and Kakashi shared one. Should I share some of my skills with him? I mean, it will be very beneficial to our mission. If I go all out, I'll leave enough for him to believe that I am at least high Jonin level, Naruto said to Kurama. Sure, just don't reveal that you can use Sage Mode in the wood release. You can say you have recreated that jutsus from observing other ninjas as a cover-up. Kakashi already has a good impression of you so he won't question it much, Kurama responded. Kakashi questioned gravely, so Naruto, how strong are you? From the fight I got to see between you and Zabuza, I would say that I can handle fighting either of you in a one-on-one for a while. But I will lose since I lack both experience and the arsenal. I am about half as fast as you and have about 40 times your chakra. I have a few powerful jutsus in my arsenal, and I can comfortably say I am about Jonin level, replied Naruto. Kakashi questioned, how did you get access to the high-level ninjutsu? I have seen many ninjas train and tried my best to replicate them. I knew from a young age that the academy would only keep me weaker due to my condition. Mizuki taught me the wrong taijutsu style, and the other teachers didn't even bother to answer any of the questions I asked them, so I just didn't care about the academy much, said Naruto. Kakashi gave Naruto's response a nod. He had no choice but to consent since he was aware of Naruto's situation. After some time, Kakashi remarked, I'd say you should fight the fake Mist Anbu whilst I take care of Zabuza. Naruto gave a nod of approval. We should lay traps in the bridge beforehand, this can help us out against Zabuza by a lot. From my analysis of the Sharingan, the best way to counter it would be to completely cut off the Sharingan's vision. And Zabuza being the master of silent killing, would use it the advantage by completely flooding the place with a thick mist, cutting your vision off. I'd say you should set up traps that would blow off the mist enough so that you can counter him, Naruto stated. You are correct, Zabuza has a very effective counter to my Sharingan, but as you said, we can set up wind style, great breakthrough jutsu seals around to blow off the mist, Kakashi thoughtfully responded. Naruto asked, what will we do if he brings any backups? It depends, if they are A-ranked, you will be handling them, but I will intervene if they are above that level, replied Kakashi. I get a huge power boost when I use the Nine Tails chakra, so I'd say that I would be strong enough to take on a mid-S ranked ninja and have a good chance of coming out victorious, Naruto stated. The surprise in Kakashi's uncovered eye grew. Kakashi looked at him gravely. My father sealed the 9 tails in me for a reason, and that is to protect the village and me. I have to master the 9 tails power since it will be a great power to use when in need. As for me fighting high-class ninjas, some possess the power to counter me, one being Kisame Hoshigaki. His sword can absorb the chakra of a tailed beast. He might suck my chakra cloak out, so I will be only fighting him with my power. So if he comes out, I will fight Zabuza whilst you fight Kisame, Naruto went on. Kakashi gave that a nod. He couldn't think of any arguments against the 9 tails chakra since he knew that Naruto would eventually have to learn how to use it. I would recommend that you should only use as little as possible of its chakra. If you go overboard, you might go berserk and lose your mind, then even I won't be able to stop you, Kakashi said in a serious manner. Naruto was aware of his edge. When not using his Sage mode, Naruto can theoretically handle up to 5 tails. If he does, he may be able to handle up to 7. It's theoretical, though, because the seal is so tight that only 3 tails worth of chakra can emerge even after months of training with the 9 tails chakra. The seal is made to deteriorate over time. Before Naruto and Kurama can fully break the seal, it might take several years. Kakashi teased, so Naruto, what's your plan for tomorrow? Was Naruto's astute response. Kakashi smiled and said, you know, your date with Satsuki. Naruto was aware that Kakashi was grinning behind his mask. I don't know, I asked her out as a joke. I didn't expect her to accept it, was Naruto's anxious response. Kakashi questioned, well, do you like her in the first place? A bit, yay, Naruto blushed in response. Naruto begged, so sensei, do you know what I should do? Well, I would say that you should take her out to eat, but I don't think it's a good idea to take her out to eat in the Land of Waves town, the place is run down. I'd say you should get a picnic ready for her and prepare some food for it. And as for the rest, I wouldn't know what to do since I never went out on any dates myself. I only occasionally overheard in the Jonin lounge about how a date went and what to do for a date, replied Kakashi. Naruto thanked Kakashi, saying, thank you sensei. I think I do have some stuff ready for it. But what do I teach her? I don't think she would be able to learn the advanced stuff I am doing right now, said Naruto. I'd say you should teach her something a Chunin might learn, she already is about that level in strength, pushing her further with difficult training can help her grow much stronger, replied Kakashi. Okay sensei, Naruto answered. Naruto asked, what are you going to do about her Sharingan, sensei? If she has a good lightning affinity like me, I would probably teach her the Chidori. This jutsu can fit her arsenal well, replied Kakashi. I can help her evolve the Sharingan to its later stages through training. My clan archives have a lot about the Sharingan, the only ones who would have more info about it would be the Uchiha clan themselves, Naruto stated. Kakashi asked, how does the Uzumaki clan have a lot about the Uchihas? The Uzumaki clan? No, I meant the Senju clan. You didn't know my dad was a Senju? Naruto asked. Kakashi asked, wait, sensei was a Senju? Yeah, his grandfather was Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. How did you think he got access to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Replied Naruto. Kakashi's gaze expanded. It was shocking that Minato's grandfather was the second Hokage. Naruto prepared to go to bed early. It's getting late now sensei. I will plan on what I am going to teach her and sleep, he said. Tomorrow, Naruto must train for the second exercise. March 7th, 9 a.m. Just a few minutes ago, Naruto dispatched a group of clones to practice the second Rasengan training exercise. Together, Naruto and Satsuki went into a clearing. She said, what will you be teaching me? You have enough chakra to pull off one shadow clone, so use your Sharingan and copy the jutsu I am about to perform. Remember, make only one clone, said Naruto. At Naruto's command, Satsuki nodded and turned on her Sharingan. Naruto said, Shadow Clone's Jutsu, while making the cross-hand gesture. Satsuki created one clone by copying him. I only have about a quarter of my chakra left, Satsuki said, his eyes widening. Surprised, she thought. Satsuki sighed, wow, this jutsu took a lot of off me. It does, but it's a special jutsu that can multiply one's training speed by a lot. Whatever the clone learns, the user will learn it once the clone is dispelled. But mind that only ones who have a high chakra reserve can use this training method. You being a Uchiha can perform this jutsu to an acceptable level. I will be training you physically whilst your clone will be training on water walking, Naruto replied. HM, was Satsuki's response. Your clone should follow my clone, you will be training with me, Naruto stated. Naruto's clone was followed by Satsuki's, leaving just the two teammates. Satsuki said, what should we start on? I will be placing gravity seals on you. This specific one is designed to increase as you use it continuously, said Naruto. As Naruto blushed slightly, he said, I have to draw this on your back, so. Before it hit her, Satsuki was a little perplexed by what Naruto was saying. Fine, make it quick, Satsuki said, blushing and exposing her back. Naruto made the seal on her by placing his palm on her back. Done, declared Naruto. That's it, she asked. I am a seal master, I can produce some high-level seals with just a touch. To my knowledge, only my father and mother were able to do it, he stated. She exclaimed, startled, you are a seal master. Yes, only Jiraiya is at my level in terms of the sealing arts. I have been using the shadow clone method for a long time, I have had more chakra than the Hokage ever since I was 9, Naruto stated, further shocking her. Naruto told her to add some chakra to the seal, and she did so. Right now you will be feeling twice as heavy as you were previously, that's level 1, said Naruto. Yay, it's quite hard to move, shot back Satsuki. Satsuki questioned, what level are you at now? Me, well, I am at level 13, Naruto answered. Satsuki asked, so you are experiencing 13 times the original gravity? Nope, it's about 300 times the original gravity, it grows by 2 times each level. It's kinda like exponential, Naruto remarked, startling Satsuki. How is that possible? She exclaimed, shocked. Kakashi is still faster than me, and there are many ninjas who are faster than him. Last I checked my dad was at level 15, which was about 700 times the original gravity. I would say probably the Raikage would be on the same level if he uses that lightning armor of his, but we will never know since they don't have gravity seals there, said Naruto. How did you get so fast? It's not possible for any person to get to that level, normal or otherwise. Satsuki yelled. Naruto remarked, I have an advantage most don't. Satsuki looked at Naruto questioningly. I will tell that to you on our date, Naruto stated. Fine, was her response. Naruto and Satsuki ran for several laps around the clearing. Naruto had to use his healing palm jutsu, which can relax and heal any strain on the body, to help Satsuki, who was easily fatigued. Naruto's training in the medical arts also benefited from this, he had to heal her too many times to count. 1:50 p.m. It's time for our date, Naruto exclaimed. She asked, it's been 5 hours already. Close. We have to get there quickly before all the food gets cold, said Naruto. Naruto's readiness for the date surprised Satsuki. They took a seat and began eating. Satsuki questioned, so tell me about the advantage you have over others. You know that the 9 tails attacked the village during my birth, right? Asked Naruto. Yay, said Satsuki. Well, my dad had no other choice but to seal it into me since I was the only newborn there, and he was too honorable to seal it into someone else's child. People like me are called the Jinchuriki. Someone leaked out the information of me holding the 9 tails, and it spread like wildfire, Naruto said with a sense of sorrow. Satsuki's gaze expanded. To cheer Naruto up, she gave him a hug. Kurama grinned and remarked, looks like you got lucky with the person you chose. Yes, Kurama, said Naruto. There was more to the attack, the 9-tailed fox was controlled, he said, and Satsuki got off him. Satsuki's gaze expanded. The attack was started by someone. She had a horrified thought. My dad would have sealed the 9 tails into the Shinigami if it weren't the case. When a female Jinchuriki is giving birth, the seal is at its weakest. Some masked Uchiha took advantage of it and took me hostage. My dad saved me from that masked guy, leaving my mother, who was the previous Jinchuriki, all alone with that Uchiha. That guy unsealed the 9 tails, controlled it, and released it in the middle of the village, killing many, said Naruto. She asked, what happened to your mother? When a Jinchuriki is rid of their tailed beast, they would die instantly. But my mom, being an Uzumaki, naturally was able to live beyond the extraction for a few minutes. She knew she would die, so she did anything in her power to pin the 9 tails so my father could perform the sealing, Naruto replied with a scowl. From my knowledge, I was supposed to be adopted by your mother, but thanks to the council saying that any clans adopting me would shift the balance of power among the clans. So I was not to be adopted by anyone, Naruto went on. What, were our parents really that close? She inquired. Yes, your mother was my godmother and my mother was your godmother, said Naruto. Really? She asked, a little optimistically. Yeah, our mothers were on the same team. They were rivals back then, said Naruto. Satsuki has never been happier since her clan's massacre. She questioned, so tell me about your clans. Well, I am from 3 clans, one being the Namikaze, which was a minor clan before being wiped out during the Second Ninja War. As for my second clan, it would be the Uzumaki, they were also wiped out during the Second Ninja War. It was quite the epic tale if you ask Maine, 40000 ninjas versus 3000 Uzumaki ninjas. The Uzumaki clan was so strong that their leader was considered a Kage and the country was known to be as strong as the 5 great hidden villages. And as for my third clan, it would be the Senju clan. My great-grandfather was Tobirama Senju, he was my father's grandfather, Naruto continued. Satsuki was rather taken aback. It was quite an honor to be related to 3 of the 4 Hokages. What about you? Inquired Naruto. My grandfather was Kagami Uchiha, and my great-grandfather was Izuna Uchiha, she responded. Naruto questioned, Izuna, really? Satsuki said, what about it? My great-grandfather and your great-grandfather hated each other a lot during the warring clan era. My great-grandfather managed to defeat Izuna after years of fighting him, said Naruto. Oh, she answered. Throughout the day, Naruto and Satsuki discussed their interests and pastimes. March 7th, 7 p.m. Tazuna's family and Team 7 were eating dinner. We will be able to beat Zabuza and his accomplice as long as they don't bring anyone as strong as Sensei over with them, Naruto stated. Kakashi gave a nod of approval. Tsunami was sitting next to a small child who was trembling violently. You guys think you are all heroes. There are no such things called heroes in this world. You all will die here if you stay any longer, so go away from this village. The child known as Inari yelled. You all are from a great village so you guys know nothing about our suffering. He went on. Inari reprimanded Tsunami. Why bother, Mom? They will die here thanks to Gato. Exclaimed Inari. Naruto answered, what's your deal, brat? What's my deal? It's you guys who came here. Gato has thousands of men under him. You can never defeat him. Inari yelled in rage. So, they are all merely thugs who can't even compare to a real ninja. Many ninjas individually have killed thousands of other ninjas, some even did so in mere seconds. A common thug who can't even fight properly holds no candle to us. I hate people like you, crying when something bad happens. There are many more who have suffered more than you ever could imagine. Have you ever stepped out of this house? Kids younger than you are starving out there and are barely able to scrape by. You have 3 square meals of food every day and a good shelter. And do you see us crying over our losses? Naruto grumbled. When Inari claimed that Team 7 was unaware of suffering, Naruto became enraged. Sobbing, Inari got up and ran to his room. When Naruto said, I am going to get some fresh air, a few seconds later, Satsuki followed Naruto as he stood up and walked away. Sakura asked, what got Naruto so worked up? You are aware that Satsuki and Naruto both had extremely difficult upbringings, so it's likely that Naruto became agitated when he said, we don't know suffering. Naruto dislikes it when people ignore the suffering of others. Tazuna told the tale of Kaiza, the hero of the Land of Wave. After a hasty meal, Kakashi headed to his room, where he discovered Inari sobbing close to the ledge overlooking the sea. Inari, shouted Kakashi. What? Inari asked, hastily wiping away his tears. Look, Naruto wasn't attempting to be cruel. He finds it offensive when someone claims they have never experienced pain without being aware of it. Naruto never had a happy life. He probably grew weary of crying. Naruto was unaware of his parents from an early age. He was mistreated by others for something that was beyond his control. In an attempt to calm the child, Kakashi said, don't take what he said to heart because Naruto had a very harsh upbringing. With a nod, Inari went to sleep. March 28th. For the time being, I will protect Tazuna's family. If I see any issues there, I'll come to you guys, Naruto remarked. Good, now Satsuki, Sakura, you both will be guarding the bridge builder with me for today, said Kakashi. On the bridge, the workers at the bridge were all lying there, bruised and covered in blood, and Tazuna's eyes widened along with the rest of the team. What took place here? Tazuna questioned a conscious person. We were attacked by a monster that appeared suddenly. After saying that, the man passed out from his wounds a moment later. Oh, you're back at last, Kakashi. The tall of the two said, I thought you would never return here. Kakashi said, so you are back, Zabuza, glancing at a tall figure that was hardly discernible because of the fog. I just assumed that your accomplice was Kiri Anbu, who was wearing a mask. Did you need 3 weeks to prepare for the second round? In an attempt to agitate Zabuza, Kakashi made fun of him by saying, looks like me and my student did quite the number on you to be that late. Kakashi, you can't agitate me so easily. Where's that blonde brat? Did he give up? Zabuza retaliated. Why don't we get into a fight right away? Talking isn't helping us, so let's not waste any more time, shall we? Kakashi revealed his Sharingan as he spoke. Are you planning to play the trump card once more? Do you not have more than one trick up your sleeve? Zabuza made fun of it. You should feel honored that you are seeing my Sharingan for the second time. No one survived to see my eye a second time, Kakashi stated. Satsuki reasoned that because Kakashi-sensei had used his Sharingan in the previous battle, the opponent might already know how to counter it, so he should only use it when absolutely necessary. She intended to use the Sharingan's enhanced abilities to ambush her adversary and take them by surprise. At Tazuna's residence, oh, Tsunami cried out in shock and horror. 2 of Gato's thugs found Tazuna's home and intended to kidnap her in order to hold her as a hostage. Hey, don't bother my mother, Inari yelled. I haven't had much fun using my sword for a while, he said, smirking evilly as he sprinted toward one of the thugs, having swiftly grabbed a kitchen knife that was nearby. Inari, Tsunami cried out in horror. Inari was about to be slashed by the thug, but Inari vanished in a yellow flash. The 2 thugs who attempted to abduct Tsunami were targeted with a high degree of murderous intent. Just as they were about to urinate themselves, they were rendered unconscious and bound by ninja wires. Inari, you did a good job, Naruto remarked, giving Inari a pat on the head. Naruto, big bro, I'm surprised and relieved, Inari remarked. Naruto abruptly turned his head to face the bridge. Naruto stated, looks like my team needs my help over at the bridge, with a serious expression on his face. Inari, please gather everyone in the village and head to the bridge in 30 minutes. Gato will probably arrive shortly. Because of this, the village has the ideal chance to get rid of him, Naruto remarked. Yes, big brother, Inari answered, his eyes blazing. To prepare his supplies, Inari hurried to his room. I will not disappoint big bro Naruto, he thought resolutely as he searched through his belongings for his crossbow. At the bridge, leaping toward each other, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in combat, with Zabuza thickening the mist to completely obstruct Kakashi's vision. The masked fake Kirinin jumped at Tazuna and attempted to kill him by hurling several Senbon at him, but Sakura and Satsuki deflected them all. Satsuki leapt in the direction of the masked fake Kiri ninja and used her kunai to strike the Senbon of the masked fake Kiri ninja. You are at a disadvantage, we are surrounded by water, something you should be scared of since you are fighting an ex-mist ninja, the mask-wearing Kiri ninja stated. How can you execute any kind of jutsu without using your hands? Satsuki grinned as he spoke. The masked fake Kiri ninja said, like this, while navigating hand seals with just their right hand. The skill of the masked ninja caused Satsuki and Kakashi's eyes to widen. Jutsu with ice needles, ice style. Satsuki was able to avoid and deflect the majority of the needles, but she was scratched by a few as the masked ninja let out a barrage of Senbon. With a hint of panic, Satsuki thought, she can do one-handed seals. Only high-class ninjas can do that. She now realizes that the masked ninja is beyond her skill level. The masked ninja read a few signs and exclaimed, ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystal jutsu. I am sorry for what I am about to do, I am doing this for Lord Zabuza. You can't run away from here, Kakashi, Zabuza said, stopping Kakashi from going to Satsuki's location to assist her. Satsuki's eyes couldn't keep up with the masked ninja's rapid movements as she transported herself around the mirrors. As she poured chakra into her eyes, she thought, I need to activate my Sharingan. When the masked ninja saw the Sharingan's pattern in their opponent's eyes, their eyes widened. The masked ninja exclaimed, so you too possess a Kekkei Genkei, rather startled. The masked ninja began to accelerate and launch Senbon at her. Satsuki could hardly avoid any of the strikes that were directed at her, and when she saw it coming, it was too late for her to defend herself. In a yellow flash, Naruto arrived and was hit by some of the Senbon. he had intended to attack from the outside, but when he reached for the dome of ice, he realized it was too late to help her, so he chose to block it with his body because he knew he would survive the Senbon strikes, so he didn't give a damn. Naruto fell, unconscious, as it struck a nerve, keeping him knocked out for a few seconds. However, Satsuki was unsure of Naruto's chances of survival. "Naruto!" she screamed, and the panic in her eyes quickly turned to rage. As blood spurted from her eyes, she mumbled, "Amaterasu." Panicked, the masked ninja thought, "What? The flames are so hot that all my mirrors are melting." The chakra drain from her jutsu caused Satsuki to lose consciousness. The masked ninja was about to jump at Tazuna when a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her leg. "She is down now, it's my chance to get Tazuna now," she thought. The ninja in the mask collapsed face first. Naruto said, "Don't count me out," with a determined tone. "Those fires. The Amaterasu is here. For 7 days and 7 nights, those flames won't go out. She most likely awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan if she used this jutsu, and she probably believed you had died." With a serious tone at first but a hint of humor at the end, Kurama addressed Naruto. Naruto whispered to himself, "This just got more troublesome," and all of the male Nara suddenly sneezed. "Why are you still awake?" When they escaped his grasp, the masked ninja said, "You were supposed to be knocked out for at least an hour. We greatly outclass you both, so why don't you and Zabuza depart?" "Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza can stop me if I go all out," Naruto declared, letting go of some of his murderous intent. With relief, Kakashi thought, "So, Naruto is fine after all, here I thought he might have died. I should cut some slack for him. So the brat is powerful enough to beat me," Zabuza remarked in jest. "Oh, I'm sure he can. But I'll kill you myself, so he won't have to step in." Kakashi uttered those words before being abruptly slashed by the Kubikiribocho. Although he managed to avoid it at the last second, the blade still struck him, leaving a massive gash in his chest and abdomen. "Well, Zabuza, I understand that this may not be our style, but should we end this as soon as possible?" Kakashi inquired. "What do you mean?" Zabuza asked in a slightly irritated tone. After pulling out a scroll, opening it, and applying some of his blood to it, Kakashi squatted, slammed his hand to the ground, and mumbled, "Earth Fang Tracking Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu." Abruptly, several dogs leapt from the earth, biting Zabuza and preventing him from moving. At the Naruto battle, Naruto sensed that the masked ninja was a boy, so he punched him so hard that he flew out. The masked ninja thought, "This boy is way too strong for me." With a depressing realization, the masked ninja and Naruto engaged in combat when, out of nowhere, a clone of Naruto slashed the masked ninja's left hand, rendering it useless for the remainder of the fight. "Oh no," the ninja in the mask yelled in agony. "What made you join forces with him?" "I understand that you fought to avoid killing," Naruto stated gravely. "It's because he is someone I cherish. You must have someone special to you if you were this strong, am I correct?" The ninja in the mask inquired. Yes, I do," shot back Naruto. "Then you must understand that I will fight until I die to protect Master Zabuza, who is my precious person," said the child. It sounded to the masked ninja like several birds chirping, and it also sounded uncannily like sparks of electricity. "I have to keep Master Zabuza safe," he yelled as he sprinted over to where the two Jonins were engaged in combat. During Kakashi's conflict, "Zabuza, I'm going to show you a jutsu I made," Kakashi said while displaying a few hand signals. "Chidori, lighting style," Kakashi uttered those words. With a hint of panic, Zabuza thought, "What? His chakra is so strong that it's visible in his hands. What kind of jutsu is that? Oh no, Master Zabuza is in danger." The ninja in the mask thought. In order to save Zabuza, he moved swiftly to block Kakashi's jutsu. Kakashi struck the chakra chains with all of his might and was knocked back, but Naruto used his chakra chains to capture the masked ninja. Zabuza jumped away as well, but was hit by a Rasengan created by one of Naruto's shadow clones. Kakashi jumped away quickly, getting farther away from Zabuza, and was startled to see the same chakra chains Kushina used to hold down the nintails. "That jutsu, you are the Yellow Flash's child, then." Zabuza was able to utter it. "Why are you working with someone like Gato, please? Did you not stand up to the Yondaime Mizukage's oppressive rule? You've gone from opposing this kind of oppression to endorsing it. It appears that you are a hypocrite based on what I have learned about you." Ignoring Zabuza's remarks regarding his ancestry, Naruto yelled angrily. "Why you? When Zabuza heard Gato's voice, he decided not to charge at Naruto. Well, it appears that the Mist Demon is just a wet kitten. A bunch of kids defeated you. Gato grinned as he spoke. Why are you in this place? Zabuza growled. Well, I got some thugs for half the price to get rid of you all because you missing ninjas are too costly. Gato uttered those words. Kakashi remarked, looks like our battle is over. With a, guess you were right, Zabuza said. Give me a kunai, brat, and I'll kill Gato myself. That jerk had the audacity to turn on me. Haku was momentarily rendered unconscious by the force with which the chakra chains held him, Zabuza remarked. Zabuza caught a kunai that Naruto threw at him with his mouth. Kakashi was exhausted from fighting Zabuza, and Naruto said, you have suffered a lot of damage, I will provide support by clearing away some of the thugs, as he prepared. Zabuza indicated his agreement with Naruto's suggestion by nodding. Boys, the 2 girls over there and their bounty will go to the person who kills the 2 Jonins. Gato grinned evilly as he spoke. Sakura was appalled by what she heard. At that statement, Naruto's eyes became icy, and he prepared to fight by drawing the katana Hiruzen had given him. All right, he overreached himself. I also want a bit of him. Please stay put. Fake mist ninja, Naruto said calmly, but it was clear that he was upset because a great deal of murderous intent washed over the bridge. All right, brat, Zabuza grinned as he prepared to battle and murder Gato. Be careful, Naruto, Kakashi cautioned. Gato attempted to flee but was kicked in the direction of Zabuza, who then used the kunai Naruto had given him to kill Gato. Both Naruto and Zabuza rushed at Gato's thugs and killed many of them. Retain the Kubikiribocho, brat. You are more than deserving of it, Zabuza told the ninja in a mask. But, master, the masked ninja attempted to deny it. Haku, you don't have to refer to me as master. Zabuza remarked, you are like the son I never had. Haku's gaze expanded. Dad, stay with me. Haku screamed. With a smile on his face, Zabuza took his final breath. Hey, Gato was killed. This implies that nobody is present to pay us. One of the thugs who survived said. How about we visit the village to collect their money? Said another thug. Yes, another thug remarked, we can easily kill the ninjas, they look tired. Everyone in the village gathered by the bridge to listen to the thug's words. Oh, you won't, Naruto remarked while making a few hand gestures. Water jet, water style. A massive stream of water erupted from Naruto's mouth, pushing out all of the thugs as he spoke. When they saw Naruto do that, the entire village cheered. They cheered even louder when they saw Gato's lifeless body. It appears that the mission is almost finished. Kakashi stated, all we need to do is keep him safe for a few more weeks while Tazuna finishes his bridge. Yeah, replied Naruto. After sealing the Kubikiribocho, Naruto went to check on Satsuki. Sakura was assisting Satsuki by removing some of the ice and bond that had hit him, but it was difficult to do so because it was slippery and made of ice. After warming his hands with fire manipulation, Naruto knelt down and placed it wherever the Senbon was. The Senbon melted rapidly, and Naruto applied his healing palm technique to her to help her recover from her wounds. How much time will she be absent? Sakura asked in a tone that betrayed her concern. Since she expended a lot of chakra, I would predict that she would be bedridden for a few days, but aside from that, nothing else will be preventing her. We can unwind a little now that Tazuna won't be targeted, Naruto retorted. Sakura grinned in relief. Well, we just finished our first mission with a high A rank, so I think we should celebrate when we return. Naruto grinned as he spoke. Sakura smiled. Sure, Naruto, she said. Satsuki was carried to her room by Naruto, who then allowed her to rest. Haku also trailed behind them. April 12th, 9:20 a.m. Is it already time for you to go? Inari, hardly able to contain his tears, asked. I have to return to my village, Inari. You are free to cry if you so choose. Just swear to me that you will look after this village, Naruto said. Inari answered. Well, we shall get going now, Kakashi remarked as he turned to head out. Goodbye, everyone. Naruto said goodbye to them with a wave before heading out of the village. What is the appropriate name for this bridge? A villager inquired. Oh, I understand. It ought to be known as the Magnificent Tazuna Bridge. With a drunken slur, Tazuna said. Tsunami said, no way, and punched him in the head. What about we call it the Great Naruto Bridge since he was the one who defeated Gato and his goons? Inari asked. That's a wise decision. You were given the confidence to battle Gato by Naruto, and you in turn gave everyone else the confidence to do the same. Tazuna grinned as she spoke. Everyone gave a collective cheer. So, this bridge will now be known as the Great Naruto Bridge. Tazuna yelled, and his announcement was met with cheers and applause. Haku made the decision to go to Konoha because he could live a better life there and because Konoha's loving bloodlines were a big plus. The southern gate of Konoha. 3:23 p.m. In order to get to Konoha as soon as possible, they all traveled at high speeds. Sakura wanted to do nothing but sleep in her cozy bed, while Naruto was dying to eat his favorite Ichiraku's ramen. Kakashi wanted to get to Konoha as soon as possible in order to solve the issue of taking his genin to a high A-rank mission. Hold on. Kindly turn in your paperwork. There, the Chunin gave an order. Kakashi provided Haku's documents and his teams for approval. The Chunin guard looked at Haku curiously. He wanted to come to Konoha with us, he has something valuable for the village, so we will be discussing this directly with the Hokage himself, Kakashi stated. The Chunin nodded and allowed them to enter the village. Since Kakashi has continued to carry out high-level missions to aid Konoha and the Hokage personally trusts him and gives him a lot of leeway, it was obvious that most ninjas who are familiar with him would have faith in him. In the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen said, "Come in," as the doors were knocked. Team 7, welcome back. And who could this be? When Haku and Team 7 arrived, Hiruzen inquired. To which Haku replied, "I am Haku Momochi, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen looked at Kakashi inquiringly. "I will be giving the mission report, so you two can leave," Kakashi said, gesturing to Sakura and Satsuki. After giving the Hokage a nod and bowing, the two departed. Hiruzen gave the command, "So tell me what happened in your mission." Kakashi growled, "Well, the mission was upgraded to an A- ranked." "What? How?" Hiruzen inquired somewhat angrily. "Well, the mission was upgraded to AB ranked mission after we first faced off against the Demon Brothers. But later, we had to fight the Zabuza Momochi, the Demon of the Mist," Kakashi continued, recounting the events of the mission. Hiruzen chastised Kakashi for allowing his recently formed genin team to embark on a high A-ranked mission. After delivering the mission report, Kakashi and Haku departed, but Naruto remained. Naruto said, "Gramps, I have something to tell you, something for your ears alone," and Hiruzen motioned for him to proceed while waving his anbu. "Satsuki is a top target, and I think Orochimaru may pursue her for her Sharingan because he wants to discover every jutsus in the world. I'd better watch her for the time being." Naruto remarked, "I might be able to hold off Orochimaru for a while if I go all out, enough for you to come help out." "Yes, I think my evil pupil would try to obtain the Sharingan, but why are you the best person to keep Satsuki safe?" Hiruzen inquired. "For one, she is my girlfriend, so it won't be suspicious for her if I stay with her a lot. Second, if you put anyone else, it will get suspicious and Orochimaru might never come out of his hole. And third, I know how to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so I would be able to escape with her if things get too out of hand," replied Naruto. Hiruzen considered the information. Naruto was right. Based on what Kakashi had said, he was likely strong enough to deal with any fine jonin of the leaf and win most of the time. She would also feel more at ease because Naruto was related to her. "Fine, I will rate this as an S-ranked mission which will end either when Orochimaru is dealt with, which means the mission is a success, or if Orochimaru achieves his goals, meaning the mission would be a failure," Hiruzen replied. Naruto nodded, adding that he would have a reliable source of income in addition to his seal earnings. Speaking of seals, he had to make them while on the mission because it took much longer than he had anticipated. "You will be staying in the same apartment building as her so you can keep an eye on her full-time. I have kept the neighboring apartments from having any residents since she didn't want any stalkers or anyone she didn't trust to live near her," Hiruzen stated. "All right, Gramps, I want someone to handle this because I forgot about it. So, would you like to eat dinner with me tonight? Or are you and your new girlfriend going out?" Hiruzen made a joke. "Ah, guys, hurry up," Naruto blushed and yelled back. "But tonight, your treat, Gramps, I'm free. See you later. Goodbye." As he prepared to leave the office, Naruto yelled, "All right, Naruto, stop by Ichiraku's at 7. Hiruzen responded. "Yes," Naruto said as he left the office. At Naruto's residence. "Gosh, I'm very wealthy." When Naruto realized how much he had, he yelled with delight. Gato was a very wealthy businessman, worth about 900 billion ryo, but it's difficult to determine how much he is worth because he had many underworld businesses. He was able to forge a few of Goto's documents and move a large amount of his money to different accounts so it won't be traced back to him. Naruto doesn't want the headache of managing a large corporation, so he simply intends to use someone as a puppet to run the business in his place. Naruto reflected with a smile, now I will be moving out of here. This place does have a lot of memories. To ensure he wouldn't be late for his dinner with the Hokage, he quickly completed his work by creating a few shadow clones and heading to his new lodging. In the recently constructed apartment complex, one irritated Satsuki, who had been sleeping until she was awakened by the sound of someone moving next to her house, asked herself, what's all the noise? She frowned and opened her door to see who it was. Didn't I tell Lord Hokage that no one can stay here? She thought. Hi, Satsuki. With an enormous smile, one of Naruto's clones yelled. Huh, why are you here? Satsuki inquired. I will explain it after I move my things inside first, said the real Naruto. Satsuki assisted him by bringing some of his boxes inside. Tell me, then, why you relocated here? Satsuki inquired. A barrier seal. Naruto slammed his hand on the ground and uttered those words. Well, you are in danger of course, Naruto remarked. Satsuki remarked, I am strong enough to take care of myself, while perspiring. Yes, strong enough to defeat a Chunin, but not strong enough to defeat a Kage. Having the Sharingan would be very beneficial to Orochimaru, one of the old man's students, who wished to become immortal in order to learn all of the jutsus. Because I am strong enough to repel him one-on-one and because I can use the Flying Thunder God to flee, I have been chosen to protect you. Taking you with me will enable me to fulfill my mission. Naruto cupped her cheek in his hands and said, I also want to personally protect you from any harm, you know. Satsuki blushed slightly and said, all right. Naruto kissed her on the forehead and went back to work. Good, I will have to set up everything and then go meet the Hokage for dinner. You go rest for now, I will be training you extra hard tomorrow since you haven't trained for the past 2 weeks, he said. When he did that, she simply flushed, but she still assisted him in organizing his belongings. She said, bye, Naruto, see you tomorrow, as she walked out of Naruto's flat. Telling himself, it's time to go to Ichiraku's, Naruto said. 7 p.m. In Ichiraku's. Hey guys, how are things at work? Hiruzen was greeted by Naruto. It's going well, but the paperwork is a bit stressful on my old bones, Hiruzen remarked, as he laughed quietly. You know, if the job is too stressful, you can give me the hat. Naruto made a joke. Naruto, I still possess some strength. Perhaps I will in a few years, Hiruzen smiled. Naruto simply smiled. April 13th. Naruto said, good morning, Satsuki. In the hallway. Oh, hi Naruto, Satsuki returned the greeting. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and said, it's time to train, I will bring you to one of the private training grounds the Hokage gave me. He felt to see if anyone was observing them. He teleported her and himself out of there in a yellow flash. The Flying Thunder God's aftereffects had made Satsuki feel a little queasy. Don't worry, you will get used to that, Naruto said, giving her a gentle pat on the back. Hoo-hoo, was her response. Well, for one, we will be training you in the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto replied. She asked or yelled, wait, what, I have the Mangekyo? Naruto asked, you don't know you have it? No, Satsuki replied. Yay, when I took the blow for you, you awakened the Mangekyo and used the Amaterasu flames. Any strong emotion can awaken the Mangekyo Sharing, be it love, sadness, or hatred, Naruto replied. Satsuki asked somewhat suspiciously, wait, how do you know so much about the Mangekyo? My great-grandfather fought your great-grandfather, who had the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he noted down how to counter it. Also, your grandfather was his student as well, your grandfather had gotten his Mangekyo when his close friend died protecting him. Tobirama Jiji was also there to bear witness to it, said Naruto. She said, oh, then how do I train on using it? The thing is, you can't use the Mangekyo's special powers yet, you lack the chakra for it. The activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan gives its users a huge boost in terms of chakra capacity to let its users have enough chakra to use the special techniques. But even with the boost of chakra you currently have, it's simply not enough. At best, you can perform the Amaterasu you did over at the bridge only once, Naruto continued. With some sadness, Satsuki exclaimed, ah, man. She wanted to learn how to use her abilities but was unable to do so. Well, don't worry, I will be pushing you to your limits. You will hate me a lot by the end of every day. Naruto grinned. Let's see, she said with a confident smirk. Naruto grinned evilly. You have enough chakra to make a few shadow clones, I want you to make 3 and they will follow my clones. I will be training you in taijutsu personally. I will be helping you create your personal taijutsu style after a few hours into our training. This is so you won't get countered easily by people who know about the Uchiha's interceptor fist, said Naruto. She created 3 clones after nodding. You see the lake over there? Well, from now onwards, we will be doing our workouts on top of the water. This will help our chakra control and concentration, said Naruto. What, you mean we are supposed to do our entire workout while doing water walking? She was trembling. Yeah, Naruto grinned in response. Your Sharingan has already evolved to the final phase, meaning you have reached the peak of the Sharingan's perception. This means that your eyes are way ahead of your body, so I will increase your gravity seal level to 4, and you will have to run about 50 rounds around that lake within 1 hour. So I will force you to move at your top speed, said Naruto. Satsuki was anxious about the training schedule that she would have to follow. 4:20 p.m. The Uchiha Interceptor Fist has a few holes that can be exploited, that's why most of your clansmen change it according to their needs. This only made it harder for their opponents to fight against them, every Uchiha having different styles made it confusing to counter them, Naruto stated. But this does extend to most other clans, a notable example of clans not following this trend being the exception being the Hyuga clan, but to date, most of their secrets are still left to be uncovered, Naruto continued. Satsuki gave Naruto's words a nod. Are there any ways to counter the Hyuga? There is no way that someone hasn't found any counters to them. If no one did, they would have been the strongest clan during the Warring Clans era. Satsuki responded. There were many people who countered their attacks, even I know how to counter most of their attacks, so I am pretty much in the clear when I am up against them, even their main house techniques can be countered if you know their weakness. The issue with the clan is that they treat their own family like trash. They put down the side branch members and not let them learn certain techniques even though they have enough skills for it. Not to mention the Hyuga clan's members only concentrate on taijutsu and do not learn much beyond it. This is why to this day, there was never an S-ranked ninja who came from the Hyuga clan, thus not gaining as much recognition as they are doing right now, Naruto continued. Satsuki demonstrated her understanding of Naruto's words by nodding. In a body flicker, Kakashi appeared there. Kakashi asked, so you two are training here as well? Hiruzen told Kakashi that this was where they were training. His main purpose for being here was to inform Satsuki that on Monday they would begin conducting missions. Naruto answered, yes, I am here to help Satsuki create a new taijutsu style. That's good, said Kakashi. What about you? Inquired Naruto. Well, I just completed training Sakura. You both training like this will make her fall behind you both, destroying the little teamwork you guys have, so I am forced to personally train her myself and push her a lot, which no Jonin-sensei would normally do, replied Kakashi. This will help her out, she was quite useless during the wave mission. If she is strong enough, then we won't have to go saving her any longer, said Satsuki. You don't have to be rude, Satsuki. Don't forget that she doesn't come from a clan. It's quite an accomplishment that she came to this level, she is akin to a hope for civilian-borns who want to be ninjas, Naruto said. Naruto is right, Sakura is under a lot of pressure from her parents and other people. She has to be good enough to continue being a ninja, giving hope to others like her. Her parents didn't want Sakura to be a ninja in the first place, but they let her be a ninja under one condition, she should reach the rank of Chunin within 2 years. It's easy to see she has good potential, but she was stunted by her fanatics during the academy, so I am setting her straight now that she is a ninja. I let her study some Genjutsus and some Iryo ninjutsu, but it's up to her to master them, Kakashi added. So, on the topic of becoming Chunin, will you be signing us up for the Chunin exams? Replied Naruto. Yes, I do plan on letting you guys take part in the exams, Kakashi replied. Oh, Satsuki, missions will continue as usual from coming Monday, Kakashi replied. Kakashi said, I shall be taking my leave now, enjoy your date, and flicked off. Naruto said, shall we continue? Yeah, she answered. For the following 4 months, their training proceeded without any problems. June 14th, Kakashi handed his team the Chunin exam forms and said, here, sign these papers if you want to join this term's Chunin exams. I recommend you to take it since this time around, the exams are hosted in Konoha, giving you an advantage over ninjas from other villages. Naruto glanced at his teammates and realized that they would not be able to take the tests if even one of them skipped them. Naruto thought, looks like Kakashi doesn't want to put pressure on us to take the exams. Naruto resolutely stated, I will be taking the exams. I believe we are strong enough to pass, in an attempt to instill more confidence in his group. I will be taking the exams as well, I have to test my strength against others, Satsuki stated. Sakura exclaimed, I will also take the exams. I will prove that I am strong too. With vigor. Because of Kakashi's extensive training, her attitude completely changed. For the last 4 months, Kakashi has been training her to the bone. Kakashi wasn't wasting time either, he was training to strengthen his chakra reserves, which were his weakness. Kakashi has been practicing a lot of chakra exercises and has become one of the village's strongest. Even though Kakashi and Naruto are currently on par with gravity seals, it's still clear who is the fastest to Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, it would be nice if you join my training sessions. I can teach both Satsuki and you something that will be invaluable. This will also increase your chakra reserves drastically. It can only be performed by someone with the advanced Sharingan, said Naruto. What does Sakura mean by advanced Sharingan? Naruto said, you should ask Satsuki instead of me. Sakura looked at Satsuki inquiringly. It's the final stage of the Sharingan, only certain members of my clan can achieve it. And to unlock it, one must feel a very strong emotion. Be it losing someone you love, or killing them, Satsuki said with an icy tone. Geez, you don't have to be saying it so scarily. In simple terms, Sakura, Satsuki unlocked hers when I took a hit that was meant for her. She thought I died and unlocked that stage of the Sharingan, Naruto clarified. With a hint of horror, she asked, wait, you nearly died? Turning his head away, Naruto said, yay, idiot, she whispered to herself. Well, be over at the academy before 9 a.m., this coming Thursday, the first round of the exams will be held there, Kakashi said. Okay, sensei, they all exclaimed, sensei, meet me and Satsuki over the training grounds where we train around 2 p.m., said Naruto. Sure, Naruto, Kakashi answered. In a body flicker, they all departed. July 15th, Satsuki questioned, who are the kids following us? One of them is the grandson of the third Hokage, said Naruto. Naruto looked at the square rock with 2 eye holes and said, Kono, square moving rocks don't exist. A child's voice said, ah, like expected from my great teacher, Naruto. From the square rock. Abruptly, Konohamaru and 2 of his friends emerged from their disguise in a cloud of black smoke. Konohamaru said, who is this girl, big bro? She's Satsuki Uchiha, Naruto replied. Konohamaru asked, giggling and wriggling in his pinky finger, is she your? Yeah, she is my girlfriend, Naruto replied. Konohamaru exclaimed, you got a good one, big bro. And gave a thumbs up. Haha, thanks, Naruto grinned silly. Konohamaru begged, well, do you wanna play ninja with us? Sakura smirked and asked, what kind of ninja wants to play ninja? She heard that as she turned the corner. You have a huge forehead, you flat chest. Konohamaru retorted. Sakura began chasing the 3 friends around the area, saying, why you? Until she heard a thump. Satsuki inquired, what happened? Let's check it out, I sense 3 chakra signatures other than them, said Naruto. When the couple turned the corner, they saw Konohamaru being picked up by a man wearing a catsuit. Let him down, Kankuro. We shouldn't cause a scene here, exclaimed a female ninja. Oh come on, Tamari. This brat was the one who started it. He was the one who ran into me, Kankuro replied. Konohamaru yelled, I already apologized. So let me down. Naruto muttered, sand ninjas, and Satsuki nodded in agreement. Why don't you let the kid down? Naruto said icily. Kankuro smirked and said, what are you going to do if I don't? Kankuro's eyes widened in sheer terror as Naruto released some of his killing intent. He quickly moved behind Naruto for solace and let go of Konohamaru. Naruto said, why don't you come out? The 2 Suna ninjas' eyes flickered when a red-haired man in a sand body arrived, but everyone else looked at him with suspicion. Gee, Gaara, Kankuro exclaimed in a shaky voice. Gaara's words, Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to our village, were laced with intent to kill. That brat is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, learned Kurama. Why don't you 3 leave and forget what happened now? We don't want a full-scale war between our villages, do we? Naruto asked. A full-scale war? Temari asked anxiously. Naruto stated icily, the boy you attempted to argue with is the third Hokage's grandson. We will be leaving now, Gaara declared. After turning around, the three Suna ninjas began to leave. Gaara tipped his head toward Naruto and inquired, "What's your name?" "Naruto," Naruto replied. Gaara gave a nod and walked away. July 18th. In the academy, Naruto grinned and said, "Well, are you guys prepared?" Sakura replied, "Of course. I got everything ready like you asked," and Satsuki gave a nod of approval. Team 7 was ready for any challenge the tests might present. Naruto learned that the second phase was about survival training, where they would be stranded until they finished the assigned task or the allotted time had passed. "We should not gather attention to ourselves, so we should stay quiet the entire time we are there," said Naruto. All of them nodded in agreement with Naruto's statement. On the second level, before the exams even started, Naruto's team discovered that the examiners had been testing them. To confuse those who can't even recognize a weak genjutsu, they changed the sign from 203 to 303. Naruto muttered to his teammates, "Looks like someone is putting on a show. They got a Hyuga, so they are probably trying to throw off some of the competition." The two purported genins who were preventing him from entering were arguing with a ninja wearing a bright green jumpsuit. The green jumpsuit ninja hurried to Team 7's location as they were moving through the area. Rock Lee exclaimed loudly, "I am Rock Lee. I graduated from the academy last year." After graduating from the academy, Rock Lee yelled, "Oh, beautiful Ms. Sakura. Would you go out on a date with me? I promise I will protect you until my last breath." And blew some kisses at Sakura, which she barely avoided. The kisses turned into hearts. Sakura said, "I don't plan on dating anyone right now," as she perspired. "Oh," Lee said with a dejected expression, but he quickly got over it and appeared to have fire in his eyes. "Satsuki Uchiha, I am the strongest genin from the Hidden Leaf, and to prove that, I challenge you to a taijutsu-only duel. I want to see the might of the most powerful clan of the Leaf, the Uchiha clan. I want to see if I, a prodigy of hard work, can beat a natural prodigy." Lee yelled. Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee's teammate and last year's Rookie of the Year, muttered to himself, "What happened to hiding our skills?" Satsuki's eyebrows went up. She smirked and said, "If you know that my clan was the strongest, then what makes you think that you can win? Watch out for him, he is probably stronger than you. You can see it from his bandaged arms and the weights he is wearing. He might be having about a few hundred pounds weighing him down right about now. He also looks like a certain taijutsu master and he has barely any chakra, so you should only expect high levels of taijutsu from him," Satsuki heard Naruto say. With a nod, Satsuki prepared herself. Sakura angrily whispered to Naruto, "You allowed her to fight. We have our first stage of the exams coming up within 30 minutes. "I know, but I will intervene if it gets too far," Naruto replied. Satsuki narrowly avoided Lee as he charged at her. She thought, "It looks like I need to use my Sharingan for this. This guy is really quick. But I'm quicker." As she kicked Lee's jaw, she thought. Lee was launched into the air, but he adjusted in midair and made a perfect landing. "It appears that I must treat this battle seriously," Lee pondered. Satsuki was unable to respond appropriately as he leapt toward her and kicked her because her Sharingan failed to detect the chakra signals that a dojutsu typically detects when someone is about to leap at them quickly. She just failed to remember that Lee doesn't use chakra, which leaves her open to attacks similar to the one Lee is executing. Hidden Leaf Technique, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. Lee yelled as he unwrapped his bandages and emerged behind Satsuki, who was flying horizontally. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he quickly kicked Lee away and yanked Satsuki away. Naruto bellowed, "What are you doing?" Abruptly, a massive tortoise emerged in a cloud of smoke. The talking tortoise scolds Lee, saying, "Lee, that move is forbidden. Guy told you to not use it unless he permits you, didn't he?" The tortoise called forth Might Guy by slamming his hand on the ground. As punishment, Guy slapped Lee, who fled. "Lee, I told you that this move was forbidden." As punishment, Guy said. "Oh Lee," exclaimed Guy. "Guy-sensei." The shout from Lee said. Satsuki asked, "Why did you pull me out? That move would have incapacitated you for at least a few days. Since you didn't release any of your gravity seals, you were vulnerable to the attack since you couldn't dodge," said Naruto. "That Naruto, he didn't even move, in my opinion." Lee pondered in surprise. The fact that a genin could move at such speeds astounded Guy. "Ah, you must be Kakashi's team," exclaimed Guy. "Yes, and you must be his rival," Naruto went back. Sakura and Satsuki's eyes widened slightly. It was unexpected that someone as powerful as Kakashi had a rival. "Yes, I am winning against him right now," exclaimed Guy. Sakura and Satsuki were taken aback by Kakashi's inferiority. Naruto joked, "Yay, in rock paper scissors." Sakura and Satsuki had a big drop of sweat, while Guy had a dejected expression. Naruto said, "We shall get going," and started to move. "When I said I was the strongest genin here, I lied. My teammate Neji Hyuga is far stronger than me," Lee stated. The Chunin exams will determine who is the stronger one," Naruto remarked as he turned to walk away. They soon arrived at the actual door where the tests were scheduled to take place. In order for Satsuki to be in her best condition, Naruto had been healing her while she was in the examination room. "The first test is probably theory-based, we all are smart enough to answer them, so don't fret," said Naruto. "Yo," said Kakashi. "Hello, sensei," they returned the greeting. It appears that Naruto is aware of the impending tests, Kakashi thought. When Sakura and Satsuki heard Kakashi say, "Well, it's good that everyone came here. If even one of you didn't come here, then you wouldn't be permitted to participate in the exams. This exam has a lot of elements correlated with teamwork," their eyes widened slightly in shock. After saying, "You guys should enter now, the exams are about to start," Kakashi abruptly left. The examination room's doors were opened by Naruto. Naruto and Satsuki simply dismissed the murderous intent that was being expressed throughout the room. Sakura was able to manage the pressure because Kakashi had taught her how to do so, but it was still a lot because more than 150 people were intending to kill. Team 10 entered a short while later. "So you guys are also in this exams, Shikamaru remarked idly. Naruto remarked, "Yes, and it looks like Team 8 will be joining us as well," as he watched the team approach the room. "Hey guys," exclaimed Kiba, with a hint of irritation. Naruto thought, this mutt can't keep his door shut. "Hey Satsuki," Kiba said as she approached her. Just as Naruto was about to stop Kiba, they heard a conversation. "Hey guys, you should keep it down," advised a genin wearing round glasses. With a hint of rage, Kiba said, "What is it to you? You guys are shouting and drawing attention to yourselves. You might be newbies, but you at least must know that you shouldn't be drawing attention to yourselves. Everyone here is stressed about the exams, and you guys shouting doesn't help them. Do you guys see those rain ninjas? They are quick to temper, so it's best not to anger them and make yourselves a target," said the ninja. Kiba said, "Who are you?" "With I am Kabuto Yakushi," he replied. "You seem to know a lot about these exams, is this your second time?" replied Shikamaru. No, it's my 7th time taking part in these exams." "These exams are really tough," Kabuto sheepishly replied. "He's telling lies. He has nearly perfect control because he can conceal them well enough to evade trained sensors and has a high Jonin level reserve." Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought, this guy also looks kind of like a picture of a boy that I found in the lab. Kurama advised, "Try sniffing his scent out, it might reveal something about him." This man, he has no scent at all. Is he attempting to conceal himself from his own community? With suspicion, Naruto thought, this guy is up to no good. Kiba laughed and said, "Ha, this just means you are weak." Kabuto scowled. "Well, as a nice gesture from your senior, I am willing to give you guys some information on your potential opponents," Kabuto replied. "How come?" inquired Ino. "Like this," Kabuto replied, pulling out several cards. "Tell me something about the person you were looking for and I will get their information," Kabuto replied. Satsuki questioned, "Tell me about Rock Lee and Gaara of the Sand." "Ah, you know their names. It doesn't give me any challenge," Kabuto remarked sadly. "Oh well, Rock Lee is a ninja of the leaf. He is an apprentice of Mito Guy, who is an S-rank ninja of the leaf. He is part of Team Guy and has done 53 D ranks, 20 C ranks, and 1 B rank missions. He graduated a year before you guys did and held the rank of being the dead last. He was teamed up with the Kunoichi of the Year and the Rookie of the Year, who are Tenten Higurashi and Neji Hyuga respectively. What's the scary part is that despite the fact he couldn't use any Genjutsu or Ninjutsu, he has perfected his taijutsu to a degree that he could go up against any low Jonin ranked opponents in an all-out taijutsu fight, and probably win." The majority of those who were listening their eyes widened. As for Gaara of the Sand, he is part of Team Baki with Baki as their teacher and his siblings, Temari and Konkuro as his teammates. Baki is a high A-ranked ninja. His team has performed no D ranks, 13 C ranks, and 4 B ranks. Gaara came out of those missions without a scratch. Genin these days, Kabuto exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone looked shocked except for Naruto. Ino questioned, what about teams 8 and 7? Sakura questioned, why do you want to know about us? Oh, I just want to know how weak your team is, said Ino. Well, Team 8 is composed of Kurine Hui, the Jonin teacher, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame. Kurine Yuhi is around mid-level Jonin, and their team has done 24 D ranks, 2 C ranks, and no B ranks. As for Team 7, the team is headed by Kakashi Hatake, an S-ranked ninja, and is composed of Naruto Uzumaki, Satsuki Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. They have done 32 D ranks, 4 C ranks, and an A- ranked. Kabuto was startled. His eyes widened as he said, and Naruto Uzumaki has done 2 A-ranked missions in total. At that information, everyone's eyes grew wide. Shikamaru inquired, do we have something to watch out for? Yeah, you guys have to watch out for other teams, even if they are from your own village, warned Kabuto. Tell me something about the other villages, Hinata said. Well, this year, the Rain, Sand, Leaf, and Sound villages are joining these exams this time, although I don't know anything about the Sound village since they are pretty new, so there is no need to worry much about them, replied Kabuto. Let's show them that we are not to be underestimated, said a bandaged man wearing a headband with a musical note as its emblem. Yay, we should show that the Sound village is not to be seen as weak, exclaimed the man standing next to him. When the 3 Sound ninjas charged at Kabuto, the bandaged ninja punched him, but Kabuto sidestepped it. Kabuto suddenly threw up his breakfast, held his ears, and his glasses cracked. In addition to the fact that Kabuto held his ears, there was chakra in the air. It's clear from the holes that had a chakra pulse from them that this village has weapons that use sound-based attacks, Naruto reasoned. Stop fighting. You brats from the Sound shouldn't fight unless you want to be expelled within the first exam. I am Ibiki Morino and I am the proctor for your first exam. Without my permission, none of you can fight unless I permit you. Now the Chunin assessing you will give you an answer sheet with specific roll numbers. It would be best if you sat according to those assigned roll numbers. The rules for the test are that if you are caught cheating, 3 points will be deducted from your total grade. If you write the wrong answer, you lose 4 points. To pass, the team as a whole must have at least 15 points. But, if one of your teammates scores a 0, the whole team is eliminated. The 10th question will be given in the last 15 minutes, appeared and said. After receiving their exam sheets, everyone began reviewing the questions. You brats have till noon, so you all have exactly 2 hours. Use it wisely, Ibiki replied. Naruto reasoned that the remaining 4 questions were all based on Jonin level, while the first 5 were questions that only Chunin could answer. He wants us to cheat, but to someone who can answer these questions, it is useless. We don't have to worry too much because Satsuki, Sakura, and I are very knowledgeable about our studies, Naruto thought. Naruto put down his pencil and hurriedly wrote his responses. How did he finish the test so quickly? His responses are accurate, too. Hinata Hyuga pondered. Even some Jonin would find the dead body of her classmate, which she just saw. Naruto slept with his head lowered. 11:45 a.m. Ibiki declared, the 10th question is about to be asked. First, you should choose if you want to attend the question or not. If you choose not to answer, then you will have to leave the exam hall, Ibiki stated. Then we will just pick to continue with the exams, exclaimed Kiba. Ibiki began to laugh malevolently. If you choose to continue and answer the question wrong, you will be disqualified and lose the opportunity to ever take the Chunin exams from now on. Ibiki yelled, shocking everyone present. What? But some people who are taking it for more than the second time. Temari yelled. Ha 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 ha, that's unfortunate for you. This time around, they made me the proctor for the first exam. Ibiki chuckled wickedly. Many people gradually left. Naruto reflected, there is only 1 minute left, and there are only 96 people left. A loud bell rang. Ibiki declared, exams over. Many of the pupils looked at him curiously. Kiba said, what's the 10th question? The question was about if you wanted to stay and continue with the exam or not, Naruto replied. Was the reaction of many. Suppose that you have been selected to lead an important mission which is to retrieve a certain scroll. The scroll might have many important secrets that could decide your village's fate. Let's say while doing that mission you get to know the whole place is a huge trap and the possible reward, which is that the scroll might have fake information. If you chose not to go on with the mission, saving yourself and your teammates, then you most likely put your whole village in danger, in this case, your career as a ninja, Ibiki said. Everyone was taken aback. Temari asked angrily, but what about the other 9 questions? Are you saying that they were just to pass the time? No, that part of your test was to check if you could retrieve information. To retrieve the answers, we have placed 9 Chunin who know the answers disguised as genin. But never forget that misinformation is worse than no information. Ibiki replied with wisdom. Information is so vital that enemy ninjas will torture you and try to retrieve it, Ibiki said, revealing his scarred forehead. This is what it means to protect vital information. In one mission, all my teammates were killed, and I was left nearly dead for their muse because we were ambushed by the enemy who had set a trap, Ibiki groaned. The window was shattered when a massive metal ball that was fastened to a huge cloth suddenly appeared. To demonstrate, 2 kunai were thrown into the 2 upper sides of the cloth. Mitarashi Anko. Sexy and single. It's no time to celebrate. We need to go on with the second stage of the exam. Exclaimed Anko Mitarashi, who was now visible. You are early, Ibiki remarked. Oh, but still, we need to start with the second round. She yelled. As she looked at the genin there, she yelled, I am the proctor of the second stage of the exams. So better be at training ground 44 within 30 minutes. With a hint of rage, she questioned, you let 87 people pass. Ibiki grinned in response, saying, it appears that this year's genin are quite the good batch. Well, she smirked, I will be cutting them by at least half after I am done with them. Chop chop, follow me to reach training ground 44. If you lose sight of me, it's your fault. She yelled as she fled. Without question, everyone followed her. At 44 training ground, one stranger muttered, this training ground's name is the Forest of Death. The signs that were hung on the enormous wire fence were read by every other genin. This forest doesn't scare me, Kiba boastfully exclaimed. Abruptly, Anko struck Kiba in the cheek with a kunai. He was suddenly followed by Anko, who licked the blood seeping from his wound. It's brats like you who die first in the first, she smirked. With wide eyes, Anko pulled out a kunai and took a defensive stance. She asked a grass ninja who was holding her kunai, what do you want? As she used her long tongue to wipe her lips, she said, I just wanted to return this to you, Proctor. This chakra, it is comparable to those kept in the laboratory. Orochimaru is here. With a hint of panic, Naruto thought. I have to tell Gramps. He pondered. Well, you guys must sign these papers before you proceed, said Anko. In these exams, you will be given a scroll in exchange for the signed sheets. It can be either an earth scroll or a heaven scroll. To pass, you must have both scrolls and must reach the tower in the middle of the forest within 7 days. You will be disqualified if one of your teammates dies, and if you don't make it to the tower within 7 days. And you must not open your scrolls before you reach the tower. You don't want to know what will happen if you do open it, Anko said with a sadistic tone. The sheets were exchanged for the scrolls and signed by all. The teams proceeded to the gates that were assigned to them. Satsuki, what I was afraid of is going to happen. We have a Sennin coming after us, to get you, to be specific, Naruto said with seriousness. Satsuki's and Sakura's eyes grew wide. I have sent a shadow clone to the Hokage, he will show up when I flash the 9 tails chakra, said Naruto. Sakura asked, the 9 tails chakra? Yes, my father, Minato Namikaze sealed the 9 tails into me to protect the village, said Naruto. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, wait, you were the son of the 4th Hokage? Yes, was Naruto's deadpan response. Sakura questioned, and you can access the 9 tails chakra? The answer was, yes, I do contain it, after all, Naruto said. Whoa, no wonder you are so strong. I mean, don't get me wrong, being this strong at our age is impossible to reach, even with all the hard work and genes from strong ninjas, Sakura responded. Yes, the 9 tails chakra is slowly infused into me as designed by the seal, said Naruto. Whoa, Sakura said in amazement. Anko said, the gates are going to be opened in 3, 2, 1 go. Through the speaker. Everyone hurried at high speed into the Forest of Death. 20 minutes into the second phase. I have retrieved 2 Earth Scrolls and 1 Heaven Scroll with the help of my shadow clones since we need to complete this round as quickly as possible. We need to avoid Orochimaru, said Naruto. At that, his 2 teammates nodded. Kurama yelled, "Brat, the snake is here. Brace yourselves," Naruto commanded. Abruptly, a massive gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The female grass ninja with the long tongue from earlier chuckled evilly while perched atop a massive snake. "Kuku," she said. Lazily, Naruto said, "Let's get to the point. Why are you here, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru said, "Oh, so you do know about me, Naruto, how?" Naruto replied, "You were the only one who could call forth snakes, aside from Anko." "That's correct," Orochimaru answered. The 9 Tails chakra suddenly enveloped Naruto. "You should run away now. I don't think the Hokage would like it if a huge portion of the forest becomes barren," said Naruto. Orochimaru tore the female grass ninja's face off his face and said, "Oh. You think you can beat me? I don't need to fight you, I just have to stall you since the Hokage will appear soon if he senses too much of your chakra," said Naruto. Orochimaru hurried over to Satsuki. "Then I won't stay here for longer, I will just do what I am here for," he said. Orochimaru turned into mud after Naruto punched him from the side as he charged. A clone of mud, surprised, Naruto thought. Orochimaru stabbed Naruto directly in the heart. Naruto vanished in a puff. Orochimaru remarked, "Kuku, you are quite the ninja, Naruto. I can put some of my clones underground and use the chakra smoke of a shadow clone. If he goes underground, I can seriously harm him by doing this," Naruto thought. With a shout of multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto created 100 shadow clones. 100 clones of the shadow. There is far too much chakra in this brat, Orochimaru pondered. Suddenly, Naruto kicked Orochimaru directly to one of his clones. "Arg, this brat is quick," Orochimaru thought angrily. Orochimaru substituted one of his mud clones from underground. Abruptly, the exploding clone jutsu caused an explosion that sent Orochimaru flying. Using his shadow clone to help him carry Satsuki and Sakura, Naruto fled while attempting to stop Orochimaru. Orochimaru was distracted by the shadow clones, but they were being destroyed in a frightening way. "I feel the elderly man approaching," Orochimaru and Naruto both pondered. Orochimaru frowned as Naruto grinned. Naruto yelled, "Orochimaru, you are surrounded." A moment later, Orochimaru was surrounded by several Anbu. Following Naruto's warning about Orochimaru, the Anbu Black Ops were monitoring the forest. "Anbu, he has escaped already," Naruto remarked. Naruto replaced himself with a mud clone after sensing Orochimaru was leaving. Because Orochimaru was too far away and difficult to locate, Naruto was powerless to do much. Gah, this was the perfect time for that old geezer to visit, Orochimaru pondered as he summoned himself in reverse. Beneath their masks, the Anbu Black Op members had a curious expression. "Jump!" yelled Naruto. Hiruzen arrived just then. The explosion caused by the explosive tag inside the mud clone was barely missed by all of the Anbu as they leapt away. Naruto said, "Hello, Gramps," in greeting. "Lord Hokage," exclaimed every ninja present. Hiruzen spoke after nodding. "Looks like he got away," he remarked. "Sorry, Lord Hokage," the Anbu Black Ops said in a monotonous manner. "It's fine, only a few from our village could even hope to even stand against my traitorous pupil." "You did well stalling him, Naruto," said Hiruzen. Hiruzen inquired, "Did you get both of the required scrolls?" Naruto replied, "Yes, we will be heading to the tower shortly." "That's good," smiled Hiruzen in response. Hiruzen said, "See you in the tower," and he and the Anbu Black Ops departed. Naruto declared, "We will be going too," creating a shadow clone that carried Sakura. Satsuki was carried by Naruto as they headed for the tower. In the tower, the stone tablet words mean if you lack heaven, you need to study, and if you lack earth, you need to train. Here heaven and earth mean intelligence and strength respectively, said Naruto. After saying, "Let's open our scrolls now," Naruto tossed the 2 scrolls and carried them out. Iruka had emerged in a puff. "Whoa, you guys came here quick," Iruka exclaimed, astonished. "Just a few minutes ago, the exams started," Iruka added. "We were going to arrive here sooner, but Orochimaru got in the way. He fled when the Hokage arrived," Naruto remarked, causing Iruka's eyes to widen in surprise. Iruka remarked, "You guys should go rest." Iruka handed them a key and said, the rooms are on the 4th floor. Thank you, Uruka-sensei, they all said together. Itachi Uchiha's record was just surpassed by Team 7 by roughly 5 hours. When Naruto thought of one of his clones, his eyes grew wide. Naruto grinned and remarked, "It appears that I am not the only Uzumaki still alive." Surprised, Satsuki said, "Wait, there is another Uzumaki." "Yup," Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. Naruto said, "Let's rest up now, I will send a clone about to the Hokage to know what I should do," as he created a clone. After 7 days, Anbu Black Ops member said, "Team 7, please assemble at the tower's entrance hall." "Yes," Naruto answered. The entrance hall was their destination. Each contestant was called to the arena, where they faced the Hokage. The arena was essentially deserted. There was a large electric board behind the statue. Naruto thought, "Looks like 21 people passed." Upon hearing the Hokage say, "First, I must congratulate you all for passing the second round of the Chunin exams," some grinned, believing they were the best. The Hokage began, "Now but another shinobi cut him off. "Lord Hokage, may I go on?" The Hokage shook his head in response to Shinobi's question. "My name is Gekko Hayate and I'm the proctor of this part of the Chunin exams," said Hayate, who had dark markings under his eyes and short brown hair, and despite his youth, he had noticeable lines under his eyes and a persistent cough that he couldn't explain. He was dressed in the typical Konoha shinobi uniform, which included a flak jacket, a bandana, and regular shinobi sandals, and he carried a katana with a rectangular handguard strapped over his back. The genins erupted in protest when Hayate stated, "Before we can proceed, we will need to have preliminary matches." "By preliminary matches, what do you mean?" Kiba inquired. "We have to eliminate the competitors because we didn't anticipate this many people passing the test. Many nobles will help with the matches during the third exam phase, and their time is valuable and shouldn't be wasted needlessly," Hayate explained, although some were opposed. "Why should we put our lives in danger for this?" someone shouted. The Hokage said, "I think you misunderstand the meaning of the Chunin exams," and everyone turned to look at him. Promising genins are promoted to Chunin through the Chunin exams, but there is a hidden purpose as well. The Chunin exams serve as a stand-in for war and demonstrate the strength of the rival nation. The Hokage clarified, "The strength of a village is its shinobi, and the strength of their shinobi only flourishes in life and death battles. By having shinobi compete in the Chunin exams, the country can prove its strength, which will award them a higher number of missions, bringing more wealth to the village," the Hokage said. "Is there anyone who wants to forfeit before we start?" Nobody moved forward when Hayate asked. This shocked some of the genin who knew Kabuto. "I would like to forfeit. I have no chakra left and my leg is injured, I wouldn't be able to fight any longer," he said. Kabuto's teammates wondered if Lord Orochimaru had given him the order to forfeit. "All right, we'll start right away. Either death, impairment, or knockout ends the match. You understand that the match ends right away if I announce the winner." Everyone nodded as Hayate said, giving them a serious look. "We have an odd number of contestants, so one of you will go straight to the third round of the Chunin exams," Hayate explained as the board began to shuffle names. "The names will appear on that electric board randomly," Hayate explained. When the screen flashed, it showed Yoroi Akato vs. Satsuki Uchiha. Other than Satsuki Uchiha and Yoroi Akato, everyone should go up the stands, Hayate said. Naruto said, "Good luck, Satsuki," and headed for the spectator booth. Everyone went to the spectators' booth after leaving the arena. He asked, "Are the two sides ready?" Both of them nodded. "Start," he declared. "Start," yelled Gekko Hayate. "I can't use many jutsu because I might reveal too much of my power too early, and I shouldn't use the Sharingan," Satsuki reasoned. She didn't want adversaries to learn the Sharingan countering techniques, Naruto was sufficient. Yoroi and Satsuki shook hands. Although they were both struck several times, Satsuki's fistfight appeared odd. "Why am I losing my chakra? He can absorb my chakra each time he makes contact with me with his fist." Satsuki realized what she was thinking. She is Lord Orochimaru's target. If I extract enough chakra from her, she will have to use the cursed seal, which will increase her attraction to Lord Orochimaru. If I'm successful, I'll most likely take Kabuto's place as Lord Orochimaru's right-hand man. Yoroi thought, grinning to himself. "You are absorbing my chakra, aren't you? By touching me, you are able to take some of my chakra as your own. But by the looks of it, it isn't that effective to replenish your chakra reserves," Satsuki said to Yoroi. That's an astute observation. Though my chakra reserves won't be replenished, I can still drain you out completely, winning, Yoroi laughed. Kiba yelled, come on, Satsuki. Beat him up, lightning style, lightning fang, exclaimed Satsuki after flashing a few hand signals. A wolf-shaped bolt of lightning flew at Yoroi at great speed out of her hands. It vanished in an instant, and Satsuki appeared behind Yoroi with a kunai around his neck. She whispered, surrender. I surrender, he uttered with a shocked and defeated expression. Satsuki Uchiha is the winner of this match, declared Hayate Gecko. Shortly after the fight, she headed to the spectators' booth. Kiba exclaimed, "Aha! That's my girl," she said in a chilly tone. "Shut up. I am not your girl," which made Kiba stop talking. "You did well, Satsuki," Naruto said. She received congratulations from everyone in her vicinity. Temari no Sobaku vs. Tenten Higurashi flashed on the screen. Tenten Higurashi and Temari no Sobaku, please step down to the stage, Hayate said. The two kunoichi descended. He asked, are the two sides ready? Both of them nodded. Start, he declared. It's quite unfortunate for Tenten, since she is a weapon user, she has to get close to her targets. But from what I can sense from her opponent, she won't be winning anytime soon, Naruto said to those who were near him. When some jonin heard this, they scowled. What do you know about it? You were just a dead last. Kiba shot back. That's not something youthful to say. Lee defended his teammate. Tenten unleashed a barrage of weapons toward Temari after opening a huge scroll. With a single swing of her battle fan, Temari easily defeated them. Everyone became disinterested after 10 minutes of this. Naruto emphasized his prediction of the match's outcome by saying, like I said before, Tenten has barely any chance of winning. Temari's wind release in her battle fan is a perfect counter to whatever Tenten can throw at Temari. In a matter of seconds, he can analyze an opponent. This is such a drag, Shikamaru thought somewhat irritably, he is much more than what I thought he was. Temari became disinterested in Tenten's constant use of weapons, so she took advantage of a small opening by swinging her fan and blasting Tenten with a powerful gust of wind. At that, she was launched into the air. Temari sprinted in Tenten's direction and struck her with her battle fan, injuring her severely. Tenten mumbled, I give up, barely able to get it out. The winner of this match is Temari no Sobaku, declared Hayate. When Temari won, the Sand team grinned. Zaku Abumi vs. Shino Aburame was shown on the screen. Okay, now is my moment to shine, Zaku exclaimed. He smirked arrogantly and said, get ready to lose. To the composed Aburame. The bandage and arm sling Zaku was wearing suggested that he had lost the ability to use his right hand. Hayate said, are the two sides ready? Both sides gave a nod of agreement. Hayate yelled, start, and leapt back to get things going. For a moment, the two opponents gazed at one another. Zaku began by hurling a series of sound waves at Shino, who dodged some of them but was struck by the final one. It turns out that Shino's collapse was simply a bug clone that he had created. Zaku aimed a sound wave at his left, but it appeared to be obstructed. You blocked my arm, Zaku yelled, a little irate. Shino approached Zaku a little and uttered, give up, the match is over. Zaku raised his right hand and yelled, never. Sonic airwaves. Then his arms exploded, both of them. As I said, the match is over, Shino stated icily. That's cold, Naruto remarked, frowning slightly. Due to Zaku Abumi having lost the ability to fight, Shino Aburame is declared as the winner, said Hayate. At that, Kiba and Hinata applauded. A.N. The matches listed below were canon. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. Hinata lost because of insufficient skill and experience, despite having greater confidence. Kin Suchi vs. Shikamaru Nara. Choji vs. Dosu Kinyuda. Konkuro vs. Masumi. Since Lee's match was the best during the Chunin exams, I might add it since I didn't want to simply repeat everything that happened during the canon fights. This is how the main match unfolds. The screen flickers and displays, Kiba Inuzuka vs. Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, I got the dead last. This is gonna be a piece of cake. Grinned Kiba. Kurine grinned and said, I am sorry, Kakashi, you should make Naruto withdraw from the fight. Kakashi asked casually, did you say something? Guy, Kurine, and Asuma were stunned by what Kakashi had said. Kurine scowled. Kurine said icily, don't make me apologize if your student comes back bruised. Kakashi inquired somewhat inquisitively. How come you are so confident about Kiba and look down at Naruto? Well, for one, he was the dead last of his graduating year, said Kurine. What about the times he ran away from Anbu and Jonin without much trouble when he was just a kid? Kakashi asked. In the arena, as a mercy, I will knock you out with one punch. Kiba smirked arrogantly. Hayate said, are you both ready? They both gave a nod. Start, exclaimed Hayate. I don't need you for this, said Kiba, setting Akamaru down. I will limit myself as well. I will neither use my swords nor any seals, said Naruto. I'll wear this one to frighten some people, Naruto smirked. He had a haori wrapped around him and sent some chakra to his seal. I thought you wouldn't wear this until the final stage, Kurama replied. This is merely a teaser. Its meaning is up to the people's imagination, Naruto retorted. Kiba questioned, what are you on about? Kiba felt something on his neck, and his eyes grew wide. Kiba looked down to see his neck being lightly grazed by a three-pronged kunai. Naruto's speed caused everyone's eyes to enlarge. Don't move an inch, advised Naruto. When Kiba's puppy lunged at Naruto, Naruto leapt back and grabbed Kiba. Arg, under his hold, I am immobile. Panicked, Kiba thought. Naruto remarked, surrender, or you won't be getting out of the hospital for at least a month, with some of his murderous intent directed at Kiba. Since the killing's intent was far too intense for a person of his caliber, Kiba was trembling a lot. I surrender, exclaimed Kiba. Naruto pushed Kiba away and cautioned, good, also never go behind Satsuki's back since there is more from where this came from. Naruto Uzumaki wins this match by surrender, declared Hayate. Kurine was astounded by the manner in which her pupil was mistreated. Kiba had no chance at all against Naruto. As he read the Ika, Kakashi remarked, Kiba never stood a chance against Naruto, who was probably as strong as a Jonin from our village. Kurine questioned somewhat angrily, strong as a Jonin? What have you been training your team on? He was already that strong when he joined my team, Kakashi remarked. He resembles Lord Fourth quite a bit. Guy thought in disbelief. He glanced at Kakashi, who merely grinned in response. Guy questioned, you knew. Why didn't you tell me? It's a secret for a reason, but the whole village will get to know it during the main event, Kakashi stated. Kiba and Naruto strolled over to the spectators' booth. Naruto stood beside Satsuki, placing his hand over her shoulders, while Kiba stood beside his sensei. Congrats, Naruto, smirked Satsuki. He received congratulations from everyone nearby. It appears that only Shino will advance to the next round, Kurine thought somewhat disheartenedly. Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka was displayed on the screen. I haven't been slacking off during my training. So don't think that I will go easy on you just because you were my friend, Sakura grinned. Ino grinned and said, oh yeah. Why don't we test if it's true then? Hayate said, are you both ready? Both shouted, yes. Start, exclaimed Hayate as she leapt back. When I exhaust her, she won't be able to move to avoid the mind transfer technique because she will be too weak. Ino pondered and devised a strategy for it. Sakura used her kunai to deflect all of the kunai that Ino threw at her. After creating several clones, Ino forced them to charge at Sakura. And she remains motionless. Ino smirked as he thought. Sakura delivered a powerful punch to the ground as she was performing the jutsu, causing a miniature earthquake that altered the direction of the jutsu. Ino passed out. Since Ino Yamanaka has been knocked out, Sakura Haruno is declared as the winner, said Hayate. She received congratulations from everyone for winning. Our team won't do well as an individual, that's simply a fact, Shikamaru told the awakened Ino in an attempt to comfort her over her losing something. It's fine, you don't need to tell me about that, Ino remarked with a hint of melancholy. Gaara no Sobaku vs. Lee. When the proctor called Rock Lee's and Gaara's names, the room fell silent. They couldn't have been more different. Lee exuded a fiery, warm energy and stood tall with unwavering determination. Gaara, on the other hand, radiated an almost unsettling calmness, his composed manner masking the bloodlust simmering beneath the surface. With his sand gourd rattling menacingly, Gaara said, Mother will have your blood, in a low, detached voice. A self-assured smile appeared on Lee's face. His mentor, Might Guy, gave him a hearty, I will beat you with the power of youth. From the balcony, Hayate said, are you both ready? The proctor exclaimed, begin, and took a swift step back. In order to avoid the sand that was slowly creeping up on his feet, Lee leapt away quickly. Gaara launched numerous sand shuriken at Lee, but Lee was able to avoid the majority of them and deflect the ones that were too close to him with a kunai. Naruto muttered to those around him, this match would probably be the best in the prelims. However, Sakura questioned, who would win though? It would be Gaara. Lee lacks the necessary skills to beat Gaara, replied Naruto. Guy scowled at what Naruto had said, but encouraged his pupil to ignore the flames of youth. But why? Lee is very strong, scowled Satsuki in response. Gaara is a very tricky opponent. Only a select few with high levels of some specialities can defeat him, and one of them would be the sealing arts. But Lee, he lacks anything resembling the counters against Gaara. Lee could have easily advanced to the next stage if he wasn't paired up against a Jinchuriki, Naruto stated, widening the eyes of those around his. Sakura muttered, he is a Jinchuriki too. Naruto said, yes, but he lacks the proper seal for it unlike me, so he is prone to releasing his Biju more often, frightening Sakura a little. Guy, you should stop the fight if it gets too far. The one-tailed beast is known for driving its hosts crazy, so he might not hesitate to kill Lee, Naruto said. Guy scowled a little. It was true that a Biju is difficult to defeat with taijutsu. The tailed beast would simply reorganize itself in a matter of minutes, even if he made it to the 8th gate. But, let him show all of his skills, this might give him a better chance to be promoted the next time he enters the exam, Kakashi stated. At that, Guy gave a nod. Lee knew he would be destroyed if he got caught in the sand, so he was just dodging. Guy yelled, Lee, you can take them off. Lee smiled broadly. Now is my moment to shine. He pondered. With a broad smile and dazzling teeth, he leapt onto the statue. With a hint of curiosity, Naruto inquired, how much weight does he wear? With a bright smile and a thumbs up, Guy said, he has about a few thousand pounds on each of his limbs and 8,000 pounds on his hip. Lee gave Guy the thumbs up in return. Naruto questioned, that's a lot, wouldn't it disrupt his growth? It won't. He is using a special type of weight which will negate most of the negative effects of the weight without compromising its use, Guy replied. Naruto gave that a nod. Lee dropped them after removing his weight. Scoff, a little bit of weight won't make much of a difference. Gaara is the strongest ninja in the tournament, Temari laughed. Baki, her sensei, squinted at those weights. When the weights hit the ground, a massive crater was formed. Many of the onlookers' eyes grew wide at that. Lee slipped past Gaara's defenses and emerged behind him in a green blur. Gaara was thrown forward by Lee's powerful kick. Lee materialized directly behind the flying Gaara and covered him with his bandages. Lee yelled, Leaf's forbidden technique. Primary Lotus. He drew Gaara near to him and rushed toward the ground. Ha! Lee won! Exclaimed Sakura. At that, Guy grinned broadly. Lee, dodge, warned Naruto. At Naruto's warning, Lee's eyes grew wide and he ducked up. A massive column of sand appeared, barely touching his leg. Lee managed to sidestep and put some space between himself and Gaara. Because of Lee's earlier attacks, Gaara's face had a few cracks. Guy-sensei warned me not to use the technique, but I should. I can only win in this manner. With fire in his eyes, Lee pondered. Lee cried out in agony and resolve. Kaiment gate of opening, Kai. Lee uttered as the veins beneath his skin began to become more pronounced. Lee uttered the words, Kaiument gate of healing, Kai, and his face began to flush. Lee uttered the words, Simont gate of life, Kai, as a green aura appeared around his body. Shument gate of pain, Kai, Lee uttered. Lee uttered the words, Tomant gate of closing, Kai, as the chakra he was releasing caused the air to swirl around him. Quite impressive. The 5th inner gate at his age is quite the feat, said Naruto. Kakashi questioned and reprimanded, you taught him the 8 inner gates. Kakashi opened his Sharingan to observe the battle's progress. Sakura asked Guy, what are the inner gates? It's a forbidden technique which enhances one's strength by many times. There are 8 such gates, each harder to break through. These gates are chakra limiters which will limit the use of one's chakra, but by breaking through these barriers, one can achieve high levels of strength, Guy explained. The first gate requires a lot of adrenaline running through one's body. The rest require a lot of training. A ninja might naturally use the first gate in desperate situations. Many of our top jonins know how to use it, but won't go past the second gate since they simply don't require it since they have other abilities which are arguably better than the inner gates. I used the first gate during my fight against Orochimaru, and so did he. Our body naturally limits us from using a huge part of our strengths to preserve itself from harm, but it's opened at times of great need, like in a death battle, Naruto stated. Kakashi chastised Guy, saying, "That's dangerous, Guy. Are you playing favorites now? You know nothing about Lee. That boy had it very hard. He couldn't even use chakra like the others, and when he came to be my student, he was the dead last of his graduating year. I trained him every day for him to reach this far. He is like my own son," Guy said with a bit of rage. "You should know what you're getting yourself into, Guy," Kakashi cautioned. With a hint of curiosity, Satsuki asked, "How many gates can you open?" "I can open all 8, but it's simply not worth it for me since I have better alternatives which can help me out. I purely use the 8 inner gates for training purposes only," Naruto said. Satsuki questioned, "Oh, so even I can unlock it?" "Yes, but you should only use till the 2nd gate since it uses 100% of your body, the rest are unnecessary since you have other alternatives." "Oh, I also forbid you from using the 8th gate since it will kill you. It will break your whole body down and use all 100% of the chakra you have on you," replied Naruto. Naruto's ability to use all 8 gates perplexed Guy and Kakashi. Only the Hokage and Guy are capable of doing that, but Kakashi is able to reach the 6th gate. He trains on it to put as much strain on his body as possible for better endurance. Guy said somewhat angrily, "You also taught him how to use the gates? If yes, why are you questioning me? I didn't teach him that. He had learned many things all by himself. The only thing I taught him is a few jutsus and teamwork," replied Kakashi. That stunned Guy. It was quite unexpected that Naruto learned how to open the 8 gates by himself. With a speed comparable to a low cage, Lee blurred away and struck Gaara squarely in the jaw. Gaara was launched into the air. Lee continued to kick him in the air, preventing Gaara from landing. How is that kind of movement possible? Gaara pondered. At this point, Gaara's entire body was broken. Gaara abruptly fell after Lee was able to hit him a couple more times. Lee fell headfirst, while Gaara landed on his back. "Guy, get Lee off of there now," Naruto bellowed. Before Lee could be encircled by the sand, Guy swiftly pulled him away. Gaara said, "How dare you take him away," with a hint of bloodlust showing. "The match is over due to interference. The winner is Gaara no Sobaku," Hayate stated. As I expected, Gaara won. Temari and Konkuro grinned. "All right, everyone who won their matches, please come down," Hayate declared. Everyone descended and stood motionless. "You will be picking a ball from this box to decide your matchups during the final exams. These balls have numbers written on them to show who and when you will be fighting," said the Hokage. Hayate asked each genin to come up and pick the balls from a large box that she had placed on a table. The following are the matchups. Neji Hyuga vs. Naruto Uzumaki. Satsuki Uchiha vs. Gaara no Sobaku. Shino Aburame vs. Konkuro no Sobaku. Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari no Sobaku. Dosu Kinyuta vs. Sakura Haruno. "You will be fighting in a tournament-styled fashion," declared the Hokage. Shikamaru questioned, "Does this mean that only the winner can become a Chunin?" "Not necessarily. All of you might become Chunin if you perform well. On the other hand, none of you might become Chunin too," replied the Hokage. "So, even if we lose the first match, we could become a Chunin?" Sakura inquired. "Yes, but winning will give you more chances to show off your abilities to impress the judges, increasing your chances of becoming a Chunin," replied the Hokage. The Hokage said, "All right, all of you are dismissed now. If you have any questions left, you can stay back and ask the proctor," and then he flicked off. Neji said, glancing at Naruto, "Fate has decided that I will be the winner." Neji grinned and said, "You should give up. A clanless orphan like you can never beat a Hyuga like me." Naruto chose to ignore him because he doesn't get angry easily, but he still intends to beat Neji up for that comment about him being a clanless orphan. July 26th, at the apartment of Naruto. "Hi, Satsuki," said Naruto. "Hi, Naruto. What do you think Sensei has to say today?" she inquired. "He is probably going to say who we will be trained by. Since all of us can't take Kakashi Sensei's time evenly, he would give us to other Jonin to train under whilst he would teach the one he is probably the most suited for his training," said Naruto. She said, "Oh, who would he teach? You." "Nah, he would probably train you since you have the Sharingan," said Naruto. She questioned, "Then who would train you?" "I have a few things to train on myself, so I wouldn't require any help," replied Naruto. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he teleported to the location of his team. So, as he previously stated, he can employ the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. This is really amazing, Kakashi thought. Sakura said, Sensei, what are you going to teach us? I am not here to teach you guys now, I have something important to say, so listen up, Kakashi stated. Everyone approached Kakashi. I will be only training Satsuki for the duration of the break, but don't think I haven't gotten anyone ready to teach you guys. I have Ebisu to teach the both of you. It's up to you both to accept if you want to train under him or not, Kakashi stated. What? Why are you only teaching her? She is already strong. Sakura scowled. Look here, Sakura, Satsuki's style of fighting is very similar to mine. Not to mention Satsuki is going up against a Jinchuriki with a very powerful defense, so she needs a good arsenal like mine to counter that. Whilst Naruto and you are much different than me, Kakashi stated. I will train on my own. It's best if Sakura reigns with Ebisu alone since he could help her out with the skills she might be lacking, Naruto stated. Kakashi handed each of them a scroll and said, well then, all of you are dismissed. Oh wait, here are a few jutsus you can learn in your spare time. They might help you out. Naruto said, thanks, and flicked his body away. Naruto went to the Higurashi smith with the intention of having the Sword of Thunder God restored to its former splendor. He had to pass through the well-known hot springs of Konoha on the way. From Naruto's left, there was a perverted laugh. Whoa, Naruto thought, a pervert. Naruto tried to detect the person peeking by moving around. After searching for a few minutes, Naruto thought, this guy must be good in stealth. Finally, I located him. What? Naruto thought, he's just some old geezer. The old man's eyes widened when he attempted to send his chakra. This man possesses more chakra than the elderly Hokage. Surprised, Naruto thought. At the end, Naruto frowned and thought, he is also on top of a toad, which means he is Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin, and also the last loyal Sannin. Naruto whispered, yo, in greeting. Keep it quiet, brat. Jiraiya angrily muttered. After grabbing Jiraiya, Naruto leapt back to a remote location. Jiraiya exclaimed, hey, what's the deal, brat? With irritation. You're one of the legendary Sannin, right? But from what I saw, you are just a pervert, said Naruto. Jiraiya stood atop a medium-sized toad that she had summoned. I am the wise and handsome sage from Mount Myoboku. I am one of the legendary Sannin. And I am no pervert. I am a super pervert. Jiraiya exclaimed, grinning broadly. Naruto grinned and said, so you are the pervy sage. Jiraiya barked angrily, what? How dare you bastardize my title? Naruto smirked and said, because you are a sage and a pervert at that too. With a direct tone, Jiraiya asked, what do you want from me, brat? I want you to train me, Naruto answered. He was aware that this would be his final opportunity to receive a strong summon. Jiraiya questioned, and why should I train a brat like you? Aren't you supposed to be training me? No, since you are my godfather after all, replied Naruto. Jiraiya blinked, SHT. He's a brat for Minato. He is also aware of his relationship with him. Jiraiya pondered. Nervously, Jiraiya said, so, what do you want to train on? Don't worry, I don't hold the fact that you weren't there in my life against you. You had your duties as the spymaster for the village. The fact that our village has started preparing for an upcoming invasion is proof of your importance to our village, said Naruto. When Naruto said that, Jiraiya's eyes grew wide. Jiraiya questioned, how do you know that we are going to be invaded? At first, I sent a few shadow clones as spies, but I got more money, so I was able to expand my spy network to a higher extent by getting more spies in, Naruto said with a smile. Also, I have the ability to see if the person I am talking to is lying or not, so I can easily distinguish between the truths and lies, said Naruto. Damn, exclaimed Jiraiya in disbelief. Jiraiya repeated, tell me what you want to learn from me. With I want to learn how to summon toads, Naruto replied. Jiraiya opened the summoning scroll and said, to summon toads, you must sign your name with your blood in this scroll. Naruto used blood to write his name on the scroll. Naruto said, so, how do I summon a toad? Jiraiya said, make the same hand signals that I do. As instructed by Jiraiya, Naruto called forth the toad. The toad said, hey, do you have any snacks? Naruto said, what's your name? It's Gamakichi. I am Gamabunta's son, Gamakichi answered. Whoa, your Bunta's son huh? Jiraiya said, a little taken aback. Naruto said, here, and handed Gamakichi a tiny piece of plastic-wrapped candy. Gamakichi inquired, what did you summon me for? Well, I wanted to try out summoning for the first time, and you came when I performed the jutsu, replied Naruto. Gamakichi exclaimed, really, you summoned me on your first try? Yeah, asked Naruto, a little bewildered. Brat, both me and your father summoned only tadpoles for the first few days of training in the summoning jutsu. You must have a lot of chakra to perform this well. Don't forget that it will get easier as you summon more times. If you get skilled enough, you might summon specific toads based on your needs, Jiraiya continued. Saying, oh, that's nice to know, Naruto grinned broadly. Oh, heard from Kakashi that you know how to use the Rasengan. I can teach you how to improve it, Jiraiya replied. Naruto added, oh yeah, I want to improve it, but I will do it after I have mastered the summoning jutsu to a decent level, while creating several Shadow clones. Brat, shadow clones won't help you out with the summoning jutsu, Jiraiya replied. If I charge them with enough chakra, then they could help, said Naruto. With a hint of surprise, Jiraiya said, you have that much chakra? Yeah, I used some of the Nine Tails chakra for it, Naruto replied. Oh, on the point of the Nine Tails, I want you to loosen the seal a bit more. I can handle more of its chakra, but the seal is too tight to let the chakra out, Naruto replied. Oh, how do you know how much of the Nine Tails chakra you can use? Jiraiya responded. Naruto stated, because of this, while clutching a ram seal. Jiraiya was startled when a tiny tree abruptly emerged from the earth. Jiraiya yelled, you have the wood release. Naruto shouted, shush, keep it quiet, in an attempt to quiet Jiraiya. All right, but from what I know, you aren't a descendant of Lord Hashirama, Jiraiya replied. Yeah, but I am Lord Tobirama's great-grandson, Naruto answered. I know, brat, looks like that Kekkei Genkei is a unique Kekkei Genkei throughout the Senju clan, but it's very recessive since only 2 people, including you are known to have it to my knowledge, Jiraiya responded. Yeah, that's reasonable, shot back Naruto. I will loosen the seal to a level, I will only open it so that you can use up to 5 tails of chakra since we shouldn't risk it too much when it comes to the 9 tails, Jiraiya stated. Jiraiya yelled, summoning jutsu. Garatora, and conjured a toad with a scroll for a body. Garatora questioned, why did you summon me, Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya replied, I am here to loosen the seal a bit, I summoned you for its key. Garatora retorted, what, this early? The brat is only about 12 years old. You don't have to tell me, I want to see his limits, Jiraiya replied. Garatora answered, all right, I hope you know what you are getting yourself into. After examining Naruto's seal, Jiraiya put his hand on it and carefully twisted it open, being careful not to let go too much. Jiraiya did this for a few seconds before removing his hands and turning to face Naruto. Since he isn't acting aggressively, he is completely under control, which is simply incredible for someone his age. Jiraiya had a startled thought, but he kept it to himself because he didn't want Naruto to be overly big-headed. When Jiraiya said, good, now you should start practicing this jutsu, I will be going out to research, she leapt to a nearby waterfall where girls were bathing. UGHH, pervert, Naruto whispered. 6:20 p.m. Naruto called out, summoning jutsu. This time, he expended more chakra than in his earlier attempts because he was eager to meet the toad boss. There was a massive brick red toad in a massive cloud of smoke. Gamabunta, the enormous toad, yelled, Jiraiya. Where are you? Why did you summon me? Naruto screamed over him, I summoned you, not that old pervert. Huh, how did a shrimp like you summon me? Don't lie, exclaimed Gamabunta. Gamakichi jumped on top of Naruto's head and exclaimed, what he's saying is true pops. He is our new summoner, and he did summon you. How do you have so much chakra? Gamabunta questioned in awe. When Naruto said, I have access to some of the Nine Tails chakra, speaking of Kurama, Naruto thought, it's been a while since Kurama got up. In order to accumulate enough chakra to return to his former size, Kurama was taking a break. As the seal gradually loosened over time, Kurama was able to replenish his chakra reserves by absorbing both Naruto's and natural chakra. Kurama is much better able to absorb natural chakra now that the seal has been further relaxed. You must be my dad's personal summon, Naruto remarked. Yes, I was. You look a lot like him, Gamabunta said. Yeah, people will get to see my resemblance to him soon enough, said Naruto. Well, to prove yourself to summon me, you should stay on my back for a long time. Gamabunta replied. Sure, said Naruto. When Gamabunta said, you should stay on top of me until the sun rises tomorrow. Alright, I will prove that I can stay on top of you for the whole time. Replied Naruto. Gamabunta thought, let's see if he is anything like Minato. 3 a.m. This child is surprisingly resilient. There are just 2 hours until sunrise, and I've been here for almost 9 hours. Gamabunta thought, I'm tired from jumping around so hard for so long. Naruto yelled at Gamabunta, come on, Gamabunta. You are slowing down, are you giving up? You brat, you will get off of me soon. Gamabunta yelled, bouncing wildly. Without even perspiring, this brat is clinging to Gamabunta. This brat is succeeding on his first attempt, whereas it took me 15 attempts and Minato 10. Surprised, Jiraiya thought. 5:12 a.m. Naruto yelled, I won. The sun is rising, while performing a victory dance atop Gamabunta. Gamabunta thought, this kid got the spunk, he succeeded on his first try. You did well, brat. I will be going now. You can summon me when you need me for any battle, said Gamabunta. In a cloud of smoke, Gamabunta vanished. You did great, brat. I took 15 tries to do what you did, Jiraiya replied. The reply from Naruto was, thanks, pervy sage. Jiraiya angrily exclaimed, Grr, I told you to not call me that. Instead, Naruto departed in a yellow flash after saying, well, I will be seeing you in the afternoon, I gotta go rest up. Oh, he already knows how to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Jiraiya thought in disbelief. July 28, 9 a.m., 20s training ground. You did well, Satsuki, said Kakashi. Satsuki was sighing in fatigue. She sighed and remarked, not enough, I can't use it that often. You are nearly as good as I am at using the Reikiri already. I planned on teaching it to you as a present when you became a Chunin, but you have surpassed my expectations, Kakashi said. Satsuki frowned and remarked, Naruto is still way ahead of me. Naruto is ahead of me too, Kakashi answered. But it doesn't change the fact that even without the Mangekyo, you are probably as strong as most Chunin and some Jonin from our village. Naruto has been training for a very long time, far longer than you or Sakura. This gives him a natural edge over you, but the gap can be closed through consistent hard training every day. Naruto's strength is limited by his age, so if you add that fact, he is improving only gradually compared to you or Sakura, replied Kakashi. Don't worry, you will catch up to Naruto soon enough, Kakashi said in an attempt to lift her spirits. Kakashi said, now, let's train our taijutsu, you are in the final stage of creating the new taijutsu style, as he assumed his stance. After all, Satsuki still had enough energy to fight, so she struck her pose as well. 10:30 a.m. In the office of the Hokage, Naruto said, Yo, Gramps. What do you need me for? You are finally here, I asked for you regarding your inheritance, you can claim your parents' complete inheritance after completing some paperwork for it. You won't get access to the entirety of the Senju clan's money since you need to become the Senju clan head, and for it, you should be at least a Chunin in terms of rank, Hiruzen stated. Naruto grinned broadly and said, oh, it's okay. I will become a Chunin by the end of the exams. Hiruzen gave Naruto the necessary paperwork. Also, about your cousin, her name is Karen Uzumaki and she has a special ability where if you bite her, you can completely heal yourself. We plan on helping her find other ways to heal someone without harming her. She also has the power to use the chakra chains. We will be keeping her in custody until the exams are over, she is a valuable target which Orochimaru might be after, Hiruzen stated. I place her under your care for now, I will move her to the Uzumaki estate after the Chunin exams are over, replied Naruto. Hiruzen dismissed Naruto so he could finish his paperwork. Hand me the documents by the end of the day, Hiruzen said. Since Konoha was hosting the Chunin exams, there was a lot of it. Using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Naruto departed. Naruto made a shadow clone to do the paperwork whilst he left to do training. At the training grounds, finally, you are here, Jiraiya said with annoyance. Let's get on with our training already, Naruto said with a bit of annoyance since he had overslept since Kurama was also sleeping. The 13th of August. You are as fast as your father is in using that jutsu, all you need is experience in using it against others, Jiraiya said, impressed by Naruto's use of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I will ask the old man for a mission for us to do where you can use that jutsu, Jiraiya replied. Naruto questioned, what kind of mission would that be? Jiraiya scowled. You might not like it, but you will have to eliminate a lot of bandits. This is so that you won't hesitate when you use the jutsu against someone, Jiraiya sighed. Naruto frowned slightly and remarked, well, I have killed before, but I still don't like it. Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, that's great. You should never feel anything but dislike for it, that's what makes us human after all. Jiraiya and Naruto departed for the Hokage's office in a body flicker. In the office of the Hokage, Hiruzen smiled and said, what brings you both here? We are here for a mission, preferably a mission which will require us to take care of many people, Jiraiya stated. Hiruzen gestured his Anbu out of the way. And why is that? Naruto has to train for the exams, Hiruzen said gravely. He needs to learn how to use the Flying Thunder God without hesitation like Minato. Naruto has to be proficient with it. If he kills common criminals, it will help him face tougher opponents by removing his hesitation to cause harm, or kill the enemy, Jiraiya stated with seriousness. Hiruzen gazed at Naruto with concern. He was aware that although he was only a youngster, Naruto was a very responsible person who would stop at nothing to help the village. Naruto agreed with Jiraiya and nodded solemnly. Fine, I got a bandit elimination mission where there is a huge group of bandits. There are at least 140 bandits there. The location is at the northern border, east of the town named Uni. They are headed by a few rogue Iwa ninjas who are strong enough to be classified as B-rank threats. This mission's ranking would be low A rank due to the number of bandits and ninjas, Hiruzen said as he handed Jiraiya the mission. Hiruzen said, Jiraiya will lead the mission. Jiraiya and Naruto both nodded. Jiraiya departed in a body flicker, while Naruto departed in a yellow flash. Shortly after packing for his mission, Naruto sent Satsuki a note informing her that he would be gone for a day. At Konoha's northern gate, the guards said, welcome, Lord Jiraiya. With a salute. Here, we are going out on an official mission, sign them up and give it quickly, we need to complete this mission ASAP. Jiraiya let out a scream. The guards promptly followed his instructions and returned the papers to Jiraiya. Brat, release some of your seals, we will be going there at maximum speeds. Jiraiya said. Jiraiya and Naruto both used the ram hand sign to lower the level of their gravity seals. Jiraiya yelled, alright, let's get going, and hurried off. Oh no, he moves quickly, Naruto pondered. They ran for 2 hours before arriving at the bandit camp. The following are the specifics of the mission. To eradicate every bandit and renegade ninja. They need to rescue all of the hostages they have from several villages in the Land of Fire. Jiraiya gave the order, so brat, tell me how many people are there and their strengths. I can sense about 160 people. 50 of them have around Genin level of strength, 12 Chunin level, 2 Jonin level, and a chakra signature probably as strong as Kakashi. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Jiraiya remarked thoughtfully, that's surprising. I thought at most there would be a Jonin level opponent, not an S-ranked ninja. I can handle them, I just need some shadow clones to eliminate the weaker ones. I will take care of the rogue ninjas, Naruto pondered. Brat, you shouldn't underestimate them. You might be strong, but you lack the experience. Jiraiya yelled. Don't worry, you are there to help me when things go down south, said Naruto. Fine, but don't come crying cause you got your ass handed to you, Jiraiya scowled. Naruto declared resolutely, I won't, cause I will finish the mission myself. I will send a few shadow clones to place my markers throughout the place, Naruto declared, creating 20 shadow clones. Unnoticed, the clones proceeded to place the seals. Some entered the tents covertly in an attempt to locate the hostages. The hostages are secured, I will be proceeding with the elimination, said Naruto. Jiraiya gave a serious nod. Naruto departed in a flash of yellow. There were several yellow flashes, and many of them died immediately after the light flickered out. A renegade Iwa ninja emerged from the large tent to investigate the disturbance and was able to detect that several people had perished within the makeshift camp they had established. As he opened his mouth to say, "Wah," his neck rolled out. He could see only a flash of yellow. The voice said, "Check what's going on outside." From the tent. It's just a brat," grinned one of the renegade ninjas. Another renegade ninja yelled, "Hey, Jiratsuchi. Look around," and pointed to the chaos. With the Thunder God's sword drawn, Naruto prepared for combat. The most powerful of the renegade ninjas emerged from the tent and surveyed the scene. He questioned, "What's going on here?" "That's Iwagakure-based Hisatsuchi Tachibana, an S-ranked rogue ninja." Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought, even though he is at the bottom of the S-rank list, his strength and speed make him extremely formidable. Hisatsuchi said, "You have quite the amount of chakra for your age," with a neutral expression. Naruto created several clones and forced them to battle the Jonin and Chunin. Though some of them were able to kill their opponents, the shadow clones were all vanquished in a matter of minutes. "Ah, do you think shadow clones could defeat us?" a mocking Jonin-level ninja questioned. According to Naruto, they have served their purpose. He vanished in a yellow flash. While the Hisatsuchi escaped Naruto's slash, 9 ninjas were killed. However, he had a large cut on his chest. Naruto's actions caused Hisatsuchi's eyes to widen. "You look familiar. I should have known. Those blonde hair and blue eyes. You are the son of that bastard." Hisatsuchi gasped. "I've been marked by that damned brat who knows the Flying Thunder God jutsu. I can't let my guard down because this is dangerous." Hisatsuchi thought, the only known way to counter someone with that jutsu is to slash randomly in the hopes that you land a strike when he teleports. Making several shadow clones, Naruto yelled, "Oh, you think by slashing around you can counter the Flying Thunder God? Well, you are wrong. Instead, his shadow clones are capable of using the Flying Thunder God jutsu. I nullified my counter completely." With resignation, he thought. In a yellow flash, the clones vanished, and Hisatsuchi was ruthlessly dismembered, his face being the only unharmed part of his body that could prove that he was real. "Mission accomplished," Naruto said, panting. He was mentally, not physically, worn out. "Good job, brat. Let's go back. Don't forget to seal the dead bodies of the ninjas, they have a high bounty on them," Jiraiya replied. "Yeah," replied Naruto. "I have sent some clones with the hostages to help them reach their villages," Naruto said. Jiraiya said, "Teleport as they're using the Flying Thunder God jutsu." With the aid of the Flying Raijin jutsu, the entire mission was completed in roughly 30 minutes. "Naruto, I think you should not use the Flying Raijin jutsu until it's necessary. If you don't use it often, people won't expect you to know how to perform the jutsu. All you need to do is engage them in a brief bout of taijutsu, place the marker on them, and you've won the battle in just a few seconds," Jiraiya stated. "Yes, I agree with you. I can use this as a last resort, more as an element of surprise," said Naruto. "That's right. Now since you only have a few more days left, why don't we start practicing with the Rasengan? You take about 2 seconds to form a Rasengan, but after some training, you can form the jutsu within 1 second. The fastest I can make the jutsu is 0.4 seconds, Jiraiya said with a smile. "After that, you will be learning how to make a bigger Rasengan," Jiraiya added. Naruto asked in amazement, "Oh, you can make the Rasengan bigger?" "Yes, you can also make the Rasengan by using more chakra, but you should discover the secret since I don't want to spoon-feed you," Jiraiya replied. After giving it some thought, Naruto figured out how to follow Jiraiya's instructions regarding his training. "I have to proportionally increase the amount of chakra around the Rasengan to contain its power for making the small and powerful Rasengan, and as for the big Rasengan, I should increase the surface area of the Rasengan proportionally to the increase in the volume of the Rasengan," said Naruto. Jiraiya was incredulous. "Ah, you are correct," said Jiraiya. Naruto said, "All right, I will get started with it," as he created 30 shadow clones. 15 to go make the large Rasengan and the other 15 to make the more compact one, said Naruto. In order to speed up the formation of the Rasengan, he produced 20 more of them. August 26, 7 a.m. Satsuki's outburst interrupted Naruto as he was saying, "Satsuki, you should not come to the arena." Satsuki yelled angrily, "What do you mean I shouldn't go to the arena? Geez, listen first, I was saying you should come only when I signal you to come. You already know of the invasion, right? Well, to give enough preparation time and to make the enemy more antsy and nervous, their signal is Gaara going nuts and releasing Shukaku. If you come late, then they will have to wait until the next match starts. I have already been briefed about this by the Hokage, we just want everything to go right so that we can keep the casualties low. Even a few minutes can help us out by a lot," Naruto continued. "All right," Satsuki sighed. Naruto tried to soothe Satsuki by saying, "Don't get mad. You will probably be promoted if you do well during the invasion. The plan for me is to get into the arena with the help of the marker I have on you, and use that to teleport Gaara to a far-off place so there will be no casualties, Naruto stated. At that, Satsuki nodded. Naruto gave her the tag and said, "Here, this is a chakra seal, try filling it up as much as possible when you are waiting. You can use this chakra seal as an extra reserve when you are running low on your chakra reserves. Also, you should only do warm-ups since you should be ready for the upcoming battle," Naruto stated. The Senju compound is where Naruto wore his great-grandfather's old suit of armor over the jumpsuit his father wore during his genin days. He covered it with a haori. Naruto was able to have the armor repaired, so it appeared like new. Naruto created the outer covering for the chakra seal by carving the Senju crest onto it. He could wear it for a few years because it had several seals that extended its lifespan and allowed it to swell to a certain extent. Although the armor increased weight, it was insignificant in comparison to the gravity seals he employs. "You look good with that armor," Satsuki said. "Thanks," Naruto exclaimed, beaming broadly. "It's almost time. You go to training ground 7. I will be on my way to the arena," Naruto said as he bid her farewell. She waved back, "Bye. Good luck in your match, Naruto." "Oh, I have to make a big entrance." Naruto pondered. "You must be Naruto," one man with bandages remarked. "Oh, yeah," exclaimed Naruto. When he saw who was talking to him, the enthusiasm in his heart vanished, but he kept his expression to hide his actual feelings. With joy, Naruto said, "What's your name, old man? What am I supposed to do for this bastard?" Panic gripped his thoughts. "My name is Danzo Shimura. I am a close friend of the third Hokage. I am also his close advisor," replied Danzo. Naruto said naively, "Oh, you know Gramps. That's nice. So, what do you need from me?" "I am here to cheer for your victory in the final stage of the exams. I have heard of your feat in the Chunin exams. You didn't even cheat in the first stage, and your team got the record for the shortest time to complete the second. These feats are quite impressive, and I would like someone of your talent to join my Anbu forces. I believe it will help you grow as a ninja. You can join after the exams are over. The fact you become a Chunin or not doesn't matter," replied Danzo. "Is he here to enlist me?" I'm a little shocked, Naruto thought. "Oh, I don't think I am cut out of the Anbu, but I will be sure to think about it," said Naruto. "Good, I hope you show how strong the village is," Danzo replied. Danzo and Naruto shook and parted ways. It appears that the brat is aware of his ancestry, Danzo thought, his eyes narrowing. "However, I can't take the chance of using Kotoamatsukami just yet because the Nine Tails would likely oppose it and make Naruto wary of me." Danzo reasoned that the only ways to deal with him were to either win his trust or murder him. In a body flicker, Naruto departed for the arena. In the arena, where are they? Sakura pondered anxiously. She was a little alarmed because neither Naruto nor Satsuki had shown up at the arena. "There are just 7 participants, huh? I am aware that the Uchiha is expected to be late for her match for the plans and that the Sound Genin passed away some time ago, but where is Naruto?" Genma pondered. Since Hayate was seriously injured after being caught spying on Kabuto and Baki, Genma was taking his place. Although the two ninjas believed Hayate was dead, Naruto was able to save him. "Alright, the matches are about to start. Since one of the contenders has quit, Sakura Haruno gets to skip and go to the next round automatically," Genma said. "Oh, that mummy guy quit. He looked as if he wanted to kill me when I saw him the prelims," Sakura whispered to herself. "Everyone but the participants of the first match, please go to the contender's booth," Genma said. Neji was the only one who stayed on the battlefield. "Looks like that loser ran away since fate has decided that I would be the winner," Neji grinned haughtily. When a tiny chakra signal was aimed at Genma, he looked up and saw Naruto grinning at him. "What are you waiting for? Announce the fact that I am the winner already," Neji replied. Genma smirked as she declared, "Neji Hyuga and Naruto Senju will face off in the first match of the Chunin exams." Naruto emerged in a blur of blue and yellow. At that point, the entire stadium fell silent. "Naruto never told me he was a Senju," Sakura exclaimed, startled. "He told no one from the looks of it," Shikamaru remarked, his eyes narrowing. On the battlefield, Naruto encouraged Neji by saying, "Hey, Neji, what were you talking about when we last met? Was it about me being a clanless orphan? You know what? The Uzumaki clan was just as strong as the Senju and Uchiha. It took 40,000 elite ninjas from Iwa, Kumo, Kiri and some other minor villages to take out 3,000 Uzumaki clan members. And no one but one cowardly Chunin was able to escape Uzushio. What did your clan accomplish? Did you guys have any S-rank ninjas from your clan in the past 100 years? I don't think so. Both my clans had at least 15 S-rank ninjas at the time when they were all alive, Naruto laughed. Naruto yelled angrily, so you don't get to compare my clan with anyone else. You got that? Naruto's statement infuriated the Hyuga elders in the spectators' booth. However, the fact that Naruto's statement was entirely accurate made it worse. How dare you talk about my clan? Neji was about to charge when Genma intervened. I haven't started the match yet, I could get you disqualified for it, warned Genma. No matter what clan he is from, Neji will win. He is a prodigy never seen before. Tenten grinned. At the booth of the cage. That Neji Hyuga gets angry very easily, I don't think he would be a good fit for the rank of Chunin, said the Kekkei. Hiruzen answered, yes, Neji seems to be easy to temper. Anger prior to a fight is a surefire way for someone to lose because they may become too distracted to fight effectively. On the battlefield, Genma questioned, are both sides ready? Both said, yes, start. Genma exclaimed as she leapt back. Neji's Juken strike caused Naruto to leap back. Naruto sent Neji flying with a powerful kick to the chest. Naruto thought, I can't let him lose this early, so I should reduce my strength a little. How could he have hurt me so much in one blow? Angrily, Neji thought, in order to evaluate the damage he had sustained, he had activated his Byakugan. Naruto thought, I'll play defensively. Neji launched a full-scale offensive against Naruto. To attack Neji, Naruto created a few shadow clones. While protecting himself from the clones' onslaught of kunai, Neji yelled, Ga! Your clones are just as useless as you are. Naruto gave Neji a sly smile. When Neji was overwhelmed by the quantity of kunai, he yelled, Kaden. Oh, look who's trying to defy their fate by learning something they shouldn't. Now you sound like a hypocrite, don't you? Naruto grinned. Naruto forced it out of Neji, who had a furious expression on his face and intended to use it against Satsuki or Gaara in the semifinals. For 5 minutes, this continued. The fight was boring everyone. Naruto thought, I suppose this is enough, I will end it. Neji and Naruto shared a similar way of thinking. Neji yelled, Kaden. Naruto leapt a good distance away from Neji to avoid being struck. Why you? Neji yelled angrily. In the spectator booth. Like I told you, Neji is a prodigy never seen before. He learned the main branch techniques just through observation. No matter how fast Naruto is, he can't escape Neji's next move. Tenten said with a smirk. I don't think so, Tenten. From what Naruto showed us last time he fought, he is much faster than Lee. He kept an eye on Lee's top speed with no external help, even Jonin would find it difficult at what Naruto was doing. And Naruto's speed during the preliminary rounds was truly impressive, he was going as fast as Lee his weights on, Guy responded. Like you said sensei, he is as fast as Lee with his weights on. Neji is much faster than Lee without the weights, Tenten responded. To everyone's surprise, Guy remarked, Naruto is probably as fast as I am because he has the same amount of weight as Kakashi does. Really? Lee exclaimed in amazement. Yes, Kakashi conveyed to me some information on him. Naruto is probably one of the strongest ninjas in our village, Guy replied with seriousness. Then from now on, he is my eternal rival. If he doesn't accept my challenges, I will go 1,000 push-ups, and if I can't do that, I will do 300 rounds around the village. Neji yelled, 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Neji yelled, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. But he never struck Naruto. With a few hand gestures, Naruto said, why don't we make this place more interesting to fight in? Earth style. Earthen spikes jutsu, exclaimed Naruto. Numerous earth spikes abruptly emerged from the ground. Neji was preoccupied with the sporadic spikes that appeared beneath him. Naruto yelled, water style. Water dragon jutsu, after learning just 9 hand signals. At the booth of the spectators. What? He used an A-rank water jutsu without any body of water nearby. Kurine exclaimed in shock. Asuma's mouth dropped open in shock, and his cigarette dropped silently. He must have high water affinity which might be on par with the second Hokages, Guy said. On the battlefield, Neji yelled, Kaden, and used a strong Kaden to defend himself, but he was still blasted away. Naruto cried, earth style. Earthen spike jutsu. Instead, Neji's Byakugan's sense of perception was being confused by the sudden appearance of numerous more earth spikes. In a flash of movement, Naruto emerged from where an earth spike was meant to appear and punched Neji across the arena. He won't be getting up anytime soon, Naruto informed the proctor. Genma assessed Neji's health. Hiashi frowned at the inadvertent mental harm he had caused Neji, thinking, looks like Neji learned his lesson. I have to tell him what happened that night before he goes too deep into the darkness. When Naruto utterly destroyed last year's Rookie of the Year, everyone cheered. Well then, how was the match? Sakura was asked by Naruto. Pretty boring if you ask me. Why didn't you defeat him quickly? You were playing around Neji, wasting your stamina, Sakura said. I had a reason for it, you will see why, Naruto remarked. Second round, Satsuki Uchiha vs Gaara no Sabaku, declared Genma. Since she was the final Uchiha and her opponent was the son of the fourth Kazekage, everyone cheered loudly and eagerly anticipated this match. In a flicker of sand bodies, Gaara emerged. A few seconds passed while they waited. Genma declared, since Satsuki Uchiha is late, we will be postponing her match to the last, to much protest from the crowd. Since Gaara had been unable to engage in a battle he desired for a very long time, he was leaking a lot of bloodlust. Alright, for round 3, Shino Aburame and Konkuro no Sobaku, please come down, announced Genma. Konkuro yelled, I quit. From the stands. TCH. It appears that they are aware of the situation. Naruto pondered in frustration. I will lose if I fight because his bugs will most likely consume all of my chakra, rendering me ineffective during the invasion. Konkuro pondered. Everyone laughed at that, yelling that the exams were dull because one of the matches was postponed and one of the competitors gave up without a fight. We got some time, Genma pondered in frustration. I must engage in combat or Konoha ninjas may suspect us of plotting. Temari pondered. Well, due to one of the contestants forfeiting, the winner of this match is Shino Aburame, announced Genma. Genma declared, as for the next round, Temari no Sobaku vs. Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru, try to drag out this match as much as possible, you might have an idea about what is going on here and you dragging this match will help Konoha out a lot, Naruto said to Shikamaru. Also, it's the Hokage's orders, so you got no say in this, he continued. What a drag, all I have to do is waste time, Shikamaru asked. Yes, as long as you can, Naruto whispered back. Fine, Shikamaru replied, jumping down into the arena. What are they talking about? Ino asked Kiba. I can't hear them, but it's probably Naruto convincing Shika to fight, Kiba replied. On the battlefield, took you long enough, Temari shouted with annoyance. What a drag, I have to fight against another girl, Shikamaru asked lazily. What's wrong with fighting a girl? Do you think I am not worth the effort? Temari shouted back. Ugh, why are all blondes so troublesome, can you start the match soon? Shikamaru asked lazily. Well, alright, Genma said. Are both sides ready? Genma inquired. Temari and Shikamaru both gave a nod. Well then, start, Genma exclaimed as she leapt back. Temari swiftly leapt away, avoiding Shikamaru's shadow possession technique before it could reach her shadow. This field is in his favor, I must remove all the debris, Temari reflected. She will make an effort to remove the debris, but it won't be of any assistance. All I need is enough chakra to finish with a final shadow possession technique. Shikamaru pondered. Using the jutsu, Temari repeatedly yelled, wind style, slicing air waves, shattering every earth spike in the process. Using that jutsu must require a great deal of focus. I can exploit the fact that she is taking about 30 seconds for each blow, Shikamaru thought. Temari was huffing a little because her jutsu was a little exhausting, but it was required. She was in a situation where her opponent could brutally exploit her numerous blind spots. She failed to consider that shadows are created by the debris itself. Shikamaru smirked as he thought. Jutsu for shadow possession. Shikamaru extended his shadow and made a connection with the shadow created by the debris. Shit, I didn't realize that the debris also casts shadows. In a panic, Temari thought to herself. I guess I've figured out how far he can push the shadow possession technique. She smirked as she thought this and leapt away from the debris. Every time the shadows got close to her, she was leaping behind. She marked where he could use the shadow till and slammed her battle fan down when that stopped. He's too far away for my attacks to reach. From here, it would only be a slight breeze. She pondered in frustration. As Shikamaru moved into his special pose, he thought, I suppose if I wait long enough, the shadows created by the sun passing by the stadium walls would be enough to extend my shadow's range. At the booth for spectators, Ino questioned, what is he doing? If he is in that pose, then he probably is devising a plan, Choji responded. He ought to have done that earlier. Kurine reprimanded him for planning during a battle. Don't underestimate him, Kurine. The plans he comes up with are ingenious, said Asuma. Kurine frowned and said, how come? Wasn't he one of the lower academic achievers? Oh, he was just lazy during the academy. The academy wasn't challenging him enough. During the 1 month off the genin received, I gave him an IQ test disguised as games and puzzles, Asuma replied. Kurine asked inquisitively, really? What was his score? Everyone in his immediate vicinity regarded Asuma with interest as well. His score was 245, smirking, Asuma said. The outcome caused everyone's eyes to widen. How is that possible? Kurine whispered to herself. On the battlefield, Temari yelled, Ga, stop hiding and come fight me like a man. In frustration. Nope, said Shikamaru, ducking behind a tree. Why is he doing nothing? She pondered in frustration. There has to be a cause. He must be waiting for a reason because there is no way that he is aware of the invasion. Did the shadows move past the spot I marked? Temari pondered. Yes, exactly, he's waiting for the shadows to grow longer. He has been preparing for my arrival all along. He just needs to wait for the sun to shift sufficiently so that the arena can create a sufficiently large shadow. Her eyes widened as she thought. I have enough chakra to try blowing off the rubble now, she thought. She yelled, blowing the debris away from her, wind style. Slicing airwaves. As I had anticipated, I was able to move the rock sufficiently to conceal the entire area from her view after she blew off the rubble. Shikamaru pondered. Flashback. Do I need to win? Inquired Shikamaru. Yeah, but it's not necessary. I have made multiple holes where you can use your shadows to your heart's content. All you have to do is cover up those spots and use them to your advantage, Naruto replied. Shikamaru smirked and said, you planned on me helping you even before asking me. You have thought this through, haven't you? Don't think you are the only genius from our class. I have an IQ of 201, whispered Naruto. When Shikamaru saw Naruto's IQ, his eyes grew wide. Shikamaru answered, so you too have been holding back Naruto inquired, how much did you get? Sensei tested me without telling me it was an IQ test. I got a score of 245, replied Shikamaru. Naruto grinned and remarked, you got more than your father. Give a few more years and you will be smarter than him. End of flashback. I can finally catch her if I just grab her from the right side, which will force her to move to her left. With relief, Shikamaru thought. The shadow from Temari's right side caused her eyes to enlarge. What? I know I was much further from your actual reach. She yelled. Shikamaru smirked lazily and said, I limited my range to fool you. After all, deception is a ninja's greatest tool. Grr. She clenched her jaw. At the booth of the spectator, Kiba exclaimed in disbelief, what? How could he use the shadow possession that far? He was holding back, of course. Ino grinned. On the battlefield. Well, I'm not near any debris that creates shadows, she thought. She asked, perplexed. How am I moving? She asked, startled. You are under my shadow possession jutsu now, Shikamaru said as he approached her. Due to the shadow possession jutsu, Temari was imitating his actions. How did you get me? I made sure to be as far away from the rubble's shadows and the hole Naruto made during his fight. Temari yelled. It will be troublesome to explain, but the short version is Naruto had made multiple tunnels underground as a precaution. I found one of such tunnels and I used it to sense out the other ones, hoping one would be close to your location, and thankfully there was one. All I had to do was to make you move near its location, which you did when I used to surprise you with the distance I could go with my jutsu, Shikamaru laughed. Temari mirrored Shikamaru as he raised his en. Shikamaru's shocking statement, I give up, startled the entire audience. Temari yelled angrily, what? You bastard, you're giving up after all this. You just don't want to defeat me cause I am a girl. He is giving up now. Ino yelled angrily from the stands. How troublesome. I have no finishing technique since I am not a battle-oriented ninja and I have no chakra left, Shikamaru replied. It's a shame. I had devised over 200 different strategies to win but couldn't because I have no chakra left, Shikamaru murmured. 200 distinct tactics. Who is this guy? I had no idea the Naruto were so intelligent. Temari pondered in surprise and a little terror. Alright, Temari is the winner of this match due to Shikamaru forfeiting, said Genma. Temari went to the contestants' booth with Shikamaru. Gaara no Sabaku vs. Satsuki Uchiha is the next match, Genma declared. Gaara emerged in a whirl of sand. Kakashi and Satsuki materialized in a whirlwind of leaves. Kakashi smiled sheepishly as he asked, "Are we too late?" Genma grinned and said, "No, you guys are just in time." In response, "I would love to spill your noble blood, Uchiha," Gaara uttered with an intense desire for blood. Kakashi muttered, "Remember, only use the Reikiri when Naruto signals you." At Kakashi's command, Satsuki nodded. In a body flicker, Kakashi departed. "You did well, Naruto," Kakashi complimented Naruto. "Thanks, sensei," said Naruto. Sakura inquired, "Why were you guys late?" Kakashi replied, "I will tell you later, I can't stay here for much longer." "Fine," Sakura huffed. Kakashi walked over to the booth of the spectator. On the battlefield, it was Genma who said, "Start." Gaara launched a sand attack, but Satsuki leapt away. Satsuki yelled, "Kai!" With the ram seal, Satsuki vanished in a blur of black. In the booth for spectators, with a start, Hiba exclaimed, "What? She disappeared." The sardonic statement, "Her speed is only second to Naruto's," came from Kakashi. Shocked, Hiba questioned, "What do you mean she is second to Naruto's speed? How fast is he?" "Naruto is about as fast as I am, and he trained Satsuki to be at the level she is currently at," replied Kakashi. The news caused everyone's eyes to widen. "And as for Satsuki, I could comfortably place her at Jonin level in strength. It's truly unfortunate that my students are participating in the exams this year," Kakashi grinned. Guy exclaimed, "How did she grow to that level within just 6 months?" This shocked Guy. "I have no idea," said Kakashi. On the battlefield, gate of opening. As she released her first inner gate, Satsuki pondered. Satsuki punched Gaara to the opposite side of the arena with a sudden burst of speed. The sand attempted to engulf her, but she leapt away. "She is just as quick as he is," Gaara pondered in surprise. At the booth for spectators, with a hint of rage, Guy questioned, "You taught her the inner gates?" "She naturally opened hers while fighting me. She can go up to only the second gate, but it's enough for her," Kakashi lazily stated. "She is very fast," exclaimed Lee joyfully. "Yes, as fast as you were with the first gate, Lee," Guy said gravely. On the battlefield, Gaara whispered, "Mother, I will spill her blood for you," to himself. At this point, he had had enough of being beaten like a rag doll. He surrounded himself with a sand cocoon and placed a sand eye outside to observe the surroundings. Oh, when Satsuki felt a chakra pulse from her gravity seal, she thought, "This must be the signal." "Reikiri," she exclaimed after performing several hand seals. She charged directly at Gaara at a high speed. She went straight through the sand cocoon, avoiding all the sand spikes. Gaara sensed something warm and damp. When he looked, he saw something that drove him insane. "Blood, it's my blood," howled Gaara. Satsuki reached out, but it was too late for her to realize that she couldn't avoid the massive wave of sand that was approaching. She departed in a yellow flash and, thanks to Naruto's presence beside her, appeared to be quite far away from the sand wave. At the booth for spectators, a random Chunin asked, "Did he just leave in a flash of yellow?" "No way, he looks just like the fourth Hokage," exclaimed a startled guy standing next to him. All of the civilians and a few genin who were unable to break Genjutsu suddenly fell asleep. In the academy, there is a rainbow around the sun, Konohamaru remarked solemnly. "Yeah, that's pretty," exclaimed Moegi in amazement. "My gramps said it was a sign of bad luck. There must be a reason why our teachers are not present here," Konohamaru stated. Hanabi smirked and said, "Oh please, you're worrying for nothing." A loud announcement came over the speakers. "Kids, this is a drill, all of you have to go to the emergency bunkers. Don't panic, it's just a drill." Iruka entered to lead them to the safety of the bunkers. On the battlefield, to keep him safe, Gaara's Jonin sensei and siblings leapt down. "You won't take one step towards Gaara," Baki declared. Gaara was carried out of the arena by Temari and Kankuro. Baki attempted to stop Naruto and Satsuki from following them, but Genma intervened to protect them. "Your fight is with me," Genma declared as she prepared to engage in combat. In the booth of the cage, Hiruzen asked, "What's the meaning of this?" With a kunai at the Hokage's throat, the Kekkei was prepared to cut him. Without showing emotion, Hiruzen remarked, "We could always try negotiating, Kekkei don't know." Due to his situation, Hiruzen immediately followed the Kekkei as he leapt to the roof. To prevent anyone from entering, 4 of the Kekkei's bodyguards moved around and erected a strong barrier. The barrier turned one of the Anbu who attempted to enter into a crisp. Hiruzen smirked and said, "Do you think this can fool me, my old pupil?" The individual wearing the Kekkei's armor leapt out of Hiruzen's way. The man in the mask said, "Just as always, you are a peace-loving fool." As he removed it to reveal a woman. Hiruzen exclaimed in disbelief. "What kind of monster have you become, Orochimaru?" Hiruzen inquired dismally. "You perfected the jutsu to this extent." Kukukukuku. "Oh, sensei, this is my key to immortality. I will kill you here and leave Konoha in ruins." Orochimaru grumbled wickedly. Orochimaru removed the woman's skin to show his own face, which was extremely pale. "Konoha shall never fall," exclaimed Hiruzen resolutely. In the arena, Naruto muttered, "Tch. I couldn't tag him," his annoyance clearly audible. Satsuki answered, "Don't worry, I'll take care of those two." "Okay, I will handle Gaara," Naruto replied. Satsuki punched Kankuro away when he attempted to divert the two. Naruto muttered, "We must pursue them until they are well beyond the boundaries of Konoha." Shino stopped Kankuro, who managed to catch up to them and was pursuing them. "I have an unfinished match with this guy," Shino remarked, turning to face Kankuro. Both Temari and Gaara were reached by Naruto and Satsuki. Within the spectators' booth at the arena, Sakura panicked, "Say, sensei, what's going on?" When many people had gone to sleep, she moved to the spectators' booth. "Konoha is being invaded," stated Kakashi solemnly. "I need you to round up all the genin here and help out the hospital by guarding it. It's a prime target for our enemies since there are newborn babies who are the future of Konoha, and there are also the most vulnerable people there," Kakashi said. While protecting herself from a sound ninja, Sakura questioned, "What about Naruto and Satsuki?" "They have been given a mission beforehand, it's of utmost priority for the village's safety," replied Kakashi. After giving a nod, Sakura took some of the genin with her. Close to the boundaries of western Konoha, Gaara yelled, "Let go of me." Temari swiftly leapt away from her, clearly terrified. While Naruto traveled to Gaara, Satsuki traveled to Temari. Gaara exclaimed, "I want to kill you, Senju." With a deranged expression. Naruto questioned, "Why? I have to prove my existence by killing you." Gaara uttered as she gradually changed. There was something monstrous about his right hand. "You can't prove your existence through killing, Gaara, you can only do that when someone acknowledges you. I am just like you, Gaara. I am a Jinchuriki as well." Naruto yelled. "I don't care," Gaara exclaimed, creating a massive sand wave with his right hand. Naruto delivered a powerful uppercut to Gaara's jaw in an abrupt burst of speed. "You can't defeat me, Senju," exclaimed Gaara. The one-tailed raccoon stood in a massive cloud of smoke. "Ah, shit," Naruto muttered to himself. "Oh no," Temari cried out in terror. "So, this is the power of a Biju," Satsuki exclaimed. Central city of Konoha. One of the sound ninjas asked his comrade, "Where are the civilians?" His comrade was asking, "Did they know we were at?" When a kunai struck his neck, killing him. One of the other sound ninjas yelled, "What? Watch out, it's Konoha's Anbu. Don't let them escape," commanded one of the female Anbu agents. In the cage booth, "Kukukukuku sensei, you can't stop me. I will burn this pathetic village to the ground and no one will be able to stop me." Orochimaru laughed wickedly. "Konoha stands. Even if I die, others will carry the will of fire. The next generation will take Konoha to new heights." Hiruzen exclaimed, taking off his Hokage robes to reveal his combat gear. After making a few hand gestures, Orochimaru slammed his hands against the roof. Orochimaru cried out, summoning jutsu, Edo Tensai, and 3 boxes began to rise from the floor. Hiruzen yelled, Shado Shuriken Jutsu, while demonstrating a few hand signals. "What? To use such a vile jutsu? How far down have you gone, Orochimaru?" 2 of the coffins were able to fully rise, but the third one halted and returned to its original position. The first and second Hokages were revealed when the 2 coffins that had risen opened. As anticipated, Orochimaru cannot summon Minato because he is inside the Shinigami, Hiruzen thought. Darn it, why won't Minato come out? Orochimaru asked himself. Hashirama Senju asked himself, examining his body, what's going on here? Looks like someone used my Edo Tensei Jutsu to revive us, Tobirama said. Kukukukukuku. Look here sensei. I brought the ones who built Konoha back to destroy it. Orochimaru yelled. How dare you, bringing my predecessors to destroy what they founded. Hiruzen grumbled. Summoning jutsu, Enma, exclaimed Hiruzen after demonstrating a few hand signals. TCH. Like I said before, you should have killed him back then itself. Look what he is doing now. Enma yelled. It's no time to argue, good friend, we have to teach my wayward pupil a lesson, Hiruzen grinned. Hashirama used the wood release in tandem with Tobirama's few punches to trap Hiruzen. Beyond the barrier, one of the Hokage's Anbu protection details exclaimed, so this is a cage-level fight. In shock, the Anbu had no choice but to watch as the battle raged on. No wonder he is still the Hokage, being this strong at his age is something only 1 in a million could ever achieve. Another Anbu replied. Close to the border of western Konoha. As he reviewed the hand signals for the summoning jutsu, Naruto thought, I wanted this fight to happen a bit far from the borders, but this place isn't that bad. After noticing what was happening in the village, Naruto thought, I can sense the snake in there with 2 other high levels of chakra, with some concern. Summoning jutsu, exclaimed Naruto. Gamabunta said, Brat, what did you summon me for? Since you're experienced with fighting bijus, I guess you can help me out with fighting the weakest of them, Naruto replied. What, the first battle you bring me to is to fight Shukaku? Exclaimed Gamabunta. Brat, the Jinchuriki is asleep, which means that Shukaku has gained full control. This is bad, you must do anything you can to wake him up. Kurama warned. All right, Kurama, Naruto answered. Yeah, and he has fallen asleep as well. This gave Shukaku full control over his body, Naruto stated gravely. Gamabunta uttered the words, fine brat. Angrily. You owe me a drink after this. Gamabunta exclaimed, avoiding a few of Shukaku's air shots. Look who's here. An oversized toad is my first victim. I will enjoy killing you. Shukaku yelled. Gamabunta was pushed through the village walls by Shukaku as he launched himself at him. Duh. That's the one Tails. Exclaimed one ninja frighteningly. Shukaku, wind style, drilling air bullets, yelled. In retaliation, Gamabunta used the water bullet jutsu, but his shot missed and one of the air bullets knocked him down. Shukaku opened his mouth wide and asked, you think you are tough? Brat, that's a biju dama, you're too late to stop its formation, all you can do is try deflecting it. Kurama warned. Bunta, jump back, I got this, Naruto commanded. Gamabunta yelled in alarm, what do you mean? That's a biju dama. On Konoha's opposite southern border. That's a biju dama, exclaimed one of the Konoha ninjas. Jiraiya asked, turning to see what was happening. Ibiki angrily said, TCH. Where is that brat? On the roof of the arena. It appears that my plan is proceeding as planned. A whole village section will be destroyed in a single shot, sensei. Exclaimed Orochimaru with delight. Tobirama and Hashirama scowled at what they saw. Hiruzen had no choice but to avoid their blows. Hiruzen yelled, don't think Konoha will end yet. At the outer wall of Konoha, after passing through a few hand signals, Naruto vanished in a yellow flash and materialized atop his father's head. The sight caused the ninjas' eyes to widen. The ninjas Suna and Oto were cursing because they believed the explosion caused by the biju dama would kill them. At the monument of the Hokage, Shukaku let the biju dama loose. Orochimaru and the 3 Hokages followed the trail of the biju dama, and some of them saw where it was going only to see Naruto atop the stone monument of the 4th Hokage. Flashbacks were experienced by those who were old enough to recall the Nine-Tails attack. In an attempt to divert Shukaku's attention from causing more damage, Gamabunta leapt on top of him. Naruto demonstrated several hand signals. A massive seal absorbed the biju dama as it was ready to strike the Hokage rock. Drawing his flying thunder god kunai, Naruto focused on the location of the biju dama's teleportation. Boom! Near the explosion, every ninja turned to look. This much power. With cold sweat trickling down his neck, Naruto pondered. This is the weakest biju dama, boy. I can produce one 10 times stronger, Kurama stated. HM, said Naruto in response. The rooftop of arena. At that, Hiruzen grinned. When Hiruzen said, looks like Naruto handled Shukaku, a smirk appeared on his lips. Grr, I should have killed that brat in the forest. Orochimaru swore. Hashirama punched Hiruzen a few times before asking, "Who is that boy?" Hiruzen answered, "That's Naruto Senju, Sensei Tobirama's great-grandson." Tobirama said, "He is quite skilled," while indicating with a few hand signals. "Yes, he is probably as strong as I am," smirked Hiruzen. At that, Orochimaru frowned. Orochimaru smirked and remarked, "It doesn't matter. I will kill him after I deal with you." Within Konoha, when some individuals near the monument verified that Naruto was the one responsible, everyone who had been wondering if the fourth Hokage would resurrect dismissed the idea. Among the sand ninjas, one exclaimed in horror, "Gah! Did the yellow flash come back?" His teammate exclaimed, "No way. He looks too young to be him. It killed a lot of kunai that came down." Anbu Black Ops said, "It appears that sending Lord Senju to battle the Biju was the right decision." After appearing on top of Gamabunta in a yellow flash, Naruto leapt swiftly on top of Shukaku, yelled, "Help out with the snakes," and teleported away with Shukaku. To wake Gaara, Naruto punched the living daylights out of him. "Wake up," yelled Naruto. "Wah, how?" exclaimed Gaara, startled. "Give up, Gaara, you can't prove your existence through killing," Naruto scowled. "No, I can't be beaten, I just woke up," exclaimed Shukaku. Gaara was given a powerful Biju suppression seal by Naruto, which was followed by a 6-tetragram elemental seal. "I'm just making this up." "I am here to help you out with your seal, Gaara," Naruto replied. Gaara asked in a feeble voice, "How are you so strong?" "I know it hurts, Gaara, I am just like you are, but I had precious people I wanted to protect, and because I want to protect my precious people, I am this strong. I know people used to think that I was Kurama, but people changed. They are seeing me as an actual person." Naruto responded by offering Gaara his hand. Gaara exclaimed in agony, "But, I have no one. I pushed away everyone. You have people who care about you too, like your two siblings and Baki. They jumped into the arena knowing you could go berserk any time," Naruto went on. "Also, I made a better seal for Shukaku, he won't disturb you anymore, so you can sleep," Naruto went on. Naruto said, "Think about it," and vanished in a yellow flash. Close to the border of western Konoha, Satsuki, Gaara has been dealt with. Tamari, he is over at the western border, you can retrieve your brother and go back to your country. Also, I am sorry to inform you that your father died, probably assassinated by Orochimaru, said Naruto. Satsuki questioned, "What, we are just going to let them leave? Their leader is dead, they came into this invasion because Orochimaru impersonated the Kekkei," Naruto stated. After crying a little, Tamari went to fetch Kankuro. "You go help out the village, there is still some threat coming from the northern border. I have to help the Hokage, he is facing 3 strong opponents who are all about as strong as he is," said Naruto. "Good luck," Satsuki said, acknowledging Naruto's directions with a nod. With a nod, Naruto vanished in a yellow flash. Close to the bunkers of Konoha, Iruka and another Chunin appeared more worn out. He had been defending his students against numerous sound ninjas who intended to attack the next generation of the village. Iruka was attacked by a ninja. Iruka yelled, "Fire style! Fire stream!" while spewing a stream of flames. The sound ninja narrowly avoided it, but a 3-pronged kunai pierced his heart, killing him. A sound ninja questioned, "Where did that come from?" Naruto emerged in a flash of yellow light. One of them screamed in fear, "It's the yellow flash of the leaf." Another exclaimed, "The fourth Hokage is alive." They were all dead in a flash. Iruka's eyes widened. He was aware of Naruto's strength, but not to this extent. "The area is cleared, escort them quickly. I need to get moving soon, Iruka-sensei," said Naruto. With a nod, Iruka led his pupils away. On the roof of the arena, "Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu," exclaimed Tobirama. Someone shouted, "Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu," close to Hiruzen. With concern, Hiruzen questioned, "Why did you come here? I can't let Orochimaru run amok around here. He summoned my ancestors and is making them destroy their dream," said Naruto. After eliminating the Kusanagi, Orochimaru was prepared to engage in combat. Naruto said, "Gramps, you take the snake, I will take the 2 Hokages," as he prepared for battle. "Be careful, Naruto, they might not be in their prime, but they are still very strong," Hiruzen warned you. "Sure, I have a few ways to counter the Edo Tensei, so I got some ways to defeat them," Naruto replied. Hiruzen leapt at Orochimaru after nodding. Naruto said, Kurama, send me some chakra, I used a lot when I teleported the Bijudama. Alright, be careful when you face off against Hashirama, he can absorb both mine and your chakra with the help of the wood release, Kurama warned. HM. Naruto gave that a nod. Tobirama threw a blow at Naruto, but Naruto sidestepped it. Following Naruto's instructions, Tobirama sent a few kunai. Tobirama cautioned, be careful, Naruto. Those have my Hiraishin marking. After catching the one with the marking and marking it with his Flying Thunder God seal, Naruto kicked Orochimaru and teleported close to Hiruzen. Sorry, Gramps. Grandpa Tobirama was about to slice me in half, said Naruto. At that, Hiruzen gave a nod. Naruto teleported alongside Tobirama after punching the charging Hashirama. When Tobirama saw what Naruto had done, his eyes grew wide. Naruto put his hands on Tobirama's chest and yelled, bye-bye, Grandpa, causing a few kanji to emerge. Naruto yelled, contract seal release. You were faster than me at teleporting. You did well, I am proud of you, my descendant, Tobirama said with a small smile. Thanks, Gramps, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto jumped away from the wood dragon which was charging right at him. Don't think I forgot about you, Grandpa Hashirama. Naruto shouted with a smirk. You did well sealing my brother. But the question is, how do you plan on sealing me? After all, I will avoid a taijutsu confrontation with you since you have the Flying Thunder God in your arsenal, Hashirama asked. That's quite tricky, but I can figure something out, Naruto said, making a few shadow clones. 30 shadow clones each, that's impressive. Hashirama shouted. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto replied. So, what's your dream? Hashirama asked. I want to become the Hokage. Naruto replied. That's a good dream, Hashirama replied. Each of the shadow clones started to go through hand signs. 9 of the shadow clones said, Wind Style, Wind Storm, in conjunction with 2 other shadow clones who used the Fire Stream Jutsu. There was a huge wave of flames heading in Hashirama's direction. Wood Release, Wood Dome Jutsu, Hashirama shouted. Hashirama's wooden dome opened, and he jumped away, escaping a chakra chain from where he had stood previously. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, launching a Rasengan at Hashirama. You got me good, Hashirama complimented. Naruto's eyes widened, and he jumped away from the wooden pillar which came up from where he stood. Most of his shadow clones were dispelled because many wooden spikes pierced them. Hiruzen vs Orochimaru, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, Hiruzen shouted. Orochimaru was struck by the shuriken but melted into a puddle of mud. Hiruzen jumped away from a slash. Hiruzen hit Orochimaru with his adamantine staff, but Orochimaru burst out into a bunch of snakes which tried to bite Hiruzen. Such petty tricks won't work, Orochimaru. Do I need to teach you a lesson like in the olden days? Hiruzen asked with a smirk. Fire Style, Jutsu with fireballs. Hiruzen thought as a massive fireball was created. The snakes were all completely burned. Just before Orochimaru passed through where he was standing, Hiruzen leapt away. Hiruzen and Orochimaru sprang at one another, their weapons clashing. Hiruzen's eyes widened as Orochimaru vanished into a mud puddle. Oh, SHT. Hiruzen pondered. He leapt away, but the Kusanagi had scratched him slightly. I have to get this over with. Hiruzen pondered. He was aware that if he continued, the poison would have more time to work and he would perish. TCH, that brat dispelled the second Hokage's body, growled Orochimaru. Hiruzen grinned and remarked, like I told you, he is much stronger than what you expected. That brat still won't be strong enough to defeat Hashirama. But even if he does, he won't stand a chance against me since it would be too late for you to continue, Orochimaru laughed. Earth Style, Dark Swamp, Hiruzen exclaimed after reviewing a few hand signals. Knowing that if he stood there any longer, he would sink into it and become vulnerable, Orochimaru leapt away. Orochimaru yelled, Wind Style, Air Blades, and hurled several air blades at Hiruzen. Hiruzen yelled, Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu, and raised a massive wall made of tiles and earth from the rooftop to shield him. Hiruzen pivoted and collided with Orochimaru's Kusanagi. The poison is making Hiruzen feel a little weaker by the moment. Naruto yelled, Water Style, Water Bullet Jutsu, and spat several water bullets at Orochimaru. In the vicinity of the northern border. TCH. This Guya, who is he? He appears to be on the verge of death. Satsuki gazed at a pale adolescent and thought. The teenager, who appeared pale, said, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Satsuki, Satsuki Uchiha," she answered. "I am Kimimaro Kagaya. You must be the one my master is after. I will capture you for him," the man said while making a hand gesture. Several bones spiked out of his body. Satsuki stiffened. When she saw what he was doing, she felt a little uneasy. He was covered in markings, indicating that he was applying the curse mark. For the impending battle, Satsuki prepared her katana. She used lightning chakra to charge it. She appears to be quite competent. Kimimaro leaned down and thought, when I use the curse mark, her chakra reserves are as great as mine. He could feel his spine sticking out of his back. Kimimaro took it out. He treated it like a sword. It had the brilliance of a pearl. It was intended to eradicate this Kekkei Genkei. At last, she realized what Kimimaro was doing. Both of them vanished from their positions in a blur. Their swords clashed as they met in the center. Kimimaro's superior strength and experience seemed to push Satsuki back. She leapt back and performed a backflip to avoid Kimimaro's arm thrust. It was risky for her to pass by the arm because of the numerous sharp bones that protruded from it. He is superior to me in both swordplay and taijutsu. I must somehow outsmart him. I have to prepare myself to defend the northern border, so I can't go around using a lot of jutsus. Thus, I must be frugal in my approach to him, she reflected. Kimimaro rushed toward her. Satsuki took a chance and slashed where she saw a weakness in Kimimaro's defense, assisted by her Sharingan. However, it didn't even damage Kimimaro's armor. As a result, Satsuki received a severe kick that sent him flying. Hashirama vs. Naruto. It appears that the Kusanagi slashed Gramps. I know I can beat Hashirama Gramps, but I'll let Gramps perish. How do I proceed? Panicked, Naruto thought. I still haven't touched Orochimaru or Hashirama. This simply makes the battle much more difficult. Naruto pondered. Use some of my chakra, brat, I can refill your reserves and give a boost to it as well. With this boost, you can use the Flying Thunder God level 2 without much strain for a longer period, Kurama advised. Naruto said, that's a good idea. The Nine Tails chakra consumed Naruto, and in a sudden rush of energy, Naruto kicked Hashirama, sending her flying. You have grown stronger with the use of the Nine Tails chakra, it's quite impressive you could use its power, said Hashirama. Well, he is the one helping me out, we are kind of friends you can say, said Naruto. You're friends with it, that's quite an accomplishment. From my conversations with it, it just wanted to rip me apart. Hashirama laughed. Naruto said, Bah, you haven't seen his soft side, as he turned to face Hashirama. Hashirama burst into a wooden shrapnel punch. Dodging it, Naruto flashed beside Hiruzen. Naruto kicked Orochimaru with great force. Orochimaru was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected appearance. With a solemn tone, Naruto uttered, Old man, act as my support, I will try sealing Grandpa Hashirama and try defeating Orochimaru. Beyond the barrier, one of the Anbu Black Ops muttered, How is that brat so strong? Beside the Anbu, one of Naruto's clones leapt. What are you guys doing here? You can help in kicking out the invader. Some of you follow me to the eastern border, there are about 200 ninjas there, I can use you guys there, said Naruto. One of the Anbu stated, We are the Hokage's Anbu protection detail, I'm afraid we can't leave his side. Naruto's clone angrily remarked, So you are going to let 200 invaders inside the village whilst you guys do nothing but watch me and Gramps fight. Hiruzen commanded from within the barrier, Anbu. Go follow Naruto and listen to his command, only 2 of you should stay here. Yes, Lord Hokage, a salute was given by the Anbu. Place your hands on me, the clone said. Naruto was touched by 4 of the Anbu. The 4 Anbu Black Ops and the clone teleported in a yellow flash. Beyond the eastern boundary, Naruto handed them several of his explosive seals and said, There are about 200 ninjas, supposedly soon as reinforcements are marching towards us. I want you all to place these seals there. Mind that they should be placed in a very discreet location. One of the Anbu Naruto received from the southern border inquired, What happened in this place? Naruto declared, I fought Shukaku, the one-tailed beast here, causing the eyes of every Anbu in the southern border to widen. Close to the hospital in Konoha, Sakura yelled, Don't place one step near the hospital. One of the sound ninjas mockingly said, What are you going to do, little girl? Fang over fang, Kiba yelled, repeatedly striking the man's back. Naruto relieved Shino of his duty outside the border after he appeared in a body flicker of bugs. Due to chakra exhaustion, 3 of the sound ninjas fell to the ground. Their chakra was completely depleted by Shino's ninja bugs. Kaden, exclaimed Hinata Hyuga, clearly exhausted. She had been engaged in combat with several Jonin and Chunin from the sound. Lord Orochimaru would reward us well if we give a bearer of the Byakugan to him. One of them yelled. Abruptly, a taller man leapt beside Hinata and yelled, Kaden. Shoving everyone aside. Father, she exclaimed, somewhat relieved and happy. Hiyashi told her, you should go to the hospital, people can use your help there, and she nodded in agreement. Shikamaru uttered the words, shadow possession technique, complete, languidly. The ninja was knocked out by Choji's punches to the face. When one of the ninjas attempted to enter the hospital covertly, Sakura rushed to him and delivered a vicious blow that sent him flying. Cha, listen to me and never come close to this place, she yelled. Fearfully, one of the sound ninjas exclaimed, Gah! These kids are monsters. Close to the market district of Konoha. Retreat, we are being outnumbered, exclaimed a sound ninja. They all stopped moving just as they were ready to flee. One of them exclaimed, this is the famous Shao possession technique. Oh, so you have heard of this then you must love the next one, it's called the Shadow Strangle Jutsu, Shikaku Nara remarked while making a ram seal with his hand. The shadows snuck up on them and killed them by strangulation. A giant Choza was observed punching several adversaries back to the Konoha border from a few meters away. Close to the border of northern Konoha, she yelled, fire style, fireball jutsu, and a massive wall of fire appeared in front of her. Kimimaro had to dodge instead of rush at her. The flames hit him, but it had no effect on him. I've suffered too much in this battle. I have to stop this. Kimimaro pondered. The application of the second stage of the curse mark was indicated by Kimimaro's skin turning dark. A massive bone shaped like a shield emerged from Kimimaro's left hand. He lunged at Satsuki with all of his might. He was about to charge at her when a massive purple barrier stopped him. Is that a hindrance? He pondered. I've never seen a barrier like this. As it happens, Satsuki's Susanoo was the barrier. Amaterasu, she exclaimed, unleashing a massive explosion of black flames. Gah! Kimimaro cried out in agony. Lord Orochimaru will be threatened if I allow her to survive. Kimimaro pondered. In an attempt to avoid dying in vain, he put his hands on the ground. When Satsuki saw this, he leapt to his feet, speculating that it might be an earth-based attack. Satsuki narrowly avoided all of the bones that spiked out of the ground. With no chakra remaining, Kimimaro collapsed. Satsuki made sure he was dead by checking to see if he still had any chakra or heartbeat. At last, he has passed away. Satsuki thought, but now I have almost no chakra left. Whispering, release, she held her hand in the ram sign. She didn't have enough time to fully fill her reserves, so chakra from the seal Naruto gave her partially filled them. Beyond the northern boundary of Konoha, numerous kunai were scattered around. There were numerous dead sound, sand, and Konoha ninjas. From Satsuki's perspective, the scene was gory. On the roof of the arena, within the barrier, Naruto created a number of shadow clones and a cross-hand seal. Naruto yelled, "Old man, give me fire," while making several hand gestures. Naruto yelled, "Wind style, hyper wind stream jet," while Hiruzen used fire dragon, an A-ranked fire style jutsu, to blow a strong gust of wind. Hashirama's wood dome jutsu allowed Orochimaru to avoid most of the massive sea of flames that was approaching him. However, he was still severely burned, so he let his mouth drop open and expelled himself. Naruto thought, Orochimaru's chakra levels dipped by a lot. Abruptly, Naruto emerged within the wooden dome. Was Orochimaru's astute response, Naruto yelled, "Great shadow clone explosion," and detonated. Hashirama's body exploded into a pile of paper, and Orochimaru was flung into the air. A hand emerged from Orochimaru's burned body, yanking itself out, and Orochimaru emerged unharmed. Naruto said, "Iu," in response. "Kukukukuku, Naruto, I am an immortal," exclaimed Orochimaru. Next to Hashirama's reforming body, Naruto vanished in a yellow flash. Naruto yelled, "Contract seal release," and freed Hashirama from Orochimaru's grasp. As his soul departed the host's body, Hashirama exclaimed, "You did well, Naruto. I hope you become a Hokage greater than I." Instead, Orochimaru was approached by one of Naruto's clones. "Rasengan," exclaimed the clone. Orochimaru yelled, "Rashomon Gate." and created a massive gate in front of him to shield himself from the enormous Rasengan. Orochimaru's gaze grew wide. Naruto materialized directly in front of him in a flash of yellow. Naruto yelled, "Seal of Annihilation," and placed his hand on Orochimaru's stomach. Orochimaru let out an agonized cry, "Ga! Release the barrier." Orochimaru said, "I will kill you for this, Naruto," before vanishing into a cloud of smoke. One of the Anbu who remained behind attempted to capture the fleeing sound ninjas after the barrier was released, but was thwarted by one of them using a massive spider web jutsu. "Tch, he escaped before I could do any proper damage," Naruto said with a miserable expression. A feeble voice said, "Naruto, come here," Hiruzen said. Naruto exclaimed, "Gramps," with a hint of concern. Barely conscious, Hiruzen collapsed. Hiruzen coughed and handed Naruto a scroll. "I appoint you to the rank of Jonin. Naruto, keep Konoha safe from those who will try to usurp the power of the Hokage. Watch out for Danzo, he will try becoming the Hokage, you must try stopping him," he said. Although Naruto is not skilled in the healing arts, he was able to administer first aid, which significantly increased Hiruzen's chances of survival, by using a medical jutsu to treat some of his wounds. "Take him to the Anbu no. 0 hospital now, he must be given the highest priority," Naruto commanded. With a nod, the Anbu took Hiruzen, who was hardly conscious, with him. Knowing that the majority of the invading forces had been defeated, Naruto departed in a yellow flash. Beyond the northern boundary of Konoha, Satsuki yelled, "Guys, I need some water here." 3 Jonins gave a nod and demonstrated a few hand signals. The 3 Jonins yelled, "Water style, water dragon jutsu," and a massive water dragon appeared. Satsuki yelled, "Lightning style, electro murder wave," and sent a massive electric current through the water dragon. The high electric current shocked all of the sound ninjas, causing them to either die or be knocked out. "Capture the survivors bodied for interrogation and the dead ones for information extraction," said the Jonin. Southern frontier. Gamabunta was observed severing several large snakes. Jiraiya and Gamabunta performed a potent jutsu combination in which Jiraiya created searing flames and Gamabunta produced oil and spat it out. The power of the flame is multiplied by the oil. "That's Lord Jiraiya, alright," exclaimed one of the ninjas in the area. "The battle is not over yet, we should not let the enemy retreat, capture every single one of them," Ibiki stated. In a flash of yellow, Naruto's clone materialized. "All invading forces are out, Konoha is free of invaders now," Naruto declared. At that, everyone cheered. With some concern, Naruto exclaimed, "Pervy Sage, I need you to come with me, now." In a flash of yellow, Jiraiya put his hand on him and walked away.
Yo guys, it's Ryuga XD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.